The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Grandmasters continue to regale us with brilliant play at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. As the world mourns the loss of a queen, the kings of chess gave performances worthy of any royal court. Young phenom Alejandro Firouzja quickly dispatched of Shahryar Mamedyarov to join a crowd in second place. Superstar Wesley So is eyeing another GCT crown after defeating Hans Niemann to improve his lead and the chances of extending his reign. The battle for the cup is still raging. Who will rule the day? Round 7 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 7 of the Sinquefield Cup, held at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's been a fantastic tournament so far, and the action is heating up. Let's go to the studio and start today's round with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
From the home of chess in America, welcome to the Sinquefield Cup, the flagship event of the St. Louis Chess Club, and the final stop on the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Hello and welcome to round 7. I'm Peter Svidler and with me is Yasser Seirawan. Very, very happy to see you today.
Likewise, Peter, as always, very happy to see you too. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our broadcast. Well, the hurricane continues to swirl around us, and Garry Kasparov has asked Magnus Carlsen for a statement, but thus far, none has been forthcoming. In the meanwhile, yesterday, round 6 saw our most decisive round of the tournament. Peter, do the honors and tell us our current standings.
Let's take a look. After round 6 yesterday, in which indeed we had 3 decisive games out of 4,
right.
The standings are as follows. Wesley is leading the tournament, but not by a full point, as this cross table might indicate, because of the different number of games people played.
Exactly.
He is on 4 out of 6, but Alireza and Jan Nepomniachtchi are on 3 out of 5, not 3 out of 6, meaning that they are, in effect, half a point behind Wesley, tied for second and third. Then we have 4 players on 50%, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who needed a decent event here to perhaps clinch the overall GCT victory, is languishing on -2, as is Shahryar Mamedyarov.
And Peter, our format, please.
Absolutely. The format is a 9-player round robin with 90 minutes for first 40 moves and 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with a half-a-minute increment starting from the very beginning. Draw offers remain disallowed.
Right.
And the standard scoring system is being used for the classical tournaments.
And our remaining schedule, Peter?
The remaining schedule is pretty straightforward. Starting from today, we've only got 3 rounds to go. They will be played today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. If 2 or more players end up getting tied for first in this tournament, the playoffs will happen the same evening. And if the GCT points end up tied, that playoff will be postponed until Monday the 12th. And the closing ceremony is in the evening of the 12th.
The world can rejoice as Alejandro is in studio. Good to see you, Alejandro.
Good to see you guys. A pleasure to be here. And what a tournament we've had, not only because of the drama, but the games themselves have been great. And let's not forget, we are playing for the Grand Chess Tour 2022, and that means that we have to look at the standings in the tour itself, with Wesley leading the Sinquefield Cup. Let's see how that affects our standings. This is the current standings before the Sinquefield Cup starts. MVL in the lead with 26.5 points, followed very closely, only 1 point behind, by his compatriot Alireza Firouzja off of a superb St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. But there's a couple of people there that you can see with not that many points less. Levon Aronian and Wesley So certainly savoring a good tournament here and thinking we can pass those Frenchmen. And let's see what would happen if the tournament finishes right now, and considering that we use this plus-minus score. So for example, Alireza Firouzja, who is on 3 out of 5, we're counting that differently than if he was on 3 out of 6. And this would be the current standings if we finish the tournament right now. Wesley So with 35.5 points. Because of his first place lead at the moment, would catapult himself as the winner of the Grand Chess Tour 2022. But it's not a comfortable lead. Alireza is only 1 point behind. That means that a slight switch in the standings might mean that Alireza is the one that overtakes me. Meanwhile, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave currently in first place, all the way down to third because of the poor performance here at the Sinquefield Cup. He's going to have to put a couple of wins together. And let's not forget, Levon Aronian just beat MVL, might also be trying to climb those standings. This is far from over. This is a tournament, and especially a Grand Chess Tour, that is up for grabs, not by 1, 2, or 3 people, but I think there's many people trying to look at it and saying, I want to win the tour. I still have a shot at it, and we're going to have to see how this develops. We have a crucial last 3 rounds of the Grand Chess Tour coming up. But of course, there's been a lot of drama around the tournament, and there's going to be a lot of social media interest. And tell us all about it, we have woman Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich.
Thank you, Alejandro, and hello, everyone. Of course, after Magnus Carlsen withdrew from the tournament, we have all this storm in the media, in social media as well. And of course, we are following the development of the story. And everybody was waiting for the statement from Magnus Carlsen, from chess.com. And actually, we got it. You can see, first of all, the tweet from Anish Giri, who also lost his sleep waiting for news. And he's made this statement that if anyone wants to make any statements, please do it soon. It's bedtime here. So we managed to get one just after this tweet. I mean, it was released, the statement from chess.com, who sent the team sent the message to Hans Niemann clearly. And now it's a question what Hans will answer. Maybe today we'll have some news from him. And Daniel Rensch made it sure that his intentions are good, and despite the hate and opinions all around, I want what's the best for Hans and chess. This is what he said in his tweet, which followed after the statement. And of course, media keeps following the event, and we found Magnus Carlsen yesterday. He was in with Arian Tari, his friend, grandmaster from Norway. We found him in the Instagram account of Arian. And then media is following, of course, closely the development, and you can see all the biggest newspapers who publish the articles, quite detailed articles about what's going on here in St. Louis, and not only here. And then we also have a funny story from Peter Heine Nielsen, who had his flight Chicago-Helsinki, and the person who was sitting next to him asked him what he was doing here, and he answered chess coaching. And then he was asked actually what's going on now with this chess drama. Peter actually spoke about it yesterday in our show, but I decided to repeat it because I think it's really funny. And then, of course, I'm inviting everyone to follow the news in our Instagram accounts. But if you would like to know more information, of course, you should definitely read recaps at grandchesstour.org, which are written by international master Kostya Kavutsky, who is here, our journalist for Grand Chess Tour. I mean, if you want to learn more and see all this drama, how it started, and all the development, you should definitely visit the official website for more information. So that's what's happening now. The round is about to start, and I would like to come back to Peter and Yasser.
Well, thank you, Anastasia. I suggest you don't call it Anastasia's Corner, but Anastasia's Circle, as in a circle of friends, because you certainly do have your work cut out for you. And Peter, as we're getting our round started, I just wanted to say, lay the table for us and tell us about today's pairings. What can our viewers expect?
The pairings for round 7 are on your screen. Shahriar Mamedyarov is white against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Bad tournament.
Somebody who's having a poor tournament versus somebody who is still very much in the running for first in this event.
Right.
Dominguez is playing against another person who is tied for second today. And remember, there at the bottom, our tournament leader is not in action today. He would have been playing Magnus, but as it is, he has a rest day. So the people tied for second are very, very interested in catching up to him today. MVL is white against Hans Niemann, and that is also a game that we would very, very much like to watch. And of course, we also have Fabi against Levon
And in all of this fighting chess that we've been witnessing, what are they fighting for, Peter?
The prize fund for GST events is very, very generous, $350,000 total. There is 100 grand up top for the winner.
Nice.
And yeah, it's just a very, very lucrative, very well-paid series of tournaments for which we are. Well, they are.
They are very grateful.
Yeah.
And the GC2 fort's starting to heat up, and those playoffs that you've been mentioning could happen as we see the players coming in and getting very carefully wanded these days. And of course, along with this very lucrative prize fund, which you've mentioned, we're very happy that Brian Priester is continued his support for the tournament through his Brilliancy Prize.
Absolutely. As you can see on your screen, there is an additional $5,000 donated by Brian Priester of Key West, Florida, which the four of us, Alejandro, Yasser, Anastasiya, and myself, will determine which game earns the.
Sounds like good work to me. It gives me a chance to review all the games.
Yes, it will be a nice opportunity to once again revisit the things that were produced by the players here. And there's already been a number of games which will be hotly contesting that additional prize.
As we see Nepo stepping up. Your turn coming up. I noticed, couldn't help but notice as we came in today to do our broadcast that we are getting tested for the COVID. The players as well? Is that a daily routine, do you know?
I'm not entirely sure, but I assume there are protocols in place, and the club has always been very careful on that topic from my years of working here during the pandemic. So yeah, I'm sure there's proper attitudes in place.
Proper attitudes indeed. Of the four games that we're expecting today, what did you think will be our marquee matchup? Where's the excitement going to come from in today's game?
It's always easier once you see at least the first five minutes.
Exactly.
But you kind of you can't turn away, right? You want to watch Hans.
Yes.
Like every day you could continue very much wanting to watch Hans. There's plenty of other stuff as well. I think Linier versus Alireza is potentially an interesting matchup because
and this one too.
And this is a very storied heads up there between Fabi and Levon. Let me actually check because we've had a certain pairing which was nearing. Was it this one actually? The 200 game.
No,
one.
that was Magnus Levon.
That was Magnus versus.
That was amazing. Alejandro, jump in. Where do you think today the excitement is going to be? The tactics.
I think everybody wants to see the Hans Niemann game,
right?
But I particularly want to see it after I did my spiel on the Grand Chess Tour standings.
Right.
Because if Maxime can put a couple of wins together, and he's playing with white today, he's right back there in the mix. He wants to win not just the Sinquefield Cup, but the GCT. So for me, this is a crucial game for Maxime. He needs to bounce back. He is playing with the white pieces. This is a crucial game for the Frenchman.
Absolutely. I just noticed, by the way, in the game between Linier and Firouzja, we have an open Sicilian on the board, and
looks like a Najdorf,
likely Najdorf.
And Linier has plenty of ideas against the Najdorf. He is one of the more, I think, concrete and the more sort of well-prepared players against the Najdorf, and he never shies away from a theoretical discussion there, so that would be interesting to watch. Somewhat alarmingly, we might have a Berlin in the game between Fabi and Lev, but Lev is still thinking, and Lev is, at some point, I think he was my sort of final partner in crime, or perhaps a partner in, lack of crime. Maybe
by not playing the
yeah, because we were maybe the last two. I mean, I no longer really count in that list.
To play A6 and the Morphy defense.
Somewhat notable players who kind of played the classical Spanish and just went bishop b7 here and quite happily played all these types of lines.
But both you and Lev really, I want to say, really put your career into the Marshall too.
In later years, I think it became quite obvious to a lot of people that you could bluff me in that position you just had on the board, play c3, and I would kind of frown and scowl for like 5 minutes. And play d6 instead of d5 because like who has the memory for those things? But in earlier years I would have snap played d5 there, and even in somewhat in more recent times, I have played the marshal occasionally.
Look at what we do have, in fact, on screen in the game between Levon. Well,
It was, there was
believe it, Berlin. Just
well, not really.
Commentator's curse.
Not really. And actually, the position they're playing, we could. It's an incredibly forcing line, and there are some very sharp end games which could arise. Like, we could potentially, like 10 minutes later, be playing a very sharp, heavily theoretical end game with like 70% of all the pieces traded off. And they have a lot of experience in this line as well. But it's not the Berlin, it's the anti-Berlin. And it's one of the sharpest anti-Berlins in existence. So I'm not that saddened by this.
All right. And jump right in, Alejandro. In the game between Fabi and Levon, we're kind of off a little bit the beaten track, but...
No, what do you mean? We're following the game Caruana Aronian.
There we go.
So they're very familiar with it. They've played it against each other. I think this was back in 2019. Yeah, 2019. So Fabi has actually played this variation several times. I think the first time I saw him live play this line was against Jeffrey Xiong in the U.S. Championship of 2017.
Right.
That game he had an advantage from the opening. He let it go, then he was worse, and the game ended in a draw, if I remember correctly. So very experienced is Fabi with this particular flavor of the anti-Berlin. And since these two players are so well-versed in this line, I want to see where they try to one-up each other.
Very good. I remember now, there was some queen takes D1.
Yeah, black basically goes for e5, e4 very quickly.
Right.
It looks like a2, maybe not immediately, although here it's also playable, and there's some very high-profile games which started like this, like MVL had this on the white side against Kramnik, and Jeffrey Xiong played this against Fabi. So Fabi actually knows quite a lot about this position, has had it a number of times. But Levon did castle, did not play e4 yet. And it looks kind of striking, right? Because white goes a4, says you have a bishop on b6 there.
I'm going to trap your bishop.
Yeah, there's this
Heads
bishop.
up.
And a5 here is basically never played.
Crazy.
Which
You
is
just
which
played
is the
A4,
crazy is the crazy part, because the counterplay in the center is just too strong, so you don't have time for it. You have to prepare it first.
Alejandro, how do these two players do in their head-to-head matchups?
Let's take a look. 13 wins for Fabi, 9 losses, and a bunch of draws. 27 draws between these two players. And I know that Fabi's gotten the best of Lev in recent years. I think very importantly, there was this victory in the American Cup, which, I mean, Fabi won quite convincingly in that tournament. So I want to see where this rivalry develops. Levon just switching to the U.S. Federation means that they're going to be playing in so many more tournaments than they already do. Because we're adding both the American Cup and the U.S. Championship to the mix. A tournament which both of these players are going to be participating in I want to say 3 weeks. I mean, the action just doesn't stop here in St. Louis.
It's true. But 49 games, Peter, I'm trying to think.
And I checked briefly. This is just the classical. The rapid and blitz adds another 100.
Another 100.
Yeah, so there's a lot of history there. There's like around 150 games all told, and that's not counting online. I assume they played a decent amount online.
Exactly, but also it's kind of convincing. 13-9.
13-9 is not. Yeah, it's a decent advantage for sure. Yeah.
Now, tell me why you play the move a4, trapping the bishop, and nobody plays a5. Come on, Peter. What's up with that?
Well, if you prepare it for one more move, you will, I assume, be able. a5 here, I guess you get hit by e5, e4, and you don't like that as much as perhaps you would.
And if I take a bishop,
this is just not great, I guess,
just,
because the king is stuck on e1, and you have to take on f3. You will get at the very least, we can recapture on b6, but also bishop g4 might be quite awkward. Knight e5 might be quite awkward. This is not great.
This is not why.
For me, the bigger question would be what happens if we go a5, e4, d takes e4, and whether there's some way to sacrifice stuff, or we are just taking on d1 and taking on f2.
That might just be the simplest.
This is the simplest, but maybe there is something even smarter. But at the very least, you can definitely do. Or knight takes e4. Knight takes e4. I'm a bit worried I will be sacrificing that exchange, which is bishop takes f2 in this position, and black gets a lot of play. But still, it's interesting that a5 just does not exist. Like on our screen there's like 65 games. White played knight b2 in 38 of them, queen e2 in 20, and you can also castle here. And as we say all these things, knight b2 has been played. This is by far the
most popular,
the main move in this position. Yes.
It is funny, isn't it, Alejandro? You play a4 to trap the bishop, and you don't follow it up with a5. It's an irony.
It's modern chess. And after the move knight bd2,
bishop f5 blitzed out.
Bishop f5 blitzed out, and there's a kind of a funny story because in this particular position, I've casted this position between Caruana and Aronian. And in one of those games, Lev played the move a5.
Right.
And after b5, in the 2018, I want to say this was the finals of the Grand Chess Tour in London, Fabi got a huge advantage. And I asked Lev, you know, what was up with a5? And he said, oh, I just forgot to play bishop f5. And a couple of months later, Fabi got this position against Karyakin. And Karyakin played the move e4. And somebody asked Karyakin, what's e4? And he said, oh, I forgot that it's bishop f5.
Okay,
That's really good.
Yeah, and now bishop f5 has been played, bishop a3.
Somebody got it right, Peter.
Yeah, bishop a3, and this is actually the endgame I was referring to. It's, I think my understanding is it's supposed to be equal, as is, you know, with many topical lines here, bishop a3, you play e5, e4, because now b5 actually is a much stronger threat than a5. So you play e5, e4 here.
Okay.
It's already been played, d4, knight e4, bishop, knight e4, all of this is on the board. Black generally takes on e4 with the bishop, because if you take on d1, you'll, like before b5 will actually attack a lot of material. So you keep the queen on d6 for the time being.
Bishop takes e4
Yeah,
on
bishop
board.
e4, queen d6, cd6. And white generally, I think, maybe even immediately goes long castles here, right? Yeah, long castles is by far the main move in this position.
Oh, my goodness.
And this is, there's a very, very serious amount of, well, you can call it, it's kind of interesting how we sort of use the words theory and practice interchangeably, right?
Right.
Because whenever we refer to theory, it is actually sort of practice. It's not actually theory.
Yeah.
It's,
what we've done in practice.
We're referring to the games that have already been shown. Of course, many of those games, in particular at the top level, started off as people analyzing the same position. But by this point, I think those terms are used in a kind of a weird, chess-specific way. But this is a game which saw a long history of very, very high level involvement. And the point here, of course, is that white has, well, not a majority yet, but the pawn on d6 is vulnerable.
Right.
And if the pawn on d6 does fall, let's say in exchange for the pawn on f2,
Right.
white will have a majority on the queen side.
Yep.
With the king already somewhere around the b2 square, rook ac8 in the meantime already played, bishop d5 also blitzed out. Both of these guys know what they're doing here. This is still, as I mentioned, a very, very heavily trafficked theoretical position. And white is basically claiming that with our king in the center, or maybe even on the queen side.
Supportive of our majority.
Supportive of our push, yeah. We have a little bit of a nibble here. But, of course, you know, this being such an important theoretical position, and we're still actually following the game between Fabi and Lev from 2018, which Fabi ended up winning. If you go into this line with black, you know, the assumption has to be that you looked at it seriously, because
these guys are pretty convincing. I think they've looked at it seriously, Peter.
But yeah, this is exactly what I mean. That basically that this is king b2 is sort of the
king c2 or
king b2, because I think you want to sidestep bishop d4 tactics. He's played king c2.
He played
very
king
interesting.
c2.
It's not a non-existent move, but it's a much rarer move than
you were
king
saying
b2.
King b2 is a standard?
Yeah, king b2 is what they generally do in this position, and there's more than 20 games from here, and only 2 games in our database after king c2. Our database is a kind of a
wow. Well, by far the most popular move has been king b2, and 30-odd games in our database. King c2 twice.
Only twice, yeah.
Right.
As I wanted to mention, like our database doesn't include like recent rapid and blitz games, so perhaps those numbers, like people watching, might have a clearer idea. Actually, if somebody in our audience is like in possession of a good online database, like including all of the engine games and so on, they might have a clearer view as to how rare this is really.
Well, but the first thing that kind of comes to my mind is we've
what
got
happens if we take
f2 and we've got d4. When the king is on b2, I can't play bishop d4.
Exactly, yeah, and this is why I think people just sort of automatically played king b2 in that position. But
exactly.
yeah, king c2. And
what's he got up his sleeve?
Very understandably, there is now a pause from Lev because
Yeah, right. Like,
yeah, he needs to
what's
kind
that?
of adjust to the changing circumstance. I don't quite know what the idea is after bishop takes f2. We could discuss it.
By the way, Alejandro, what is White's, quote, winning percentage out of the move king b2, which looked pretty normal, and what's our winning percentage with this king c2?
It is 100% draw, except for Caruana Aronian from the 2018 Grand Chess Tour Finals in London. The first one that I mentioned was the Classic, and the one that Fabi won was in the Rapid. So when Levon forgot to play bishop f5, he played a5 instead. That was the Classic version. And then they went into a tiebreak. They got to this position. Fabi played king b2 and eventually won the endgame. It's the only person that's ever won this endgame. Nobody has ever lost it with White. A lot of these games are correspondence games, so that shouldn't be such a surprise. But it has been played in, let's call it, real chess in several other occasions. Now, the move king c2, it sent Lev into a pause. But it has been played before, and it's a straight-up pawn sacrifice. Bishop takes f2. As you guys mentioned, you cannot take on e5 because bishop d4 forks the rook and the pawn, and that's pretty much the end of the game.
Right.
Instead, I expect that after bishop takes f2, he'll play the move b5. This is what the engines are saying. This is like a Fabi type of position. There's two options. You could play rook fe8, but then if you move the rook off of the f file, which defended this guy, then I can play rook f1. The bishop has to retreat to h4. There's no other option. I'll explain why in a second. And after rook d7, you have to find this kind of clever move, e4. Why e4? Because you can't hold on to this pawn. You just can't do it. You can play f5 loose this way, but if you play f6, you trap your own bishop. I start playing g3. I keep the bishop on the king side, and I start collecting your queen side pawns. So instead, you have to find this move e4, so that you have counterplay, retreating the bishop to f6 that guards either the g7 square, or it loses the connection of the rooks here. Also, e3 is a threat in some positions. And you'll have some counterplay. The computer's saying about equal in this position. There's another way to do things, is that after b5, challenge the rook on the d file, which is, I think, a more human approach to the position. Right. And the idea is that after rook hd1, only move according to the engine. Black still has some things to resolve. First of all, if I take kind of naively, then it looks like after e4, the black is up a pawn.
Right.
But look at the activity difference between the kings. King on c2 already catching this pawn on e4. Very easy access to the center. This guy, not so easy. I'm going to put a rook on d7. This bishop is already cutting it out of f8. Even when you do get f5, your king's not really getting in. I'm going to be able to take on b7. And then the question is, which pawns are more powerful? It's true. This one's more advanced than anything white has right now. And it's a connected passed pawn. But it's going to get stuck on the e3 square if I haven't put it there. Why? Because of this powerful king. I also have always the option of covering via rook e7. So in essence, even though on a vacuum the pawns look more dangerous, once you analyze the king position, it's clear that white is preferable in this position. That's why the engines don't really like taking on d5 here. They prefer the move bishop b6, which was played in the only correspondence game that reached this position. The point is that now the move rook takes d8 just leads to a position in which white is down a pawn. So you have to be more creative than that. The rook d7 move here, it is not as powerful. The problem is that after f6 and I take on b7, black has this idea of taking on c3. Rook takes d1. King takes d1, rook takes c3, regains the pawn that I lost on b7, and black is up a pawn. So instead of that, after bishop b6, the move the engine is saying is bishop b4, kind of cagey. The idea is to just play a5, remove this bishop from the b6 square. It's not so comfortable to answer. e4 is possible, a5 is also possible, and if you take and go a5, rook takes e5 also possible because bishop d4 now doesn't hit the pawn on c3. You get an equal endgame according to the engines, but you give me this position, anything but equal.
Right.
I would be scared as black that this pawn is pretty powerful, that white is very active, and that my pawns, it doesn't matter how many I have, quantity is not as important as quality, and I start looking at the c-pawn running with decisive effect. Meanwhile, if I'm white, I think, well, wait a second, that's a lot of pawns. If I don't actually get my pawn on the c-file to do something, eventually these pawns will be telling, so it's a super double-edged position. You guys want more double-edged position? I'll just put it for you guys. Take a look at Alirez's game.
Yeah, this is theory, actually. Yeah.
It's theory. Like, this is theory, but it's still fun.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have one potentially very dry but very heavy theoretical fight, and then we have this. Yeah, the Fabi versus Levon game, and the absolute craziness that is the game between Dominguez and Alireza Firouzja, where
this looks like one of those knight g4 English attacks.
Yes, it was exactly that. And this is actually kind of the scene of that game I briefly spoke about when we were comparing notes on, you know, the most memorable game you sort of won out of the opening through very good opening prep.
Right.
This is actually what happened in my game against Grishuk in Mexico City that I won with the help of the Motolev analysis. But I didn't play, all of this is very, very well known. Knight f3 check looks like a stunning move, but is still very much in existence. And this is what they do now, and as you can see on your screen there, there's very, very high-profile games which reached even this position.
Right.
But I took on f3 with the queen, which used to be the main line, but I think that actually was analyzed to an absolute draw. You can play queen takes f3, bishop takes c3, king d1 here. And then the game continued queen a4 check, knight c2, bishop takes b2, and you have to play rook c1. And I did win that game kind of convincingly, but yeah, as I mentioned, like since you know, the advent of stronger computers and just generally after, you know, Alexander Motolev and myself, we sort of introduced this into the public consciousness.
Right.
People did spend some time analyzing it properly, and I believe it no longer really promises anything to white at all, which is why GF has been chosen.
Theory marches on. Peter.
Yes. So GF. We now have to play queen d2. King e2 would be a good move if not for the fact that it loses the queen. You can actually make a bit of an argument for doing this with white, right? Takes, rook d1, take on d6 if we can.
Right.
But the king on e2 is very awkward, so I would assume that...
The queen...
Yeah, at the very least, black has an immediate perpetual, queen b2, rook d2, queen b5, and you have to play king e1, queen b1, rook d1, queen b4, and we're kind of going in circles. Actually, maybe this is not a perpetual. We actually save the d6 pawn that way, right? King e1,
yeah,
check from b1.
Right.
Knight d1 doesn't look right, but if you play rook d1 after queen b4 check, we can no longer attack the queen while parrying the check.
Yeah, black feels
so this doesn't
like
look,
it's
this doesn't look
choice.
right. Which is why white goes queen g2, queen takes a1, knight g1. Queen g4 here is the main move. This position was reached, for instance, in the game between Anish Giri and MVL. Bishop d3.
Very, very big names there.
Yeah.
Hate giving up the bishop like that.
We have to give up something. And also, let's go one step back. Looks like knight e5 is just a straight-up horrible blunder of queen in one move, right?
Right.
After, let's say, bishop g6 check. But very cutely, black can just ignore it. If you take on g6, you do lose the queen.
Yeah, there goes the queen.
Yeah, but you can just straight-up ignore it, play king e7, and maintain your fork on f3, which gives you a very good game.
Very nice.
So what white is choosing here after knight f5, what white is choosing between, is a position with the bishop pair, but with the queens coming off the board, or giving up one of your bishop pair, but keeping the queens on. And as we see in the game, Linier very clearly prefers keeping the queens on, because I think if you count material here, white has 4 pawns against 6. So if the queens come off, it's a position with sort of a material balance, but with the black king no longer really having to worry about any kinds of attacks.
Once the queens are off.
Yeah, the queens are off. The white structure is broken up. The bishops aren't as powerful just yet.
But with the queens on, then the question is, where is black going to put his king?
Yeah, you can keep it in the center, but eventually, like, white will play king g2, rook e1, knight e3, and in the center, I think the black king will look very, very shaky.
Right.
So I think if it goes anywhere, it probably goes towards c8, b8. But even there...
But then, with the half-open b file,
even there'll
be a welcoming rook. So king f1. And again, I'm going to just ask Alejandro, in this Linier versus Firouzja, what's the winning percentages? Don't tell me all the games ended up in a draw.
It's not such a huge sample size from particularly this position. We only have 2 games, at least in my database. I'm going to have to ask Vachier if he's able to find more. But from the ones I have, one looks like a 2300 game. That ended in a draw, and the higher rated game is between Wei Yi with the white pieces against Lu Shanglei, 2 very strong Chinese grandmasters in 2020, and that one ended in a draw as well. Both of those games followed with the move castles in this position, so it's more or less what I expect. But the engine's saying you could also castle the other way and just try to hide the king on b8. I am a little bit afraid for black's position in a practical sense, because I like white's plan of putting the king on g2, securing the pawn on f3, going knight e3, putting the rook into action, and then trying to attack black's king. Doesn't matter where it goes. Even in a move like castles, the engine's thinking that you can start with the move h4. Yeah, bishop b2 is the more natural move. I don't like king g2 as much, because after queen f4, again, this plan of, as you guys said, removing the queens, right? You attack the pawn on f3. I don't really want to tether my queen to defending this. So I like the move bishop e2 against castles, and then try to follow up with a very quick h4 or queen d3 and penetrate on the light squares. I still think there's problems for black to solve. And Alireza, I think, got to this position, must be very well aware of it, because they spent pretty much no time to get here. But it might just be the start of Lenier's file.
Yeah, wow. Absolutely. It does look like a very heavy-duty contest of analysis on both sides. But
another very heavy-duty piece of analysis, theoretical battle taking shape here between Shaq and Nepo. I'm aware that the theory in this particular line of the Nimzo, the classic variation Queen Z2, has been extended, Peter. It's unbelievable.
Yes.
How deep the players have prepared.
Yes, and somewhat sadly for us, the line that they're debating right this moment is extremely well known and also has like very, very strong drawing tendencies. It's been sort of analyzed into dust. I wouldn't really be able to name every single move order intricacy here, but you generally do end up with a position that they ended up with right now, e7. Right. You include fg, hg, you take on d7.
Yeah, they all look similar, but I think it's bishop takes c3, not knight takes c3.
No, right? This one also exists, right? This is bishop f5, bishop takes c3, and there's been a bunch of games. I think even we covered a decent number of those, which white occasionally gets a bit of pressure. I think I've seen. That's the game. If we scroll a little bit further down in the game list, I think MVL won this on the. Yeah, this is the game I was trying to remember. MVL actually won this against Anish Giri in 2020. But most of the others, and this is very, very high-level stuff. There is a game between MVL and Ding Liren, which I think is from the FIDE candidates in the first part of the FIDE candidates in.
I inadvertently clicked something.
Yeah, but this is the endgame I was referring to. You basically get some kind of an endgame like this. And occasionally you still win it. Yeah, MVL actually did win this against Anish, even though it looks like from the beginning. I have a feeling Anish at first just thought MVL wants to just check how good his memory is on the day and offer a draw.
Right.
This did not happen. MVL continued pressing. The bishop on b3 is stronger than the bishop on c5, and eventually the pawns on the king side start rolling, and it starts. You can start seeing an outline of how you can go wrong with black. And Anish in that game actually did end up going quite badly wrong and losing. So it's a kind of a nice little free roll for white. White obviously at no point runs any risks whatsoever. But you generally should not be winning very many of those.
It sure looks tepid to me, but Alejandro, what have you got for us?
We have 3 games in which they're going deep into theory. We have Favi and Levon already in an endgame. Dominguez and Firouzja in this wild Sicilian. You guys already mentioned this Nimzo Indian between Mamed and Nepo, and this one is quite the opposite. Players are going very slowly. It's MVL against Hans Niemann. It started with knight f3, and we've seen MVL once in a while start to venture outside of e4, especially in the recent years. He did play d4, as you mentioned in the candidates. He plays knight f3 once in a while to throw off his opponents. He is not this one-dimensional chess player that he used to be. Now, after knight f3, d5, g3, they took a little bit of a while to get to this position. I think they were trying to test each other, how exactly you're going to follow it up. And we have this reverse Grunfeld position after c takes, knight takes, bishop g7, c4, and in this position, castles takes, and the move knight b3. Now, knight c3 is still the main line in the position. This has been tried many times. Knight takes, pawn takes. We are familiar with this structure. We've seen it in the tournament before between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. The structure, that is, not the exact position. The idea is that you shatter these pawns with the idea of opening the b file using the advantage of this bishop on b7. So a slight initiative for the white side, but of course, in the long term, these pawns are quite weak. Instead, Maxim chooses the move knight b3. It has been played many times before, including by Maxim himself. He defeated Wei Yi in 2019. So at this point, he must still be well versed in this position. There's a couple of lines here for black. There's nothing wrong with knight b6, but it does go into the symmetrical position down a tempo. You're still going to have to equalize it. e6 is quite normal in this position, and people have even tried the move knight b4, simply with the idea that, well, if you take knight c2 wins an exchange, and otherwise the knight might retreat to c6 and try to cover up this bishop. It's a little on the uncomfortable side, but it does put a concrete solution to some of black's problems. So this will be a long game. Knight b3 currently on the board. Hans thinking for a little bit. Not the usual MVL theoretical fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very, very well recognizable position. As you mentioned, knight c3 is the best move, but knight c3 these days, I would suggest, is sort of a draw for it, because after knight c3, bc3, there has been kind of well-established ways of equalizing almost entirely by force, both queen a5, and even the immediate knight c6 is quite playable. Queen a5 in particular, I think, is what I give in all of my Grunfeld courses, starting from the old one. Right. In 2013, 2014 that I recorded for Chess 24, and I think this got progressed to the Chessable course as well. Knight b3 is a much more serious move here, and the one that I think is sort of at the forefront of white's tries to achieve something. After e6, I have a feeling what will happen is a move h2, h4, which I myself played against Vichy. And I don't know, like, maybe it's a kind of a weird one, because I got introduced to the existence of this move when we were playing training games against Gary. And Gary showed me this idea, and I kind of barely equalized. And then a few months after that, I just suddenly got this against Vichy on the white side. Was very surprised to, you know,
happily introduced h4 developed practice.
And I had a bit of a pull in that game, but as is often the case with my games against Vichy, did not
explain how it goes.
Yeah, did not get very far. No, I actually have like 1 or 2 victories against Vichy in shorter time controls. It's just a classical that is completely hopeless. So after e6, I think h4 is.
Do you recommend e6, by the way, for the black
I
side?
felt from the black side, I felt that e6 is the most kind of precise way to play, or at least the most critical way to play, because if you don't remove the knight from the d5 square, it makes it much harder for white to play knight b1 c3.
Right.
It also somewhat limits the bishop on g2, as you're indicating. So we're trying to play knight c6, let's say, I don't know, b6, bishop a6 in an ideal scenario, or queen e7, rook d8. And we are trying to continue asking white, so what are you doing about this knight on d5? What is your way of dealing with it? And h4, interestingly, is an attempt to answer this exact question, because you kind of want to play h5, of course, and if knight c6, you also have this idea of playing bishop g5.
Oh, bishop g5.
Yeah, this is an additional thing that exists once you've played h4. Of course, provoking f6 is going to be in our favor because it closes down the bishop on g7.
Right.
And if the queen goes somewhere, like if you play queen b6, for instance, you can play knight c3 here and start kind of gambiting some pawns here, because the bishop on g5 followed up with eventually with h5, h6 ideas will be interesting. We also are now controlling the d8 square for the rook. We've lured the queen to perhaps not the most ideal square on the board. Bishop d7 is now not really very easily playable if the d-file gets opened, if the d5 knight departs, I mean. So there's this idea. There's also some other ideas after queen b6. So all of this, I think, makes h4 extremely playable.
Wow.
It shouldn't really give white any particular advantage necessarily, but it's definitely, it should lead to a position which is interesting to explore and definitely not very boring at all.
Definitely not boring. Just wanted to make a quick check.
Yeah, this is quite stunning. Yeah, I think Levon actually remembers. Yeah.
Because something tells me, Alejandro, you actually got to this position when we were talking about the pawn sacrifice.
Yeah. So it seems that they know exactly what they're doing. Yeah. Levon and Fabi, they did work a little bit together in the Olympiad, as Levon mentioned yesterday, but I don't think they went down this entire way.
That would be.
I think they got there independently.
Yeah, I think it's just something that doesn't happen. Like if they actually looked at this together,
No.
I would assign like a 0 probability of them ever discussing it over the board.
Right.
Because there is like an unspoken code about these things.
Exactly, exactly. You work on a line together. You don't just suddenly expose it to the whole world like, look at our great homework and make a draw. Now, on the other hand, again, black maintains his pawn, but
yeah, you have to wonder why it's supposed to be better here, right? Like white is down a pawn, black has a potential outside passer on the H file.
But because of the active king, the activity,
I'm still not sure.
Trying?
I'm still not sure why we're supposed to be better here with white, to be honest. Like,
I mean, you only need to queen one pawn.
I know, but it's not really running very far. Even getting it to c6 is not that easy the way the pieces are. And if once
by
it
the
gets
way,
to
the
c6,
rook isn't exactly on the perfect square, is it?
Yeah. So I'm curious. I'm curious. I understand that for black, like you can play h5, h4, but pushing that pawn further than h4 will become difficult because g5 is potentially creating weaknesses. And but still, it's a pawn, right? Like, but also can I maybe? I'm interested in the idea of maybe activating my rook, but a6 is a valuable pawn.
I don't want to depart with that guy either.
I don't know how happy I will be by with.
I mean, if you're going to make these races, you better calculate them very exactly. So, give me evaluation.
Come on, you know the evaluation.
0, 0, 0,
Of course,
0.
it's 0, 0, 0.
A bunch of zeros.
Yes. There's a couple of ways to play here for black according to the engine.
Yes.
H4 is one. Just push it a little bit further. Okay. I expect Fabio will reply this with c5. Bishop d6 is one way to get a 0, but I don't think that you're playing for this rook endgame. I think you're playing c5, and the idea is that it's still not so easy to advance these pawns on this side. Remember that the moment that you play this move, bishop c3 comes very strongly, because rook h6 is a devastating threat, just checkmating on h8. And bishop f6, targeting all the pawns, might also be a problem. You also kind of start to run out of activity. King e4, king f5 will also become an idea here, and I think that's why Fabio put the king on d3 so quickly. Another way of playing this is to just shed that pawn, go rook d8 check, and ask where the king's going to go. If it goes towards the center, you could give another check. If it goes... Otherwise, you could still play a move like h4, and the computer says that takes. You can still play rook e8 check and give checks in this way. And since it's an engine, it just thinks it's zeros. Now, I think this is a scary position for both sides. For white, the idea is just to play c5, move the rook somewhere, and go c6. And even though it looks very slow, especially with the bishop on h2 already controlling c7, it is really slow to actually push the pawns on the king side. Because the moment that you do so, you give me avenues for the rook to go behind them, you give avenue for the bishop to relocate to a better diagonal, and more importantly, you're exposing your king. It doesn't look like your king can become too weak in this endgame, but it is. The king doesn't have any defense against bishop c3, rook h6 the moment the g-pawn marches all the way down to g5. So yes, technically it's a draw if you put this into engines, and I'm sure that they equalize it in more than one way. But still work to be done, and I think for both players.
Let me just take a toss out in this position. Black goes f6, king h7, and says
f6 here.
Yeah.
Yeah. c5. You mind
king h7,
right?
or king f7. Yeah.
You wanted to go to h7?
No, f7. Sorry.
f7 is fine, I think.
Yeah, I was just going to try to bring my king into the game.
It's not so easy to bring him in, though. Rook b6.
Rook b6.
You could go to g6 according to the engine, but I don't think that was the direction you wanted.
Yeah, well, king g6. Oh, h4. I don't even know.
h4, and then
how are you pushing this pawn?
Yeah, that was the argument. That was the argument.
Very slowly. But I'll get there. You know, I'll play c6. I'll play rook b7. And one day I'll play king d5, bishop d6. It'll come. I mean, you haven't created a passed pawn yet.
Okay, g5.
G5. Let's go. Bishop c3, and you're instantly lost. So maybe not g5.
Maybe not g5.
Yeah, and
can't go g5.
Yeah, I think the
king g6. Okay, go ahead. King g6.
King g6, but I think I go c6 here, right?
Okay, king f5.
King f5. I go rook b7.
g5. Finally, at last.
g5. I go king d5. Suddenly, this pawn is not so slow.
Well, the bishop on h2.
No, but Alejandro announced he will play bishop d6, right?
Well, I'm about to play rook d8 check.
Rook d7.
not to drive the king back.
Yeah, this is sort of the point. Yeah, the rook gets to d7, then we play bishop d6, and eventually it will start costing you like real material. And the variation there on the screen behind Alejandro still, of course, says zeros, but you can start seeing sort of the outlines once again, the outlines of how this can go wrong, and the lines that gives it as zeros, like the second line there, I think will eventually result in black having to give up the rook. Actually, I'm reading the letters.
Let's go through it, right? King g4.
Right.
Bishop d6. Again, no rook d8 because rook d7.
Right.
Takes, king g3, c7, already threatening rook b8, which is a queen. So rook c8 only move. I could play rook b8.
This might be lost for white, though.
It's zeros.
I'd be very scared.
King takes g2. Remember, I have a pawn too.
You have the a pawn as well.
I have the a pawn, so you go a5, you go h3, king b7, h2, rook h8. Now
this is somehow a draw, yeah?
This somehow it's a draw. So it's a long endgame. And Lev has already played the move rook d8 check. I'm actually curious about this one particularly because king e4, and because of the configuration of these pieces, just particularly in this position, I don't think you can go king d5. Yeah, because of rook e5 check. And if I'm being forced to play king d4 and I allow rook e2, this is suddenly not a slow pawn.
Right.
This is a very fast pawn. So I don't think you can go forward. Rook e8 check, maybe you do have to go, I don't know, king d4 looks awkward because rook e2 is the same position.
No, I think we can never allow rook e2, yeah.
So maybe, what do you answer rook d8 check with?
Can you go king e4, rook e8, king f3?
King f3, that would be an idea, and just stop these guys, right?
Right.
The engine starts to think black might be pushing for a little bit.
Wow.
Still thinks it's equal, but it starts to think of moves even like rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6 is playable. Bishop g1, a kind of a cute little move. Bishop g1 with ideas of rook e3 check,
Yeah,
and then
bishop g1 threatening this. Maybe
Yeah.
g5.
Yeah, perhaps actually rook takes a6, g5. Yeah, and we go for like mating threats.
Rook takes e6, g5, of course 0-0 after bishop d2.
Yeah, but black. Yeah, it
Guys,
seems like
this is extraordinary. This is not opening theory anymore. No. You guys are looking deep into an ending. I mean, and the crazy part is, since the opening, this is something that Fabi's trying to achieve. He's
this is move 30. Fabi has 92 minutes on the clock. So
92 minutes.
Yeah. So I mean, Fabi clearly is still in the book, and honestly, Lev on his meager 80 minutes left from 90 beginning. Even Lev could very, very easily still be in book or nearby.
Yeah, well, I suspect, pardon me, let me just bring that up. And I suspect all the way up to here he still is, because, I mean, so that whole A5 business.
Yeah. He basically, he made one small pause along the way just to make sure he remembers everything correctly.
Right.
And up until now, he's been pretty much blitzing. So yeah, it does feel... feel like they both have a pretty clear idea of what they're aiming for. And honestly, I'm a little bit scared for this game because it feels that Fabi is now thinking. And from what we've seen on our screens and on Alejandro's screen in particular, it really does feel that maybe you kind of have to take a repetition at some point because...
Right, king c2, rook a8.
Yeah, king c2, I'm a bit worried about rook d4, rook g4. Like specifically king c2, I'm a bit worried you might be provoking black to actually play for a win. But like king e4, rook e8, king d3.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think if we want to really restrict the rook, I think this is the way to restrict the rook.
And that does invite the rook e6.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if the bishop ending is better for black at all, because c5, c6, I don't know. Maybe it's, I think white still doesn't risk very much. Because even king f7, king e8, we stop the c-pawn quite comfortably. And it is, like, generally bishop endings with an extra pawn aren't really that horrible. So, yeah, all of this is kind of confusing because this is what I began with. I don't quite understand why white is supposed to be better.
Right.
But perhaps it's just like Fabi wanted to check whether Levon ever analyzed rook king c2 properly instead of king b2, because king b2, of course, he knew he would be playing against a very well-prepared opponent. But king c2 is rare. But seems like homework had been done at some point.
I'm still musing over playing a bishop endgame. Extra pawn can't be all bad. And also, once again, I also just did want to check the game of Nepo for just a moment because
this is still Anish's game.
Is this the Anish MVL game?
Yes, this is still.
Gosh, this looks so even, Stephen. Yeah. I'm amazed that MVL could beat a top player like Anish from this ending?
I think, as I mentioned, I think this line at some point was almost exclusively used by the players with the white pieces as a way to, very briefly check whether you mix up some move orders and then offer a draw. And I think Anish kind of labored under that misapprehension for the first half of the game, that he was just sort of expecting some kind of a repetition or the rooks coming off the board or something. And by the time he realized that MVL actually means to continue, his position deteriorated and it became difficult. But yeah, it should be very level to begin with.
Well, again, I'm seeing two games here that, for me, this game of Shaq and the game of Fabi are extraordinarily deep opening analyses that are really, as we can see, end games.
Linier versus
Linier with this pitiful 26 moves of theory.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Linier is on 127 after move 26,
127, which is a very clear indication.
Today is really like a very, very heavy-duty theory day. The only game that is developing somewhat slowly and without too much of those is the MVL Hans game.
Okay, well,
Hans actually chose knight before. Hans didn't choose e6, and we have this position where the knights are. For white, the knights are on b3 and c3, and knight c3 was very quickly replied to with knight 8 c6. Really doesn't look horrible at all for black. Sometimes these types of positions end up not being all that pleasant, but this really doesn't look bad at all.
Well, just a second here, because isn't this knight going to be driven to this bad square, or is it not?
I'm not sure. Maybe it jumps to c2. Like if you play a3 here, you have to at least consider queen d1 to knight c2, right?
Because, oops, excuse me, that was of course a mouse slip. Queen takes d.
Queen takes d1. We have to take with the rook. The knight goes to c2. You have to play rook b1 because rook a2 bishop b6 is poor. Yeah, and then maybe bishop f5 after you play rook b1, right?
Oops. So yes. So. And then the knight can kind of sneak its way
First
back
of all
up.
that, but also I want to maybe postpone it for a tempo. Just go bishop f5 here, suggest that maybe we're not... Also knight takes a3 was available even on the previous move, but I think bishop f5 might be stronger. Because white is actually kind of facing slightly uncomfortable questions here, right? Because knight 94 is annoying, knight takes a3 will continue being annoying, and so on. So
if we make,
maybe a3 is a bit naive.
Okay. If we make some very pathetic move in order to drive this knight away.
Yeah, I mean your general first idea, or that we badly want to play to a3 as early as possible to push it to a really horrible square on a6 was absolutely correct, of course. Yeah, bishop f5 here or something. Bishop f5 would be my first port of call.
Yeah, how annoying. Again, a2, a3 gets delayed because of bishop c2. Probably going to have to...
Yes, rook c1. We have some Masters game which reached this position as well, so this is not unheard of. Bishop d2, by the way, played by MVL. Anyway, I think weirdly, for a position which I think looks quite quiet, right?
Quite quiet.
Not really very much going on yet.
Right.
I think it becomes incredibly concrete, because if we achieve a3 knight a6, I think we are suddenly significantly better with white.
Right.
So black needs to do something about it, perhaps straight away. Like you want to maybe prepare to retreat it to c6, like you play, I don't know. I can see on my screen that somebody played knight c6 e5 here, for instance.
Knight c6 e5.
Yeah,
just to give a square.
Yeah, give a square, and also knight c4 is kind of heavily indicated as if white does nothing about it.
Exactly.
And a friend of the show, Mark Hebden, played this in 2016.
Big shout out to
friends of the show.
The friends of the show.
To friends of the show, yes.
It's been a while. Some Olympiads I played with Mark Hebden. Jump in on this one, Alejandro. We're trying to go down yet another rabbit hole, and what does the winning percentages say about this position for the players?
There's a couple of wins here and there, specifically after the move rook c8. I only have 3 games in the database, and it's split 1 win for white, 1 win for black, 1 draw.
All 3 results are possible.
All 3 results possible, I suppose. That being said, there is a little bit of a rating difference in the one that black won. Black was actually the underdog by 200 points. They won. And this position in particular, after rook c8, it does seem like it's time, finally, to play the move a3. Nothing wrong with it. Knight a6 has to be played. And the question is, what did you really gain from misplacing my knight on a6? It does look like it's awkward, but it will return. It will go to c7 and e6 if you don't do anything in particular. You can also just play b3 and control this knight on b3, saying this knight, if I ever get the move b6 in, this knight on b3 is just as useless as this knight on a6.
Yes.
So why is white really better? The Indians are very impressed with this particular version of the Grunfeld. They say it's pretty much 0-0. So I want to see exactly what MVL has planned, because
in the meantime, we could potentially just watch the ending of the game between Shah and Jan, because Shah today was not in the mood to torture in that endgame, and we are going to have this conclude very, very quickly.
Bishops of opposite color.
Yeah.
Yes.
It seems like that for Shah today, this really was a memory test, and he wasn't too interested in trying to win what I'm very sure from the beginning is like a nothing burger for for white.
Okay, draw agreed in this. So first result of round 7. I don't know. Whenever I see these grandmaster draws, where, as you say, it's a bit of a memory test, you know,
it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but we've had Shah here. I think that was round 2. Did he lose in round 1? It was either round 2 or round 3, right? And he just
we haven't seen him since, even though it was a great interview.
He lost round 2 to Hans, right?
Yeah, so that was round 3, I assume.
And he had drawn with Fabi.
Yeah.
Fabi makes great preparation. Mamedyarov makes great defense.
No, that was later. No, the point I was trying to bring up is that he was in our studio the day after he lost that painful game to Hans, and he said, "I generally, if I lose a game, I try to play the next day safely because I don't like the feeling of having just lost, and I like to kind of stem the bleeding as early as possible."
Exactly.
So I think this is what we've watched today. Like he seems to be pretty consistent in taking a game off if he loses a painful one, and he definitely lost a painful one yesterday.
Sure.
Arguably that was like a full 1 point swing in one game.
Right.
Because he went from. I mean, calling his position winning probably is a bit of an overstatement, but he was clearly much better. And yeah, he straight up lost the game to a resignation in 6 moves flat.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Which, yeah, by his standards, his play from like move 22 to move 28 was like absolutely beyond the pale.
True. Turning to the game of Lanier versus Alireza, we've seen Bishop E2.
Yeah.
Pardon me. We've seen Castle's Bishop E2.
Just as Alejandro was explaining, yeah.
And White is desperately looking to activate his pieces. Knight E3, H4 on tap. Knight could swing and maybe go after the king. Seems to me that as black, we might be interested in posting up our rook on F4, maybe.
Yeah, with some
idea
like rook d4, queen d4 ideas. But the white queen has a decent square on c2 if all of that happens, right? If
yes.
Maybe even immediately. And one thing I want to make note for our viewers here is that, maybe at first glance you might think the king on g8 is sort of better position than the king on f1. But in fact, the king on f1 is entirely safe.
Right, it's got kind of a nice shield.
Yeah, because this shield, with the bishop on e2 in particular, defending the f3 pawn, and black not really having, with black only having the heavy pieces, like if the king gets to g2, it can pretty much never be attacked by anything because there's no
cocoon,
there's no knight f4 check, no knight h4 check to even look forward to in the future for black. So the white king on g2 is completely safe, whereas the king on g8, you can definitely imagine scenarios where it gets into some trouble if white starts bringing his pieces over to the king's side.
Right.
Which is, I think, the reason why the machines perhaps prefer this a little bit for white, not by a ton.
I'm just thinking that castles is actually a novelty here. Castle short.
It was. I think Alejandro was saying that the machines very much indicate castling is entirely playable.
Okay.
But we are going to have our first interview of the day. The game may not have been very much, but the interview could be. We'll see in a moment.
Could be outstanding.
Yes. Alejandro is with Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's a lot of pressure, guys. Here we are with Jan. A solid day at the office and nothing much to prove. Is that what you felt?
Well, I'd say it's like my more or less. One could argue, but it's like 4th game in a row with the same very, I would say, boring scenario. Yeah. So basically, it's like okay, the first day I lost, but this game doesn't count. Second day I won. Then okay, it was no full game against Linear, but I managed to draw. And then it's like 4 games, which I mean, basically they could happen like I don't know in every tournament, like a very time control, but it like was all quite a boring draws. So like for example today it's like a theoretical draw. I can understand Shahryar is not like probably was not in the mood to challenge me in any principled line, so that's quite understandable. Yeah, having like okay this not a perfect score, but yeah, also I had feeling like yes, for example yesterday was like Fabiano picked the line which is not very doesn't suit him too well, and not really the line you don't really expect from him. Yeah, so like trying to make a draw in a worse position without a pawn. Okay, I mean we both know it's a draw, but I would expect this line from Rapport, against whom I played the game. Yeah, but Rapport didn't keep, but his opening did. Yeah, yeah, I don't know what to say. So well, of course it's a little frustrating, but still 2 more games, hopefully.
We know that you're a fighting player. Does it bother you to make these kind of draws?
I would say I have no problem, no problems at all with with the sequence of draws. But the problem is most likely my one cannot be sure, but perhaps my last tournament in classical before the match, yeah, because I'm not seeing like being invited somewhere like to Vaikanze or something. So yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but. Yeah, maybe, when you play less, you train more, yeah, so that's how it works.
The match is still pretty far away. Have you been given any kind of more or less dates?
No, not really, so it's, okay, they say it's April, May, so probably, yeah, the second half of April.
Okay, perfect. Did you know there's a punishment for people that finish too early?
Sure.
Yes. You have to come here and analyze with us now.
Okay.
Tell us a little bit about what your thoughts are, your Grunfeld player. It seems like in this particular position, the engines think it's 0-0. Do you think that there's any possibility for pressure?
Beware of using engine, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was always critical like to play knight b5 instead of knight b3.
In this position, knight b5.
But when you have like Peter Svidler, in the commentators, yeah, well, maybe it's a little bit, too much to ask me like as a Grunfeld expert. Yeah. Especially since I'm not playing Grunfeld for quite some time. But yeah, this is a line I played for so many times. I think for both sides.
In particular,
bishop
the line
94 is a non-repetition, but bishop
exactly.
b6, 94, bishop c8.
Right.
But I think after bishop b6, white also can try different things. Again, knight b3 is just playable. So surely what benefits Maxim in this position, it's the Grunfeld from the both colors here. So
yes, absolutely.
Symmetrical Grunfeld, and perhaps he has slightly better experience here. But yeah, okay, this knight on e6 looks a little bit misplaced. And if Black won't do something quickly about it, it would be just slowly get worse and worse, because they say free pawn and they 7 pawn. I think especially in the symmetrical structure with quite some time advantage, tempi advantage for white, it could be quite something. Yeah, so the position maybe is far from being trivial, but I would say it's quite unpleasant for Black as what I see now.
Okay. Black just played the move bishop e6. We have the move queen c2. Seems to be a novelty. It seems like the only games that got here did go knight d2. Queen c2 seems very logical to me, however.
Queen c2 is like you don't trade off the queens here.
Right. Just try to
yeah, the question has to be, if they play bishop f5 here, do we go bishop b4? Like, what's our...
Right.
Well, surely I think it's between queen d2 is not... I'm not sure queen d2 is improvement comparing to queen d1. Yes,
exactly. I can maybe even go bishop b6 back.
Besides to trade the queens, yeah. So yeah, bishop b4 is logical. Okay, sometimes also knight e4 would take, it's probably not as bad like knight e4, because knight e4, I think queen b3, it's...
You mean take here and then knight
No, I mean immediately. If I play knight e4 immediately. Here, okay, some tricks, yeah, coming.
Just the knight a5.
Because I thought knight d4, queen d3, okay, knight e5 is, yeah, surely the move which would be found in a second, yeah.
Surely.
Yeah. So okay, bishop e4, but well, sometimes you just have to, to say goodbye to this, Catalan Grunfeld bishop. Yeah, but instead of this, you are getting all these like brilliant this is, yeah, like, I mean, every piece from white is active, and rook d1 is coming, so this is...
Yeah, rook d1 is coming, queen in the center.
Yeah,
This bishop's really nice.
Yeah, by the way, it's like, it's a big difference in how, like, the queens are placed. So, like, queen on e4 is probably, like, arguably the most dominant square for the queen, yeah.
And
in
hard
the structure.
to kick. Right. Tell us a little bit, are you familiar with this endgame?
Yeah, this I played against Lev in Blitz, I mean, in his chess.com Blitz championship, so Swiss championship or something. And I really thought it's like some sort of throwaway prep, because it's, no, I mean, I didn't know what to play against Berlin, so I decided to play this.
Explain to our audience, what does it mean, a throwaway prep?
I mean, probably the prep you don't really expect too much of, yeah? So even if it works like here, yeah, clearly Fabiano is more or less still in his book, but you don't really achieve something. Yeah, so I think in this particular line, it's only one move which Black has to know is a5. Because if not a5, it's, I mean, I think Black has different tries, but somehow a5 like is very smart position in yellow. You like, White never plays for two connected best pawns, yeah?
Yeah, because you immediately
yeah, and you exchange it, okay, after b6, b6. I can recall, like, I was analyzing this position, and I was, like, sort of excited, wow, like, finally we have something against this d5. First at Berlin, yeah? Which is, you know, quite annoying, yeah? So, for example, like, you get, let's say, Italian type structure if Black is not going for d5, but d5 is more or less a try to make a draw by force, which, however, as far as I know, for the current situation, is not refuted yet. Not yet. And okay, this was one of the tries. And I played against him the line, and I think against him maybe I got slightly better position, but then okay, maybe a blunder to rook or a pawn or a bishop. So that's some drawback of playing some prep in a Blitz tournament, yeah, especially online.
We don't have Blitz games here. How did the game go? Was it exactly this variation all the way to a5?
Yeah, no. I think it was like king c2 for sure. Maybe like king b2. There are two moves basically, king c2 and king b2. So here, if someone has chess base or I don't know, someone line database, surely you would find this.
We'll take a look.
Or yeah, or maybe search it at like.
Let me give him a second.
We got Peter on it, and then we only have one game left. Do dabble on the knight, or give us your thoughts on this position.
I think it's used to be quite a line which probably Peter against you know, again Peter himself played this against Gilshuk, I think.
Yeah, we discussed it.
But it was like 2007?
Something like that, but
yeah.
it did go with the move queen f3, right?
Yeah, okay. I mean, okay, it's very difficult, you know, to surprise Linear even with some, you know, very, very odd sequence of moves. And okay, this idea, I think it also was played like Gilshuk. I mean, Nakamura played this against Gilshuk in some Moscow Grand Prix.
Right.
And 2017, I think.
Very good memory, yes.
Yeah, because I played there and played miserably. Yeah. Of course, because only thing was left for me is like, you know, witness other players, yeah, in action.
Well, you're certainly learning.
Yeah, but yeah, because okay, I think I also played against Hikaru Samnaidov, and he didn't go for this line against me. He played some bishop g5. So, well, I don't know clearly. So they finally started, you know.
To think, right? Well, Linear hasn't. He's spent only a couple of minutes, but he doesn't blitz out. I
would say it a little bit, you know, reminds me of the line which Alireza played against me in Madrid, because objectively the line is good and computer approves, you know. Stamp, yeah, computer approves.
But his position collapsed very quickly.
It's very. I mean, humanly, it's, in my opinion, yeah. I mean, even here, yeah, it's slightly easier to play as white, because I mean, okay, you always have two pieces, and you have your goal is quite clear. And of course, like if we remove the queens, it's.
When we say the goal is quite clear, remember we have a big audience.
Ah, okay, give a mate.
Very good, very good goal.
They say that's the way to win a game of chess, yeah.
Yes.
So here, okay, the king is exposed, and as for me, I would not be sure that much about castling king side upon queen side. I would say that probably, queen side to me would be more logical, because then you can come up with something, I don't know, h5. H5, g4, but maybe it's like the same problem, because okay, rook b1 and white quickly. Yeah, quickly brings all the pieces into play.
Something like this, 93 rook b1. Yeah.
So probably the position is all right for black, yeah, mathematically. But once again, when you're out of your book, okay, when your knowledge is, okay, probably you know the position until maybe the castle or something. And here, okay, probably okay, you can make a couple of moves like rook f4, rook f8. I mean, okay, very, very helpful errors, yeah. And white plays king g2, queen d3, yeah, okay. You see, yeah, I I can only play by reading the arrows. Yeah, but yeah, okay. Now it says, for example, H4. Yeah.
No, but it does
Very
look
smart.
dangerous.
Very smart. No,
Queen
yeah,
E3
okay.
still the best
it's,
move.
it's very, I mean, easy. Yeah, for white. So you just with every next move you create another threat, and that's how you basically deal with this position. Because of course, if black gets his time, like makes sure okay the king is secure, like I don't know, takes like some key squares from white, yeah, by moving d pawn and maybe okay creating some passed pawn on the queen side, which is already an unrealistic scenario. Then okay, then black surely like has an upper hand. But for now, it's like very concrete position, and what white wants is like all right.
Well,
Just open up things and
I
see
found,
what happens.
Yeah, on the topic of the Italian, I found if it's only one game you played against Lev, you did indeed kind of blunder pawn at the very beginning there. Because the game I found did not even feature knight e5 d5. There's a game where Jan played king c2 instead of knight takes e5 there.
Ah, yeah, probably, yeah, because yeah, maybe I thought, but I would say that
blunder
after
maybe
bishop
a strong
f2 it
word.
would transpose.
Yeah, knight c4, bishop c1, bishop takes f2, and the game continued from there. White definitely has compensation here, but
No, I mean this is somehow better for white, I can recall. But yeah, I think in case of if he would take on f2, it's just a draw, which is. I thought okay, if black knows e5, it's relatively simple. But yeah.
Well, Jan, thank you for all that analysis. That was certainly covered the games we have left. Hope that we see some great chess coming up in the next 2 rounds.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys.
Thank you, Jan, for taking over our job. I love it. I love it. I love it. I mean, get him on the show more often. By the way, Peter, I mean, seriously, I just have to say it's extraordinary, his knowledge of all of these positions. I mean, including the Fabi game, including his own. The Firouzja is like, you give him a position, he says, yeah, I analyze this in Moscow, this is how we do it.
yeah, I mean, I think it's been very noticeable in recent times just how much Jan is working on chess. There's been a very marked difference in the attitude towards the game, the approach to working on the game. I think this is why he's playing a second World Championship match in as many years, because he is just a very serious chess player in terms of the work ethic, the attitude. I mean, we've been talking about this on the show, but
absolutely
the fact that he kind of knows how to play chess in general has been known for quite some time.
Well, yeah, his knowledge, but also just I mean, his extraordinary knowledge of the opening, and again, his just familiarity with the positions. By the way,
yeah, this is quite interesting to me because I didn't like this.
Rook d4 is what you rejected because
I did not like this. Yeah,
you're kind of compelling Levon to play for a win, and with good. I mean, Alejandro.
There was no compelling. He could have repeated.
He could have, yeah, but like Lev as well is not having a particularly stellar tournament, so given half a chance, he will very happily play a game of chess. And Rook d4 looks like suddenly a very interesting game of chess for black.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm that interested with white, to be honest. Like, what am I supposed to do here? Why am I not worse?
I mean, Alejandro was harping that, hey, wait a minute, this h-pawn is actually pretty fast. But, Peter, following the Nepo interview, I wanted to ask you what's Q Boutique, and
let's take a
break. Q Boutique first.
Yeah, today's item from the Q Boutique is this Chess Club T-shirt with a St. Louis Chess Club logo on the front there, available, I assume, in a variety of colors and both as men's and women's fashion. They do wear very nicely. I have a not exactly like this, but generally some of the swag that the club provides, I wear very.
Represent, Peter.
Yes,
that's what it's all about. Very good.
They're comfy T-shirts.
And are we getting a discount? What's the story on that?
Why do you keep putting me on
man,
the spot?
I mean, I want to know.
I'm not in charge of the pricing policy. Like, I'm just reading stuff off my piece of paper. Yeah.
Wonderful. We're going to take a break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus in the heart of the vibrant Central West End has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinquefield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back to round 7 of the Sinquefield Cup, with one game concluded in the round, but 3 others all looking fairly promising in terms of potential results and just general intrigue.
And here's the draw that you're talking about.
Yes.
Shaq and Nepo had a very theoretical discussion. Peter went right into this ending that's drawn. They've made a draw. Now, we've also seen another theoretically hard-fought game between Fabi and Levon, but that's three-result game.
Yeah, that might yet end in a draw, but Fabi definitely made a choice I thought was questionable.
Yes.
And as we were going on the break, in order to vacate the premises, so to speak, to get to the sort of the general lounge area,
right?
You do pass through the smart board, and on Alejandro's screen there, after King C2, the move that Fabi chose, instead of, let's say, going King E4, which I think was a pretty comfortable draw there for him.
Yes.
He went back to C2, allowing this move Rook D4, which I pointed out was definitely a potentially a promising try for Black. And already at this point, the only move that is supposed to be holding is the one that Fabi made. So it's Fabi clearly is playing reasonably well today. He sees things quite cleanly, and he is not mathematically worse yet. But you can definitely, like, you'd be a bit worried here with White, wouldn't you? Because Rook G4 takes G2 is a constant problem,
right?
In particular if the pawn on C4 disappears, because then, like, let's just imagine a position of sorts, like Rook takes A6.
All right.
Just to demonstrate, Rook takes C4, King B3.
Okay.
We go Rook G4. Let's say, I don't know, Rook C6.
All right, just making room
we take
for the...
we take on G2.
Yep.
And after A6, we have Bishop G1.
Okay.
And these types of positions, like here, for instance, perhaps Bishop C5 is just completely fine for White. You still have to calculate, and perhaps all of this works out.
Mm-hmm.
But if there is no immediate solution for White, the best you at some point start hoping for is to perhaps win the bishop for the A-pawn. Mm-hmm. But then there's 3 runners on the other side of the board, and your king is on B3, very, very far away from the action, meaning that the passers probably actually win that race quite comfortably.
You don't want that rook versus 3, if you will, right?
Because, I mean, the understanding is that, let's say, if the white king is in front of the pawns, the 3 pawns, I don't think they win against the bishop when the bishop defends properly. But with the king all the way on the other side of the board, I think you're just kind of lost.
Which raises the question for me, do I need the c4 pawn as much as I need the g2 pawn? In other words, after rook takes a6, Peter.
Yeah, the reason I was saying all of those things is that, let's say we go rook c6 here, you take on g2, right? I go king b3.
With a check.
Yeah. It is a very, very important that it's a check. But then, once you play bishop g1, I have c5, right?
Okay.
And that breaks the connection between the bishop and the pawn. But of course, if you're
a girl,
of course, if it's a girl and your girl is faster, which it appears to be here, maybe black is just winning it. It's a very kind of a weird position, a7, h1,
right.
with the 2 rooks actually,
in the way,
blocking the diagonal for both queens. But after king h7, there are no sensible checks. Yeah, you can. Maybe this is steal a draw somehow. Weird.
It's weird. It's weird. I'm not suggesting that I would want to play this
with either color.
With either color, right? But it is a weird line.
But
I just didn't know if I needed the c4
absolutely,
pawn
yeah. It's a very valid point. I thought maybe it was more important to remove an additional blocker for the g1, a7 diagonal. But it's very possible that you're right, and the fact that we take on g2 with a full tempo, a full additional tempo because it's a check, is just more relevant. But what I will say is that what looked like a very safe game for Fabi, he was above his starting time by move 30. All of this was blitzed out, including the move king d3.
Right.
Is now definitely a position you can imagine ending in any of the 3 results. Yeah.
Right.
So this is a very welcome change for us as viewers. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is.
By the way, I thought MVL got something.
Yes, I think it's. I like what Hans has done just on the previous move. Not king takes g7. That's not very exceptional. But playing knight c5 without taking on d4 might be an important detail, because if you do it the other way, I think maybe the logical way you start by calculating is to take and play knight c5 here.
Yeah.
Because you're creating a threat of knight b3.
Right.
And you also would very much like to play knight c5, e4 next move,
also,
and continue trading.
Exactly.
But we came to the conclusion we were discussing with Alejandro on the break that knight d5 might be extremely painful here.
Ideas of queen takes f5.
Yeah, and also using the fact that knight e4 here, which would probably be okay, is probably met by queen takes c8. The game doesn't end because you have king g7 there after the rook takes.
Right, but the suspicion, the very strong suspicion, the two rooks
that it's not good. Yeah, something like rook e8 might be borderline winning. Yeah, like rook e8, queen e5, e3. Yeah. And then if you play e6, I will put the knight on f4.
And be a happy camper.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm giving mate here somewhere, right?
Yeah,
this really does feel like I'm probably giving mate because I seem to have more pieces on the board. Like it's 3 fighting against 2. It doesn't matter what they're called, you know. It's just 3 fighting against 2.
And you do. And he didn't take on d4.
He played knight c5.
A move that you like.
Takes. And now if white goes knight d5, we do have knight e4 because
there's no.
Yeah, the king is already on g7, so there are no forks on the e7 square.
Does it mean that I'm going to have to vacate the c file? Well, there is still knight b3.
Yeah, queen g2, but yeah, if the queens come off, it's not that horrible, right?
No.
Knight b3, queen g5, queen g6.
No, I need to be smarter.
Rook d5, knight e4. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Yeah, it looks promising, and yeah, the pawn on f5 will be kind of bothering black for the foreseeable future. I don't know if this is best play, but it definitely makes sense for MVL. What should we play there, Alejandro?
Alejandro.
Well, let's start with the fact that MVL might have let Hans a little bit off the hook. We can go back to this position after queen e6, takes. Oh.
He could still have played knight d5, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could have played knight d5 immediately. And I think that would have been a little bit stronger in this position. You're still using the fact that this rook on c8 is hanging. So for example, if you play, I don't know, I think knight d4 is one of them. Here knight takes d4 works, but also just to illustrate the point that queen takes c8 will just finish the game. You can't take twice because at the end of the day, you have this fork, knight takes e7, attacks both pieces, and it doesn't really matter which direction this knight on c6 goes. So after knight d5, you just can't move the knight. And if you can't move the knight, I don't have like an immediate threat, except for queen takes f5. Queen takes f5 is not an immediate threat because there's a knight on c6 still. But what do you do with black?
Rook fd8, I think, is why he didn't play it, I'm pretty sure.
Rook fd8, but then you retreat with the knight on f4. And this knight is actually pretty powerful. He might not have liked queen e4.
Exactly, yeah.
And this was kind of the key. Rook d3 was what the engines wanted to do. And it's a very clever move because if you take on d3 here, I can actually take with the pawn. It's counterintuitive and it's difficult to see from afar. But the more you analyze it, you realize the queen doesn't have too many squares. It actually kind of has to go to a4. If you go to e5, I'll just go d4. If you go to a4, I go d4 anyway. Remember, you don't have any possibility of moving the knight because the rook is under attack. And what is happening? This knight is very weak. Queen takes f5 is coming. This is a direct threat. And white is just tactically better in every complication. So you don't hold on too easily to black's position. Instead, in the position that we have in the game, rook d5 already played, knight e4 absolutely forced and already on the board. White still retains a pull. You still have better pieces, but there's no knight on a6. Pawn on a5 is not hanging. There's no direct d4, d5 type of threat the other situation had. So you can still play queen d3 and claim an edge. The idea of queen d3 is just to start getting off of the c file so you can finally challenge this knight on e4. Also, queen d4 check might pick up a pawn someday. So it's a nice maneuver of the queen, but it doesn't have the strength of the other position. The engine's thinking that black is not fully equal, but is in a position that's quite survivable at the moment.
No, I thought there was something else, actually, because I realized if we can just go back a couple of moves after knight c5 immediately, like bishop d4, knight c5.
Yes.
Can we go knight d5 here?
This has an issue. After this, you take, and you play knight b3. And now, the problem is that if you take on c8, like in the other variations, rook takes, the problem is that after I play king g7,
everything is hanging, yeah?
I'm actually hitting both rooks. And the only way to coordinate them is this way. But that drops the knight. So
okay, so that actually would apply to the other line as well. Yeah, this is what we like a continued blunder in knight b3.
Yes.
Because I was suggesting knight d5 in the other position as well, and it's the same. It's actually the same line.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, that means that at least some of what we were discussing earlier makes no sense, but that's very usual for this show. Nobody's going to get fazed by that.
Clarifying that is very, very, very important. Knight e4. And by the way, I mean, my hair stood up on on end when Alejandro said queen d4 check might win a pawn. I thought, wow, okay.
Not for a while yet.
I kind of like this though for white.
Yeah, you should. It's just not a huge advantage, but I think it's clear
the
that if you're
open file control.
It's one of those positions. I don't know how much better white is, but I never take black over white in this particular position.
Yeah, just because I mean, this pawn is a little weakness. There are checks, rookie.
Yeah, but pieces are going to continue coming off the board. Black can play something like, I don't know, rook c6 here. Try to play rook c6, rook fca, just get his pieces into the game.
Okay.
It feels like it's not very much. Of course, you prefer white here because white, you know, has the activity, has the slightly better pieces, definitely has the safer king.
Yep.
But a lot of pieces have gotten traded off already, and more are probably coming off the board in the immediate future. So my feeling is Black should be able to maintain equality here if he plays well.
Okay.
But of course, you can still imagine this going wrong for Hans.
Okay, and then I just wanted to bring in the Lanier game because Lanier played this whole king f1, bishop e2.
25 minutes already, yeah.
Yes, and then suddenly after the most logical move, rook c8 or rook f4. Yeah, I mean, this move had to be the most topical discussion points, right?
Absolutely.
And then a 25-minute thing.
Yeah, already 25 minutes in the tank. Yeah, counting down, he will be below the 1 hour mark pretty soon. I don't think he looks necessarily like somebody who's going to make a move anytime soon.
Exactly.
We've seen this from Lanier time and time again. We're very used to this picture. Extremely well prepared, always ready to debate, you know, the most topical, the most critical lines of all. And then the moment somebody plays something that is perhaps not first line,
stoppage.
A stoppage and a very, very deep, you know, an attempt to get to the truth properly, because Lanier, I think, doesn't do things in halves in that respect. He really wants to, you know, investigate and get to the answers, and yeah, he might well spend another, I don't know, 15 minutes here.
Okay, but here's a more practical question for you, Peter. I look at this position as white, and there's 3 moves I really like. I like knight e3. I mean, knight e3, just getting off the first rank, bringing, maybe just throwing it out there that, hey, my knight could end up on g4, I could fork your queen, I could fork your pawn. So I really like the move knight g4. I really like the move h4. The rook on h1, you know, press him into service, open up the h-file, let's get going. And finally, and most obviously, I could put my king and tuck it away. So I've got 3 very promising.
Of the 3, I don't really like king g2. I think king
that's
g2
the
might
lowest on your list, if you will.
Because I think king g2 sort of gets in the way of our own play here a little bit. Because if we want to play h4, with the king on g2, we will not, for instance, be, at least not immediately, threatening h takes g5 at all.
Because of queen takes g4.
Because we absolutely do not want any endgames here. The queens absolutely have to stay on the board. Because if the queens come off, we're fighting for equality, and probably we're fighting in vain, frankly. I don't think we're equalizing. So I think the king on f1, where it cannot be checked by anything, it should stay on f1. And between knight e3 and h4, my current preference is for h4, because I think it's more concrete.
Okay.
And once again, perhaps we will be, you know, I can imagine definitely some scenarios where the idea of winning an additional tempo by playing hg, rook g1, for instance, might be useful, which the knight on e3 would get in the way of.
Okay.
But yeah, the choice between knight e3 and h4 is not an easy one for me, and this is just a gut feeling. I haven't really tried to calculate very much. It's very difficult because we're not really creating threats that are, you know, instantly very, you know, frightening for Black.
Yeah.
The pawn on g5 will be covered by rook f4 eventually, I would assume, so it's not that horrible. And it's not easy to calculate at all what's going on here. So I was trying to kind of eyeball it and assign weights.
Yeah, me too. And the idea was king g2, you would weight it as the least because of the possibility that queen takes g5.
I'm not sure it's better on g2 than it is on f1. It's pretty safe on f1.
Maybe there, and also you might want to use the g file if you ever get it in hg and rook g1. So that's understandable. Knight e3 versus h4. That might be the harder.
Yeah, this one is difficult.
Harder choice to make.
I think also something that is sort of instinctively driving me away from knight e3 is the fact that like we're giving some additional squares from which black can maybe offer queen trades. It's currently not very critical because queen c3, queen takes d6. But if black plays d6, d5 here, for instance, and we play h4,
okay,
we've basically lost the game to queen c3. I mean, lost the game is strong, but the queens will come off.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm extremely, extremely scared of endgames here with white. I feel like my position cannot support an endgame.
Okay.
So I don't really like relinquishing control over the c3 square because currently, as things stand right now, the queen on d2 is quite safe. The only square from which it can be really kind of challenged is f4. And once queen f4 happened,
then knight e3.
I will happily play knight e3 and get in the way of it.
Right. Not to mention
or
that
queen
you
d3,
have
yeah,
a
or queen
queen
d3,
yeah.
but not until.
But you don't want to see queen c3.
Yeah, I don't want to have to calculate it, even though,
Okay.
as I mentioned, it's probably not fast enough.
Now, we did that, and I beg your pardon, we did that in 3 to 5 minutes. You made a very compelling argument, in my mind, that the move h3, h4 is the most precise. Why is it taking him so long to reach the same conclusions? This is a 25, 30-minute thing, though.
You know, he's not a superficial, you know.
I resemble that remark. Just a second.
You resemble this
I resemble that remark.
Nicely done, sir. Nicely done, yes.
H4. Let's get on with business, Alejandro. What's the problem? H4, why is Linear stewing over this decision? Is it so difficult?
Well, we didn't mention the best move.
Oh.
The best move is queen d3. And the point is that in many cases, having this queen g6 available against queen c3 is important. Now, it's not like queen g6 is going to be a devastating threat in most cases because black is going to play something and most natural moves defend against it. But I was going through some of the variations and maybe they weren't so logical. Like, for example, I thought king g7, right?
Sure.
Why not?
Why not?
Instantly bad. Problem is that after h4, h takes g5 is such a strong threat. And you don't have a good way to recapture. You take with the queen, I pin you with rook g1. You take with the pawn, thank you for the h7 square. You don't have a good way to do this. And you don't want to take on h4. It's just structurally bad. So, all right, let's say you don't have king g7. You could play rook c7 and try to bring a rook that way. Then we continue with h4, and the engines are just saying that because you always have queen g6 and you're not as worried of queen c3, you basically gain the tempo. So you're going to be able to play h4 in a nicer way. Now, the engine's top moves are rook f7, kind of get that. You cover the 7th rank, maybe king f8 is possible at some point. Also good enough for equality, king f7.
Whoa.
Not sure about this one. But if you let the engine run for a little bit, it starts to think, yeah, I know it starts on +1, but it starts to go down and down and down on evaluation, thinking that the king on f7, maybe running to the center in some cases is just fine, which is completely counterintuitive because you just castled. Now after rook c8, if you play h4, which is a very good move, the engines are pretty adamant about the move rook f4. It gains the d4 square for the queen, again offering that queen trade, and it blocks out many possibilities of coming to the king side. Now, taking on h4, I'm not sure is an idea, but just in case, let's say you take back, with, of course, with the pawn. If you play knight e3, I'll go queen d4, and then you're going to start chasing my queen around. Goes queen, for example, here.
And if queen d3 here?
Here. What? Sorry?
And if queen d3 there, after hg, hg?
Yeah, queen d3 in this position.
Yeah.
Then we play rook h4. And it's a kind of a similar scenario. You are so happy as black to shed some pieces that it's okay if you lose a pawn as long as all you want is to retain equality. So you kind of give up this pawn on h4. I think I'm going to be able to capture it with check somehow. I think I can even do it right away. And the engine is just not thrilled. I can take, right? Yes. Yeah. But the engine is just not thrilled. Rook h8 starts controlling your position. Rook h1 is going to be apparently a tactical problem. So this is just not that good for the white side. It's very deep. I mean, I'm not surprised, actually, that Linear is thinking so long, because h4, queen d3, even the move king g2 need to be considered. And there are so many ramifications going from every move. Now, there is partially that point, and partially the fact that he's just Linear.
Yes.
And he just does this. It doesn't really matter which position he's on. But you compile both. I'm not surprised that he's gone what must be by this point a 30-minute thing. Let me take a look.
It has to be around half an hour.
It's increasing.
Oh, more than that, actually, yeah. It's like 35-ish by this point, yeah.
And by the way, Alejandro, in that variation you showed where black was playing rook h4, was it necessary to take on h4? Could we have gone queen g6 and rook g1? Like, for example, h4, rook f4, hg, hg, queen d3, I think we had rook h4.
Yeah, you can play like this, and then you want to play rook g1?
Yeah.
Problem is that it's not so clear at some point who's attacking who, because I have rook c1 in this position. Now, again, I don't want to trade queens, but if you take on g5 with the rook, I have rook h1 check. And again, king g2 is just mate.
Right.
Right, on h2.
Nice.
So now you have to trade. I trade. You have to take with the... You have to take with the queen, because if I take with the king, I trade the... Again, I trade the queens. So
Not
if you
to mention e2 is hanging too.
Yeah.
Oh, h6.
Yeah, you're not hanging the bishop because
Right.
you have queen h6 taking the rook.
Exactly.
But if you take with the king, I just trade the queens. And if you take with the queen here, then black's attack is apparently more powerful than white's. Actually, that's not so surprising with your queen buried on
the pieces
g1.
no longer make any sense.
Yeah, you start going queen d5, you start attacking this knight, and it's all play in one goal. Black is definitely better in this position.
Gotcha.
So that's the thing. As soon as I play the move h4 and the rooks come in, and I think that's why he's played rook c8, that's why the move rook f4 is very natural, you're trying to create counterplay against this guy, this king on f1. If I can get him through the c1 square or get him through the h1 square, that's going to be very powerful for the black side. You have to do this very precisely for white to avoid the rooks coming in.
Thank you very much for that, Alejandro. Queen d3, quite the lesson for me, because I was so focused, I must say, Peter, on the immediate h4 as well as immediate knight e3. I really didn't appreciate
Once you start breaking it down, it makes a lot of
d3.
sense. Yeah, a lot of sense. And I think specifically we are playing against this idea of rook f4, rook h4 by trying to prevent the rook from landing on f4 comfortably. Because at the very least it will cost black an h6 pawn with check here if you play rook f4 here and ignore queen g6 check.
In what Alejandro was telling us, by the way, one of the real surprises for me was king f7.
Yeah, that's
that is okay. I understand you want to protect the g6 square, but king f7 stepping into the way of the rook wasn't a natural move for me.
Not at all. And very interesting development in the Caruana Aronian game, because Fabi did take on a6, black did take on c4, rook g4 did not end up being played there, interestingly, after rook a6. And even more interestingly, the rook did not go to g4 here either.
Wow.
Meaning that white now gets a bit of a free pass, right, with his initiative on the queen side. But one thing the move rook c1 does do is it stops very convincingly the idea of rook c6, bishop c5, right?
That is true.
It's not even specifically rook c6. It's just that once the bishop goes to g1 here for Rev,
you're not worried about the a-pawn winning a rook.
Yeah, it does control that diagonal so well that, yes, a6, a7 might still cost us a bishop in some scenarios, but those positions will pretty much always be at least a draw for black, because the pawn on g2 will never survive.
Check, king h7,
yeah, like
a6,
bishop g1 here. Yeah,
exactly.
This is extremely safe for black.
Nice.
I don't know if black can be better, but it feels like it's extremely unlikely black can be worse here.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, in Hans's game, after rook d5, knight e4, queen d3, Hans did play rook c6. And here, MVL made a very concrete move, rook cd1, hoping perhaps that the weakness on f5 will allow him some kind of an initiative. And you can take on f5 now, but black does win the pawn on c3 straight away. So let's take a look at this. So takes, I guess we give a check from d4, and black, I guess, plays f7, f6. Nothing else makes any sense to me. And if we can find something immediate here for white, we could be a bit better. But the black king, it generally probably just drops back to h8. And then you claim that it's not really that misplaced, right?
Whoa. Sorry, rook g5 check.
And queen takes c3, yeah? Ooh. Okay, so we have to play king f7 or king f8 here. Let's say f7, right?
But then start with rook g5, don't start with queen d4.
Oh, that's much stronger. Wait up.
Start with rook g5 check.
So rook g5, and if king f6, we probably have some kind of a, like queen takes h7, king takes g5, f4 check probably is some kind of make.
You might not even have to be fancy, even queen d2 must be winning.
Yeah, but this might also be quite strong, right?
Yeah.
Like,
He said queen d2 must
Yeah,
be
just
winning.
just drop it back to d2 and create threats. And yeah, this looks horrible for black. So after rook takes f5, we might have to wait with the capture for a move and go like maybe f6 or maybe rook d6. Rook d6 might not be stupid actually. Rook d6, just trying to trade some pieces and then pick up on c3.
That looks
playable for
very,
black, right?
very
That looks playable.
playable.
Because we pretty much have to go rook g4. Do we?
Rook d5.
Rook d5. Yeah, we might eventually just have to play rook d5.
Yeah,
because
but I'm just going to get in a drawn rook upon and game.
Yeah, I thought I can go rook g5 check.
Aha.
But what it does, I think, is just bring the king closer, because I think we can actually rub it in and go king f6. Considering how much is hanging on the white side, I think we can definitely rub it in here.
A moment ago, I was willing to sacrifice the rook on g5. Now I'm sacrificing the rook on d1
As
with
well,
check.
yeah, as well. And that's a bit too much. Yeah,
I think I've overdone it there a little bit. Okay.
So rook f5, rook d6 probably is just completely fine, as far as we can tell. Alejandro, stop us at any point if we start spouting too much rubbish.
All right, I'll go through the lines with you.
Sure.
We have this position, rook f5, rook d6 forced.
Yep.
Rook g5 is possible. Of course, at any moment, I can just go rook d5 and claim the draw.
Right.
Check on here. Only one move in this position.
King of 6.
King h6 no good. Rook h5 takes, check, here, check. King goes to f6, check, here, check. Can't go to f6 because queen g5 checkmate. Here, check, king f5, check. Can't take on e4 because the aforementioned queen h5.
No, g4 wins, yeah.
Sorry, g4 just wins the queen in this particular position. Forced, because this loses the queen, so I'd rather lose a rook. And the engine is saying, of course, +1.
Of course.
Of course. So king h6 no good because of this +1 situation. You have to go here the other way so that you don't have this rook h5. You could still play rook d5 and claim a draw, or you could take. And here, you can do this, this. You don't have to take, but I don't think anybody plays rook g1 check. So king takes g5, f4 only move. King f6, we go back to the sequence, check, here, check. Again, no king f6 because queen g5 checkmate. King a4, check, here, and the initiative has run out. You have to make a perpetual. Queen h5, king e4, queen f3. And that's why you see MVL in that pose of extreme concentration, because he's probably calculating all of this.
Yeah, he's probably calculating all of this, yeah. And in the meantime, Lanier...
He ran out of firewood in that position right away.
Lanier actually emerged from the very, very long thing there with the move h3, h4, which is not a bad move, as we know, but not,
Queen d3
not the
was
best
maybe
one
the most pressing.
according to the engines. Yeah,
Right.
It only took him, I want to say 35 minutes, maybe 40. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me check exactly.
So queen d3 we think is the utmost accuracy. h4 good move, just maybe not the best. I just wanted to ask, in this game between Lanier and Firouzja, was the move castles by black on move 25, was that the novelty, Alejandro, in this?
The novelty of this game was...
Because it was immediately after castles that...
VAR, feel free to jump in at any moment. No, my database stops at 25. Like, after move 25, it just doesn't...
Right, it was move castles that did it for us as well.
No, but I mean, it's like, it didn't matter if it's a novelty or not. It just doesn't have a database after 25.
I get you. Did it feel like a novelty? Did that short castle?
This
feel
one
like
they say is a novelty. This particular move h4.
Ah, okay. So everything up until now has been, I'm assuming, played in the correspondence game somewhere.
Something like that.
And the correspondence people probably did not miss queen d3, which is why h4 is a novelty.
I see.
Yeah, this is how I think you approach these types of
deductive reasoning.
Conversations. So h4 played.
And we're expecting rook f4 in this.
Yeah, rook f4 should be extremely logical here. It just makes sense on every single count. Creates the idea of queen d4, as Alejandro very importantly mentioned. Also creates that additional possibility of dealing with the threats along the h file by putting the rook on h4.
Right.
Just feels very, very logical to play rook f4 here.
Certainly. And once again, MBL...
And Vil played c3, c4. Ah, okay. So he is trying to prevent the rook from landing on d6. If Hans takes on c4 here, MVL will just take on f5 quite happily, and rook d6 is no longer a move you can make.
Exactly.
You can play f7, f6 though, I guess, right? To stop rook
Right.
g5 checks. And after rook h5, if all else fails, we have queen e4. Or rook e4, but I think probably queen e4 more than rook e4, right? So
Yeah, rook e4.
rook e4 looks very, very iffy.
Might
yeah.
be shaky.
Exactly,
But queen
yeah.
e4
Yeah, but queen e4
definitely
looks,
clears the cobwebs.
looks,
yeah,
looks
that's
sensible.
okay.
In fact, maybe it's even playable straight away after rook c4, rook f5. I feel like we're running some additional risks, perhaps, but maybe if we're actually still forcing a trade, maybe I can start with it. Like just
Queen e4.
go queen e4 here, rook g5 check.
Yep.
I want to try king f6 once again. Like I have a feeling that with the queen on e4, we're almost never going to be getting anywhere near mated. It just controls the board so well that yeah. And I think the pawn on c4 got picked up since already.
Yeah, we do have rook takes c4.
And yeah, by
rook
the
takes f5.
reach, it looks like he's planning to go queen e4. Yeah, that looked like a gesture. Where, yeah,
Yeah,
there you
here
have
we
it
have
on
it.
your screen. Yeah, queen e4 played by Hans. I think, yeah, my current understanding is this is just fine for black because I can't really figure out how to keep the queens on the board. And if the queens come off, this is just a very, very level rook ending. I don't think anybody is better there.
Exactly. No, it's just the fact that you're missing. Yeah, you put missing the g pawn. You put a pawn on g6. You're probably
A bit better
slightly
with black.
better.
Yeah, a bit
with
better
black.
with black, yeah, for sure.
It's like just one of those temporary glitches that if the queens stay on the board,
Yeah, but
your
rook
king
c2 is just extremely
precisely.
strong.
Yeah, if White had a way of keeping the initiative, the attacking. Rook c2, queen d5. No, rook e2 is going to cover everything. No, you're just fine.
Trade as well.
Yeah,
right? I mean,
exactly.
it just
exactly.
doesn't really matter much.
Nothing's happening.
So yeah, it feels like Hans. You know, there was a very specific moment. I think somewhere around move 19 where MVL could have played in a more critical fashion.
Maybe this
Yeah,
knight d5
yeah, specifically
idea.
95 instead of 94. I think 94 was extremely natural. And you know what? I get the feeling that MVL missed knight b3. I get the feeling that MVL wanted to play 95 in a position on your analysis board, and he thought it was working. And I think it's not working over bishop d4, rook d4, and then knight b3.
Hitting too many.
And I think this is missable. I think this is a kind of a tactic which you hopefully don't miss entirely,
Right.
but you can miss sort of from slightly far away.
Yeah.
And then you realize that, yes, you've achieved this very, very advantageous trade, but then you have no follow-up because every single piece of yours hangs.
Including this rook,
Yeah, this
including
rook.
this rook.
And if rook dc4, you're
there
knight,
goes
yeah.
the knight. Wow. Yeah, it's...
So that would be maybe my guess, because if 95 did work tactically, it would be just a very strong move, I think, which potentially offers White a significant advantage.
It's kind of like a strange trinity there. You only have 3 pieces on the board, and every single one of them seems to be under capture, Peter.
Just...
Like, well done. And, well, once they reach 94, it looks like Hans...
Yeah, I think Hans is pretty much in control
out of the
here.
woods.
Yeah.
Or out of the woods, I wouldn't say control. But yes, Levon...
Yeah, bishop c3 is an interesting choice there by Fabiano, saying basically that he doesn't believe that rook g1 is a threat.
Okay.
Because I suspect, you know, once again, something like rook g1, rook d6. Rook d6 isn't playable though. But we can go, I guess, rook a8 and then a6, a7, right? So rook g1, we go check.
Check.
King h7.
Right.
We go a6, and if you do take on g2, I think a7 actually queens that pawn, right? Because we have rook h8 check.
Exactly.
So bishop g1 seems like for a second that black has
we're
everything
just
in
in
hand.
time to... Nope.
But unfortunately not.
Rook h8.
Yeah, so you can't go rook g1, which is why Levon for now has gone king h7, stepping away from rook h8. So now rook a8 does not win a tempo for White.
Right.
And just generally getting your king off of the back rank is always going to be something that is quite useful.
No question about it. Yeah. And also keeping,
Absolutely.
for the moment, you know, once you play rook g1, you can't play bishop g1. But
Yeah.
keeping the g1 square vacant, this looks perfectly fine for Levon. And again, I would say 3 results, Peter. I mean, it's just...
I think draw is still sort of
Favored?
heavily favored, yeah.
Yeah,
because
but
I think the a pawn does end up costing us a piece, but then we go after the g2 pawn and we
Well, again, let's just put a move or 2 down on the board for just a second. If I go
yeah,
like
a7,
this...
Sorry, a6, bishop g1, rook d7, for instance, right?
Exactly.
perhaps hinting that in some positions I will be interested in bishop d4. Let's see if maybe even in this position.
Bishop d4 here.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not entirely sure it's playable, but maybe it is. Who knows?
Sorry.
Maybe it is.
Bishop d4 here. Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
That rather changes my outlook, I must say.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's that great, because I think if we just take on d4 and go king h5, for instance, and I will just defend from the back rank, like a7 rook c8.
Right. Not to
you can place your rook behind, right? But then you will have to spend like 75 moves getting your king to b7. In the meantime, I will organize passers on the king side. I will never ever be worse in those positions. I'm pretty sure.
I think it makes a very good point that you're just playing passively, and but because your king is so active, I don't think you're running any risk.
I don't think I run any risk whatsoever here with black.
We've had simply an extraordinary number of events that have been taking place here at the St. Louis Chess Club from the whole summer. I don't even want to say spring to the summer, but still we've got more events coming up, Peter. Let's take a look at the events.
Yeah. Once this is done, the 12th potentially will feature a tiebreak and will definitely feature a closing ceremony for the Sinquefield Cup. On the 13th, there's going to be a bit of a banter face-off.
Yes, exactly.
Between Team Rex and Team
somebody
to be declared. Yeah.
Right.
To be determined. But Ultimate Moves is a fan favorite and has been for a very long time.
Bring your best trash.
That would be a very, very Fischer and the move.
Best Russian trash talker you ever ran up against?
I think Jan probably would be good. Would be good.
He's up there, huh?
Yeah. Some people like. It very much depends on whether, like, you mean on purpose or by accident, right? Because
on purpose.
There's some names there who are pretty decent at it without trying. And
for example,
and I don't like Vladislav Artemiev has some, like, there are some stories about Vladislav.
Yeah.
But the thing about those stories is, I think in many of them he's doing this earnestly. Like it might be, you know, in this particular case, might be a disqualifying factor. You know, like it's kind of a tricky one.
But I'm just thinking about recruiting, you know, some serious trash talking, something to look forward to.
I think Sasha would be good as well. Like, I think there's a
nice
number of
to know.
people there.
We're going to take a break. We'll see you on the other side. Stay tuned.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome back to round 7 of the Sinquefield Cup, where we have one game already finished and three others are very much still in play. But it does feel like action is slowing down a little bit.
Absolutely.
I think would be a fair way to describe it. A lot of very important theoretical discussions here, in particular in the games between Dominguez and Firouzja and the Caruana Aronian clash. Very, very interesting, very topical discussions being held. But it seems like Alireza now is going to be reasonably safe here. It's a line that we were discussing, I think, perhaps even with, no, I think Jan has already left by that point, but that was a line that Alejandro was showing, where the point here from the black side is you will lose probably both h6 and h4 pawns.
Right.
But White has traded away all of the, well, not all, but most of the potential attackers.
Exactly.
Meaning that the resulting positions such as this one, after rook h8, like I think queen takes h4 is actually unplayable here, as far as I understood Alejandro. I think you have to play queen h7 check first, because here after queen h4, rook h8, you are fighting for equality with White. Rook h1 check being an extremely strong threat. So I think we give a check from h7 first.
After queen takes h6 check, king f7.
King f7.
Queen, pardon me.
Yeah, we do this, and then black has a number of things to consider. Like you can probably play king g7. You can also
queen g7.
Yeah, I think queen g7 is probably what we do. Yeah, queen g7, queen takes h4, and the difference being that now after rook h8, White has an additional check from f4. But I think we're probably still doing that with black and just playing king e7 here, and king e1 appears to be maybe. I mean, king e1 or bishop d3, whichever one you like best, because rook h1 check is coming.
Right.
It's impossible to stop. But as we keep on harping on about, like, even if black does something here, which I don't think they should, which is rook h1 check,
okay,
king e2 and queen e5 check. I don't think this is necessary. But the amount of material left on the board here, I think, pretty much guarantees black is not worse, despite the fact that we've voluntarily spoiling our structure in the center.
Yeah, you're really trying to make a point, maybe a little bit of overreach, but I get your point. I get your point.
I think 4 against 3 with the white people, with the white pawns spoiled as they are. I don't think we pretty much ever win this with white. So yeah, I think black is just safe.
Okay.
I think Alireza should not be losing this this game.
And then as we were coming on air, we were slightly debating the MVL position. Where am I with MVL?
Yeah,
here we are.
And actually, they went for a slightly different version of what I was expecting. But yeah, it was sort of what I expected. And Hans there showing a very sort of decent understanding of what's in front of him by really forcing this endgame and forcing it with a trade on f6 as well, where, as we've, I think, discussed even during these broadcasts, this is a very, very sturdy setup.
Absolutely.
And in fact, an argument has been made. I think it's actually a very well-established argument. Let's say we play rook c3 here.
Yep.
And white takes on a5.
Yep.
It's preferable to have the structure on the king side the way it is compared to f7, g6, and h7.
It's remarkable.
Which, yeah, the first time you see this argument, it might kind of strike you as being completely ridiculous.
Right.
But you are controlling sort of more squares this way. Your king is safer. The pawn breaks are harder to achieve, and so on.
Exactly.
But obviously, of course,
You're
nobody's
not
going to
giving
blunder
the a5 pawn that quick.
Yeah.
But that was Victor Korchnoi teaching me that in a 3 versus 2, the doubled f pawns were the best, and I was like confused. And well, let's just say I argued the point until it was very well made, and then I stopped arguing the point. By the way, once again, I find today's round most especially a little disconcerting in the sense that I found the opening preparation of the players to be of such a caliber that it was like they just went from the opening to the end game.
Today was, I think, the first real demonstration of what elite chess can sometimes be. Obviously not every day, because we've been watching this tournament. This is round 7. And in the first 6 rounds, we saw glimpses of this, but not really such an acute demonstration in game after game after game as we do today.
Exactly.
Of people clearly demonstrating very, very deep knowledge of the same lines. It's not like somebody is surprising their opponent and then at least one of them is thinking.
Yeah. Well, we were passing ships. Grandmaster Ludic Bachmann of the Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia at the time, and myself. And he was a very, very well-known theoretician, and he would go around shaking his head and saying, after 1 d4, there's no play. It's like, well, that's kind of what I'm feeling like. A great theoretical play in this round, Alejandro, but for all of their greatest efforts, I'm not expecting many results.
Doesn't seem like it. This one is definitely going into a draw. We'll see if Linier chooses to continue the game. I think actually it's Alireza that's continuing the game. He's actually gone queen takes h6 check, and instead of what I expected, king f7, he's actually running the king away. So queen h4 check, I think is just planning on meeting with king d7. I assume this is the point, which also feels relatively safe. I think once the king gets to hide behind these pawns, should be fine. I don't think you can fully escape a perpetual, but I also don't think you're going to have much more than that. I just don't think you're going to win with this construction. Again, you needed that rook to deliver checkmate. But now that there is no rook, it's very hard for white to organize any kind of checkmate. You're never forced to trade queens as white in this position, so you'll never do it. So what probably will happen is that you find some kind of repetition, some kind of perpetual, and there's not much to do about it. And lastly, in this game between Levon and Fabi, or actually Fabi against Levon, we still have this complicated endgame where still a lot of things could go wrong. The thing is, like, I've been trying to go wrong with white either side. And it is like, no matter which variation we take, both sides are just in time to make a draw. It doesn't actually matter, like, for example, in this position, rook g1, rook takes f7, is somehow a draw. I was trying to make king g6 work, still a draw. If you play bishop g1 and just shoot the rook away, you finally start trying to lose. But most normal moves in this position, I think, just make a draw. So again, a lot of interest, a lot of theory, but you said it, Yasser, might not see the decisive results.
Exactly. We were looking at king g6, I believe.
Yeah, I thought king g6 was by far
F6
the most natural move, but
bishop g1 and give up the piece.
This is what I would be trying to do with black if I were to try and play this for a win. But I assume the a pawn just runs quickly enough. In the meantime, there is a little bit of a discussion that rook ending, just to finish, because the game will either continue for a while or perhaps kind of end straight here somewhere. So white is sort of pretending that you can play king f4, king f5, and then perhaps there will be some zugzwangs. Because, like, if you kind of naively play a3, let's say, king f4, a2.
Okay.
And I go king f5 here.
I get rook. No, exactly.
Probably steal a draw perhaps after rook h1.
Right.
But specifically after rook h1, because we're kind of running out of moves here a little bit.
Right.
We lost after h5 instead, right?
Yeah, we could actually try h4, h5, try to lose the tempo here. I was kind of worried that after h5, king h7, king f5, king g7, we don't get the... But rook anywhere, yeah. I don't know, I'm being stupid, yeah. Just rook a3 here.
Right. The thing is,
it's still a draw even if we win the a2 pawn, as we've established. I can play rook.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, rook b1, rook b5 check here. I'm not losing this position with black. But we did lose the a pawn.
Right. And it's important you jettison that pawn and not one of the...
And not the one of f6,
yeah.
But there must be, I assume, a way to make that draw more comfortably somehow. And this is why Hans is thinking, because, you know, given a choice, he would much rather not have to suffer here in a 3 against 4.
Exactly.
No matter how drawn it is, like if there's a way not to subject yourself to it, why subject yourself?
Right. Yeah. I would think that I would just I would prefer to try to tie you down.
Yes.
To this
provoke
one.
f3, and then your life should become easier.
It's something.
This once again, rook takes a3 was.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but we can play rook a1, right? We can play rook a1 here, king f4, a2, and now with the pawns not on the second, king f5 always gets met by rook.
That's
f1.
the one.
Yeah, I think that's the construction we want. Yeah, I think this is what we would like.
And we do have rook a. What do we have? Let me just refresh my board.
And I think Hans settled on something like this, and they appear to be repeating. Yeah, h5 check already played, and Hans is very clearly not playing a3, a2 until he's good and ready.
Exactly.
Which is how it should be here. I'm pretty
exactly.
Sure. King f4 played. So yeah, MVL not repeating just yet, but it feels like he will. Rook a2, f3. Rook a1, yeah, king f5 should not really be like too much, right?
He has in fact played rook a2.
Yeah. Now we can still play a2 here, and then either rook f1 or rook e1, depending on which one you move. And actually, e4 rook a1 loses here, right? A kind of a very picturesque position here. You can lose it with white in one move here with white by playing e4 and suddenly realizing this is not great. You don't
see this checkmate every day. That is a rather self-help mate, if I've ever seen one.
Very much so.
I love studies, by the way. I enjoy puzzles, but these self-mates have never appealed to me. It felt like I was doing something anti-chess.
Yeah,
I mean, even though
the genre exists, but they never really, you know, caught my fancy too much.
Also,
it just doesn't really feel that interesting.
Right.
Yeah. Studies, like proper studies, in particular, you know, some of the best ones which really do look like a snippet from an actual game, those can be unbelievably beautiful.
Exactly. I completely
and now they are repeating. I think we can sort of stay with the overhead view because it's not really going to continue for much longer from here. MVL decided not even to play f3, but if you're not playing f3, you're not really asking very many pertinent questions.
Right. All the controversies aside, how would you rank Hans's play? I mean, from a rating perspective, he's played it at like a 2700.
Yeah, he played absolutely fine. You know, some games are better than others. Like he obviously, I think his first 3 games are very impressive. Arguably maybe 3.5, because I think his approach in the opening against Ramirez was very good, and then he quite clearly went slightly kind of astray because, like, as he was explaining to us during the press conference here, the interview, not really the press conference, that he you know, became very attracted by that calculation of people, that very beautiful double exchange sacrifice with rook g4, and when that didn't work, I think, you know, his residual feeling that I must always be better here kind of almost kind of led him into trouble.
Right, at the very end, right.
He waved Alejandro away there a little bit, but he was at some point potentially significantly worse in that game. So it wasn't all as safe as perhaps could be.
Okay, by the way, I just... something interesting has happened in the game of Fabi and Levon. When we left it, we were just...
Rook g1, Alejandro did mention that this exists. Rook g1, rook takes g2, a6 has already been played. We just play bishop g1 here, of course, allowing the pawn to reach a7.
Right.
Would be unwise.
Egregious.
Yeah, and I guess white just goes a7 and holds this very comfortably. I don't think white has any kind of specific trouble here.
No.
A7, bishop a7, rook a7, and black can play h3, h2, or black can play king h6 and try to join the passers. And but it's two pretty much never wins against the bishop, even if the king is this far away. Yeah, bishop e5 here, and after h2, I think the cleanest is just to take on g7 and then to take on h2, right?
Rook versus bishop.
Yeah, I don't really even want to think about that rook ending. The rook ending, I feel like I might lose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I don't want to touch that rook ending.
But this is the professional way
just rook
out.
g7 and then and then bishop h2 and
I like it, Peter.
This one is not very interesting.
No. And that would definitely shut it down. Bishop g1 on the board. Just a second, right here.
Yeah, instead of a7, white can make some other moves, but it doesn't really, with the pawn already being...
Well, I mean, if I'm trying for this, I'm really looking at this, and I'm getting scared.
And also, the rook will come to a2. In previous positions when we were trying to trade bishops, the rook had no way to get to the a file.
Exactly.
If you're providing rook with a very clear path towards the a file, none of those quote-unquote winning attempts do anything.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think you just go a7 here. Like, you double-check that h3, h2 doesn't actually win for black, but it doesn't, so you go a7 and the game probably ends in a draw very quickly.
Exactly. All right, very good. And I'm going to throw it over to you, Alejandro, as I do see Firouzja marching. He's taking a king walk across the board. Is the young man playing for a result?
I think they're still playing chess, let's put it that way, but as in many cases, the favorite is a draw. The reason is that the moment the queens get traded in this position, black starts taking a good look at a win. A little bit more material. Any endgame in which you can create a pass pawn on the queen side might be dangerous. As far as two pieces, bishop and knight don't always coordinate very well when you don't have a good anchor square for the knight, and there is none on the position. So you don't want at all to trade queens with white. Meanwhile, how does black really create threats? You only have a rook and a queen, which means that whatever you attack, it's going to be counterattacked, it's going to be protected by the queen on h4. It's hard to imagine that either side makes real progress in this position. There's just not enough threats, there's not enough counterplay. Maybe you can argue that black wants to go for the a2 pawn, but where's white's ideas? If you go f4, f5, it's not going to do very much because by that point, the king is already going to run all the way to the queen side. So, still a game. It's not a draw, still a game, but I do think that draw is favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. And
yeah, that feels fair. Yeah, that feels entirely fair.
Peter, just on that note of that game, by the way, though, I mean, if you were absolutely forced to pick a side that you would prefer
I prefer to play this with black, I think it's easier to imagine how black makes progress than how white makes progress, because, you know, perhaps in some ideal scenario, I get my king over to b8 or a7.
Okay.
And then I start hinting at some rook h8, h1 threats. And at some point, if I'm very, very lucky, I get to the trade queens off the board. And the moment the queens come off, you definitely feel like it's a very, very obvious positive free roll for black. Black pretty much never loses those, but sometimes maybe your play on the queen side and then the center might be a bit ahead. The bishop on e2 is very restricted. Like, I will play d6, d5, the knight on d1. Like, you play knight e3, right? Yeah. And then you want, like, you ask yourself, okay, where is it going from here? C4 is a decent square, but I will play d6, d5 as early as possible, just to kind of further restrict the light pieces. And I just don't see how white does anything. But obviously, that doesn't mean that black is objectively much better. I just, like, in terms of stylistic preference, I probably prefer the black side.
Yeah, just remember that rook h8 is a threat. Rook h8 is a threat, right? So you can't play knight e3.
No, of course, yeah. I was just making a general point about restricting squares. Currently, yeah, you can't allow rook h8.
Yeah, it's like, if I'm in white's shoes, I'd like my queen, for argument's sake, on b4, so let's just...
No, we can give a couple of checks, actually. I think if we want to equalize, yeah, either this, or you can go h7, c2 as well. I quite like h7, c2, because I think that potentially just makes a draw on the spot.
h7,
yeah,
c2?
Like, if we don't believe we're better here with white, I think we can go queen h7, king c6 looks normal, I don't like queen.
Right.
Yeah, and just play queen c2 here.
And just force me to step back?
Yeah, I mean, you can play queen c5, but then queen e4 check. And once again, like, I should have a repetition there. Yeah. At least. So it looks like this just more or less makes a draw. More or less makes a draw on the spot. Yeah. If you want to play queen d5 here and play for a win that way, I will, you know, deal with my disappointment.
I will deal harshly.
So yeah, it feels like Linier is currently kind of considering, if he believes he is better, he will choose something else. He will find a way not to blunder rook h8, I'm sure, and then he will continue. But
well, that was my real question: is if you're Linier and you're thinking you're better, aren't you trying really to play f4 and bring your bishop to f3?
And sorry to interrupt you guys, but Favi did go for this rook takes g7 that you guys were mentioning, so we expect a handshake pretty soon.
Yeah, they'll find a way to trade the rook for the... Oh, yeah.
Oh, king h8. Professional.
Stylish. Very nice, yeah. Very nicely done, guys. Yeah, and no piece... Oh! Whoa. That's a slightly kind of a...
No, it's not, because the game already ended.
What I mean is...
You can't take on g7, it's not a move.
Ah, okay. People still do, no? They don't?
Okay. But they're wrong.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Knowing laws of chess is useful, but not something I can boast any, you know, like particular. And very nicely done by Hans there, by the way, because I was trying to calculate this. Because MVL got this absolutely gorgeous position by move 51, where he avoided losing any pawns on the third rank.
This is his maximum.
Yeah, and you can play rook b1, b5 check here and make a very comfortable draw there. But Hans just goes king g8, says king f6, rook f1. Yes. I will not even be a pawn down, because rook takes f4 is a check. And after that, we take either on e4 or on g4.
Exactly.
And, yeah. You can,
well, we're going to take on g4.
Yeah, you can even throw in rook a8, king h7, and even in that position, white has absolutely nothing there. Yeah, like
which
is rook f1, you know, rook f1 check, rook f1 check. Yes. But even after the check, with the f7 pawn hanging, it is still just an immediate draw. Rook a2, rook f4.
Exactly.
King e7, rook takes e4 check, and then rook takes g4. Like I collect everything.
It's a harvest.
Yes.
So the move king g8 and rook a8 check on the board. oops. And I assume king g7. And I think the players are actually looking at each other and repeating the position 3 times. So 3 draws, and that does leave us with
yeah, Linier has played queen h7 check, so we could actually have everything disappear off the boards at exactly the same time, and then a bit of a queue here to storm our studios.
I remember this. This is a classic. I really didn't like playing in these round-robin tournaments in Europe, but I didn't really have a lot of choice. So what happened is we would always have the starting rounds at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, except for the very last round. The very last round, the organizers, in order to save money on their hotel, would have the last round play at 9 o'clock in the morning, completely throwing all the players off their usual schedule so that they could have the closing ceremony in the evening.
Kof, Chennai Olympiad.
Kof, Chennai Olympiad. And it was a Hastings tournament, and the players had kind of assembled at 10 o'clock in the morning, people drifting in, having a coffee. It looks like they were hungover. And no Vlastimal-Hort. 20 minutes into the round, no Vlastimal-Hort. 40 minutes into the round, no Vlastimal-Hort. Then at 50 minutes, boom, the doors swing open and a very angry Vlastimal-Hort comes in. You know it is terrible. No wake-up call, and I must run like rabbit to tournament hall. It was this run like rabbit, and everybody ended their games. Like nobody could take it anymore. Draw, 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 draw. Run like rabbit to tournament hall. Run like rabbit to tournament hall. Run like rabbit to Alejandro, as we're getting people set up to talk to Alejandro.
Thank you, Yasser. Here we have a very theoretical draw between Levon Aronian with black and Fabiano Caruana. Tell us, how deep did you know all of this?
Yeah, I've lost one time like this against Fabiano in a rapid game, and
28-2 Grand Chess Tour.
And then I kind of said, okay, I have to study this line well. And well, it's a very funny line actually. I mean, there is this. I will show some cheapo for Yasser. If you go back, instead of king to c2.
Yes, king b2 instead.
Yeah, king b2 is the move, and then there is rook f d8. So rook h d1. I think it's e4, and let's say white goes rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. Bishop d8, and let's say c4. I mean, it's probably with king b3 first, but anyway. Black has this idea f5 and king b3. There is this nice move, bishop h4.
Wow.
g3 f4, yeah?
Yes. This is for you, my dear Yasser.
That's gorgeous.
And so bishop c1, e3, and black is fine.
And it's just fine.
Maybe even better.
Even better, right?
Probably better, yeah.
Yeah.
But
wow, what a line.
Yeah, you have the subtleties. I mean, you have to know them. And king c2, of course, is the most principled move. And it forces black to, pay attention. But I knew that it's a bit passive, but, I have my play.
We had Jan Nepomniachtchi on the show since they finished so early. He mentioned that this move a5, he also knew that it was also important. When did you discover this move a5?
When I pressed the space bar.
Love it.
Correct answer.
He played this move after rook d8 check. It seemed that rook d8 somehow rattled him. And
I think king d3 is not the move. I think a5 is the move.
a5 right away.
Yeah, and black has to, pay a little bit attention. I think first you need to play f6, king f7. Then it's a draw. I mean, black has enough counterplay. White is not in time to push. But after king d3, I started getting some hopes because I thought, well, my rook gets active. You never know because, well, he has to probably play king c2.
Were you surprised he played king c2? We thought king e4 here in the studio.
But what after rook e8?
You go back?
But rook e6 is, you know, you get nervous about this type of things.
I think at this point he was already nervous after king d3.
Yeah. Because you don't know. I mean, if you take and c5, probably there is enough activity for white. But it's a pawn after all.
It is. So in the game he went back, and you didn't repeat. You thought, maybe I can start pressing.
Yeah, I knew that there is nothing for black. But I just thought, you know, just to keep some pressure in the game, you know, it's a chance. And after h4, well, the only thing I calculated, I mean, after this rook d4 stuff, that somehow a5, h4, king b3, I'm faster than him. Rook d3, king a4, rook g3, takes, and rook g2, rook a8, king h7, a6, and bishop g1. And somehow I'm faster, because c5, I have a2. Sorry, maybe h3, or rook a2, yeah. And then king b3, h3, yeah.
h3, and you are promoting your pawn, yes. Yeah, you're promoting your pawn.
Maybe it's or h3 first. Somehow it was all working for me, yeah.
h3 and immediately, and then rook a2.
Yeah.
Wow, a lot to consider.
Yeah, because rook h8 is impossible. I take a7 and then I take on a3. It's like checkers. And I collect all the pawns.
Show me again.
Like if white goes rook h8.
Rook h8 here?
Yeah.
Right away?
Yeah.
Takes.
It's like checkers, yeah?
Yes. I see it. Rook bishop a3, covering the a file, takes, but bishop takes c5. And you collect everything.
Yeah.
Very nice. So it did seem like it got a little dangerous for him, but always within...
but rook a6 was a good move. And what I realized is that if I take... well, I have to take on c4, because now rook g4... there is... I mean, he's faster, I think. Now he doesn't need to... well, he doesn't need to put the king in awkward position.
Right.
On a4.
We were trying to calculate this. We couldn't figure it out, yeah. So how does this go?
I thought he would give a check. King h7 and a6.
Takes.
And takes, king b3.
Bishop g1.
Bishop g1.
Strong with a7. Take
yeah, a7 he can do, yeah.
You have to take it, right? I don't think rook g3 helps you.
I don't think here it does. And then, well, he is in time with bishop d6.
Right. h3, bishop d6. Even
just not playing c5 at all.
Even rook a1, maybe, no?
Yeah, also. Yeah. This can get tricky.
This can get tricky because he still has a pawn.
Yeah, and then after I take king b3, the issue is I cannot go rook c8 because he has bishop e1.
Ah, that's annoying. And this pawn is...
And if I commit with g5, then, you know, after bishop c3 or bishop d2, I mean, the pawns just get too loose. Right. And the rook is too active. And if I go rook g4 instead of rook c1, I think the issue here is rook c6.
Yes.
And after I take, he can go a6, bishop g1, bishop c5. And I think it's a draw.
It's a draw, but you're not pushing for a win on this one.
No.
No. All right. So you went for rook c1, and he played bishop c3, and it seemed that king h7, rook a7 was finally...
Yeah. Yeah, now it seemed he gets enough counterplay, because my rook is cut.
Right. Well, fascinating theoretical duel for you. It seemed like you were just one move better prepared than Favi. Is that your feeling?
No, I think he knew that the position is drawn. I think his king d3 was just a bit careless, and then he had to, you know, pay attention not to get in trouble.
Well, but he paid just about enough attention, and a draw, a logical result. Seems like that's going to be the name of the game today. 4 very logical but good draws.
Yeah. I mean, it's an extremely exciting day.
We have some more decisive than others. Well, thank you, Levon, for joining us here in the studio. 2 more games to go.
Thank you, Levon. Thank you for the cheapo. That was very nice.
That was a very, very beautiful cheapo, I have to say, yes.
Bishop h4, f4 in the e3 made my day.
And then f takes e3, e3, f3.
Right.
Actually, queen's on the f file, not the e file.
More exciting than that. Did we have, by the way, a repetition and a draw?
Not yet, no. Alireza is considering queen c5 clearly. Yeah. He is trying to figure out if he wants to play queen c5 and play on.
Because we've had a couple of.
Only one. So already a couple. Okay, sorry, I missed the second repetition.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, king d7 will be a claim.
Right.
But queen c5 is still. I mean, the game continues. I really don't believe black is better after queen c5. But Alireza in general, likes playing chess and will continue if he feels like it. But we have more interviews.
Yeah, let's jump back to Alejandro, who is this time with Fabi.
Fabi, it seemed like a very heavy theoretical game. Did you ever feel that you suddenly got in the back foot?
I don't know. I think it was always a draw. I mean, after king d3, yeah, I guess I can play c5 or something. I mean, I think pretty much every move is objectively a draw here. And king d3 should be one of them, but then he made it interesting. He played this rook d4.
Did you know that this move, rook d8, had to be met with king c2, or did you just start thinking during the game?
No, I didn't know. I mean, I was thinking for quite a while, probably like at least 20 minutes. I'm not sure exactly. And yeah, king e4, rook e8, I just couldn't figure out if this bishop ending is a draw.
Let me go 1 second. King e4, rook e8. This one that you were mentioning, king d3, rook e6, right?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if this is a draw. I had a feeling it probably is, but I thought here it will be rather difficult to foresee everything. And king c2, rook d4, I thought I should have more than one way to draw.
More than one way to draw after this position.
It felt to me like this is a very drawish position. Yeah, a5, h4. Like in this position, I just thought there should be multiple moves that would make a draw here. But rook a6 is the most straightforward one.
Yes, rook a6. And Levon showed us quite a few lines in this position.
Yeah, rook g4 is probably dubious for I see the variation that he gave on the screen.
Yeah.
It might also be a draw, but after a6, at least he has to prove the draw.
Right.
And so what he did is normal. I mean, after king b3, again, he has many moves which should be a draw. Like, I feel like rook g4, rook c6 is a draw.
Yes, you're correct on that one.
Rook g2, a6, and like rook g3, or... I mean,
I think.
Maybe bishop g1, bishop c5 gets dangerous. Maybe,
yes.
Maybe that's bad, but I thought rook g3 would be a draw at some moment. Like,
here, rook g3 immediately.
At some moment, he throws his check in, and we probably go back and forth. Like, I have, let's say, king b2 here, for example.
You go check, right?
Yeah, he can go back, or because if bishop g1, bishop c5, then he doesn't have access to the a file. That's why I keep my king on the b file.
Right.
Anyway, some lines like this felt very drawish, and rook c1, bishop c3, king h7. I started to feel like maybe there's some like tiny try, but I couldn't see it at all. Like first of all, rook c6, bishop e5.
Rook c6 here.
Bishop e5 is important, and I guess it's also a draw. But then I felt like I have to prove it because if king b2, he has this tricky move rook e1, and we get some rook ending where I think that I'm the one who has to prove a draw.
Right. Even if you get the rook somehow at the end, there's a lot of pawns coming.
Yeah, it'll take me a long time to get the rook. So rook a7 was just like just a way to clean up the game because I have like rook b6, I have rook a8, but rook a8 I thought was a try, and then I saw this f6 move, and again he kind of trades the bishops, and I thought, okay, I mean, why go through this? Suddenly he's the one who has a
Then you have bishop b5, you mean?
Yeah, a6, bishop b5. Take. I mean, again, should be a draw.
But why?
But why would I do this when rook a7 is a completely clinical forced draw?
You've debated this particular line quite often. Do you feel like it's running out of steam, or do you feel there's still stuff to look at here?
I think it might be running out of steam. I mean, I played this against Levon in 2018.
Twice.
Exactly this long castle thing. Well, the first time I think we both messed something up in the opening and we got something else entirely. But this specific endgame after a long castle, I played in a rapid tiebreak against him, which was very important. We were playing a match, and based on that game, I won the match. And I think like I once played a match against Grishuk where I must have played this exact line like 5 times. And so yeah.
One of the showdowns here in St. Louis,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, in 2017. So I think I'm probably the player who's played this c3, d5, e5 the most. Like I have easily a dozen games in this position after e5, queen d5, bishop c4, queen d6. So I might have to look for different directions.
You've played Levon over 150 times considering rapid, blitz, and classical, and that's just over the board. Do you feel it ever gets difficult to prepare against such a player?
Not so much, but I did realize that some of the openings that he plays we have discussed, and so I had to think about that before the game. Like, he at some point had a phase where he was playing the b5, bishop c5 Spanish Archangel very frequently, and we started checking it, so I had to think about what I would play that we hadn't specifically looked at. And, okay, this line we've never really checked because it's such a dead line, there's no point checking it. I was hoping that he, because it's kind of forgotten by now, it's like this was resolved years ago, that I was hoping he had maybe forgotten some details about this line, and then it's very tricky, but he remembered it extremely well.
Yeah, certainly hasn't forgotten any of these details. Perhaps that loss really put him in his memory. Well, thank you, Five, for joining us here. I think we'll have a couple more interviews. Let me just update really quickly what's going on between Dominguez and Alireza.
No draw.
It seems like Alireza is the one declining a draw with the move Queen C5, so we'll still be here.
Playing for a win here?
Well, that would...
How do you play for a win after Queen?
Well, because you didn't play King D7 and claim a draw, because it would be a threefold repetition.
But like Queen C5, Queen E4, Queen D5, Queen C2, King D... Is this really his attempt?
Yes.
King D7, Queen H7, King D8? That's... Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're...
And off we go.
If you're 19 and super ambitious, then, then this is what you do.
We remember those days, don't we?
Yep.
All right, Fabi, thank you for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you. Youth is wasted on the young. Take a look once again about at this Queen C5. What's your take here after this Queen E4 check?
Yeah, I'm surprised by it because really it doesn't look very attractive. You will have to play, yeah, exactly as Fabi said. Like you're
put your king on
actively aiming at this position, and the pieces are really not where you would assume they need to be. But making a good move in this position, like you can play Knight C3 even, like which is a kind of a cute little trick, but it doesn't really do very much because Rook C3, Queen H8, of course, will not get blundered.
Right.
The queen goes to some kind of a normal square, E5, or perhaps, I don't know, maybe G5. And the knight on C3 is like, I would like to play I would like to play knight E4, but I'm worried I will blunder into something like Rook C1 connected. Also, even D6, D5 in this position drives it away very comfortably for black.
Yeah,
so, yeah
I'll end up going to a lesser square, won't I?
Yeah. So, I mean, it looks really weird, but if you go back to that position, yeah, like King D8, giving more checks drives the king to B8, where it wants to be.
Right, that's
black,
not...
Yeah, black wants to play Rook C1 next move.
As well as maybe. Well, no, Queen A2, Queen D7.
Yeah,
but Rook C1.
Yeah, Rook C1 is the idea here.
Exactly.
And you're looking for a good move with white, and I've kind of struggled. Like you can obviously go Knight E3.
Right.
I'm guessing the reply is we give a check. We give a check from G5.
Okay, I've got a block in this case.
Yeah, you have to play Knight G4, and then we look for a good move, perhaps Queen E7 and then King C7 or something. I don't know. Just I want my king on B8. So you do this with black, like if the rook gets attacked, like you play Queen H6 here, I suppose Rook C5, just to put it on a good defensive square. And then I want to play King C7, I want to play, I don't know, King B8, and then we just play.
Right.
I don't think black is running necessarily all that many risks here, but it also doesn't really look like a particularly good winning attempt.
Right.
So it is very much exactly as Fabi described. Yeah, it's being 19.
The minor pieces get themselves coordinated, don't they?
Yeah.
And well, something might happen. But I do see it as a 3-result game. I'm kind of pleased though to see Alireza just keeping up the challenge and saying, is time a factor, by the way, Peter?
No, it's move 38. I mean, like Linear is down to 20 minutes against 33, but it's move 30, no, not 38, 36 currently. But
right.
No, they have plenty of time for the first time control. Yeah, nobody will be in the first time trouble. They might have a second side note, which might get exciting, but the first one really is a non-issue here.
All right, and let us take a pause from our analysis and jump to Alejandro, who's with Hans.
Hans, a draw here against MVL, a player that you fought a lot in Blitz. How did it feel going against him in classical chess?
Yeah, we played this match in Paris, so I'm quite acquainted. And we've played many Blitz matches under casual circumstances, and we've played Blitz matches in many different settings with, let's say, unique handicaps. So, you know, it's safe to say that I am acquainted with him personally and his chess. Definitely much more than other players here.
He surprises you a little bit, doesn't use his usual e4, which he tries to do as most as possible in classical chess. Instead, we get this kind of Grunfeldish position. What were your thoughts going into this variation?
Yeah, well, after the game, I said, you know, when was the last time you played anything in classical? I said, I couldn't remember. So he simply, and I think that is a sign that forgetting not to check knight f3, to be honest, I only looked at e4, and even I think we played 100 blitz games, never once has he not played d4. So of course it was a surprise, but so after knight f3, even on the first move I had to make such a big decision, right? Because there's so many implications in the move knight f3. So first I'm trying to understand, okay, why not c4, why not d4, why not f3? And usually when people start with knight f3, it means that they want to go g3. Sometimes it means that they want to go c4 without allowing e5. So I was trying to sort of understand where things were going so I could sort of understand where I could avoid being put in a position where I'm going to be forced to be precise.
Right.
And obviously within knight f3, g3, it's actually quite a dangerous system. So there are a lot of ways that black can actually go wrong and run into deep prep. So I went for the one thing I think you didn't expect. Let's just start after knight takes d5, because this is the first moment I want to talk about.
Okay.
So actually going for this line, I've never checked this too deeply. However, there was a game, I think it was Hakopian against Theodoru. Pretty sure Theodore was black, Aram Hakopian was white, and it was in the Summer Chess Classic. And they made a quick draw, knight b5, bishop b6, knight d5, bishop c8. So I remembered following this quick draw, and I've seen, I think, this quick draw twice. So my conclusion was that it's probably not that bad. And my play seems pretty simple here. I recalled something after knight c3, take.
Knight c3 in this position,
and usually after knight c6, these positions that are symmetrical sort of just lead to a lot of just liquidations. I wasn't too worried here.
Right.
And he definitely wasn't going to be able to fully punish me because he had no idea of how can he expect this. Or, you know, because when you play knight f3, g3, you're doing a lot of work before the game. And I don't even think, he didn't have a rest day. He played the game yesterday, so yeah. Regardless, this first critical moment, knight b3 was obviously an interesting surprise. Had knight b4, I thought was the most logical. He plays knight c3, knight c6. Yeah, I anticipated all of this. Bishop d2 was a nice idea. You know, you want to play a3, so bishop f5, rook c1, rook c8, a3, knight a6. Now, I was slightly worried about the position, but what I played is an extremely concrete solution. The knight on a6 is a bit awkward, but this knight on b3 is also a bit awkward. So we've got this weird sort of tension between these two knights. Otherwise, I felt that my bishop on f5 was slightly better than the bishop on d2. I guess they're opposite colors, but they're sort of the corresponding bishops in this very symmetrical structure. So when he played bishop b3, I thought bishop b6 was the only move because I wanted to be extremely concrete, take advantage of this weak knight, and he played queen c2, bishop f5, bishop b4, queen d7. And honestly, if you look at my time, I literally was playing so quickly.
Right.
I spent a bunch of time in the opening. So after yesterday, I just decided, okay, I'm just gonna follow my intuition, just gonna play quickly, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. So this queen e6, it's actually really interesting. This motif with the queen in e6, and this specific pressure I haven't seen before, but it's there's actually it's not a weird. I've seen in the Sveshnikov, this is an idea, and it's a completely different structure, but I thought that it was a really great square because it's simultaneously. Okay, I guess the main problem, if you sort of compare the pieces, right? You've got the main issue in these positions, a lot of pieces, is the queen placement. So the queen on c2 was a bit off. Like, for example, let's say instead of queen to d7, I played bishop takes e4.
Okay. This position, but before, right?
Yeah. So let's say takes. Once the queen takes on e4, then everything is ready to. Then d1 is coming, and my queen is very misplaced.
Yeah.
So the main sort of dynamic and issue was sort of solving the queen placement, and if the queen placement is solved with the light square bishops being traded, the pressure from my g7 bishop, especially with the weakness on b2, combined with a3 being already included, I felt that obviously the knight on A6 isn't ideal and could be dominated, I didn't feel like he had to be very direct, at least if he was going to do anything. And okay, with the game, this G5 idea is obviously quite weird, but my bishop on G7 is protecting very well. The bishop on E3 is terrible, and as we saw in the game, he had to play knight D4.
Were you not worried about anything else in this position?
Knight D5 crossed my mind, and,
Yeah.
and we discussed this after the game. So there were just so many, even I was just struggling to make sense of this. Like, I considered knight D4, but I was just, wait, maybe I was like, wait, that's, there's so many moves I was, like, even just looking at this bishop made my head hurt. And I was just like, okay, if he plays knight D4,
Knight D4 here,
then I'll
right?
think. No, if I play knight D4, maybe. But I was just even struggling to just, like, I'm sorry, but I cannot, you know, before, you know, to play chess, you need to be in such a serene state, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You need to sleep well. You need to not be on social media 5 hours a day. You need to, like, go to the game with a clear mind. And you need to be, like, calm.
You have to pull a Yasser.
You have to be, you can't be, like, you know, have a million different things entering your head at once. And even, you know, before this Wesley game, I was told actually just to force a draw because playing chess in these conditions is simply, no one can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't do that, and I paid the price. But, you know, anyways, I think it happened. But after knight d5, there's rook d8. We discussed rook d8, knight f4, queen e4.
Yeah.
And there was also queen e5 as well. But queen e4, take. Maybe you can argue queen takes e4, f4. Let's say rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. Let's say rook c2. Maybe you can argue some slight pull. But I just think this bishop on g7 is so strong, and there isn't really a direct plan. Maybe f5 is a bit weak, but I thought, oh no, sorry, there's rook d1, rook b1 here maybe.
Yeah, the edges thought this was actually fine for you. Perhaps they were a little bit more worried about this cool move rook d3, but it's of course difficult to find.
Yeah, rook d3, well, yeah. Yeah, I didn't consider rook d3, but yeah, rook d8 would probably be the most natural continuation. Perhaps had some hope for knight d4, but I don't think it was working.
No, it definitely did not.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Yeah, I think that's. I think at least I knew that I was not capable of calculating at all this game.
You got to this position and you seemed like you were forced to calculate. I guess some of the
Well,
crazy
it's just so
variations
simple.
here.
Like, come on, it's just easy, right? What do you mean calculate? Like if you go back, all my moves are basically forced. Like, if you can suggest some like candid move.
No, after rook f5, what were your thought process?
I thought maybe rook d6.
Yeah.
I thought the nice. Let's say there's rook d5.
Well, there's check, right?
There's check. I thought king f6. I didn't see. I wasn't sure where the queen was going.
Well, you can
maybe
take.
I'm lying. You can take. Oh, maybe am I getting mated? Wow, that's
No,
so
you're not.
No, you're not.
Wait, but the rook on d1 is hanging, no? With check.
Yes.
And then I can. I'm sorry. Is this like a joke? Am I like a prank? Like, could I take the rook? Like, I'm sorry.
It's just a draw.
It's just a draw.
Yeah, okay. You're spending too much time with the computers. I'm sorry. Like, I don't. I think this variation speaks for itself. Like this is no, but of course I saw that rook d6, but I usually assume like if rook d6 is happening and I'm taking a rook, and the king, rook and g5 is hanging, I can't imagine a situation where I'm losing. So
That's
I think
true.
that wasn't. I think that was a logical way for me to. I don't know if it was necessary to calculate this far.
No, and then you made a very comfortable draw. After the move queen e4, did you feel you were rather safe?
Yeah, the rooks are traded. It's just maybe I'm white is to be preferred, but. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your loss yesterday. They say that you learn a lot from losses. What went through your mind?
This is true. Thou correct. I do learn a lot from my losses, and there was actually a period where I would never have I would never draw. Like there was a period I think when I was around 2,500 that I went to a tournament. It was 7 wins, 2 losses. Next tournament was like 9 games, 1 draw. It was like 5. I won 4 games in a row. Then I lost 5 games in a row. Then the next tournament. So my style has become a bit more solid. But I've always, I think losses are of course a lot to learn from, and there's so much to learn from this game. First of all, the Petrov was a unique surprise. Of course, I was still ready and I played normally. But I think that the thing that really should be learned, especially when you're playing guys against Wesley, is that risk aversion is, I think, a really, really important skill in chess. And I think that if you look at someone like Wesley, he never, I don't know if he doesn't really blow people off the board, but he is just so precise, so accurate, and he simply never will make a blunder or a mistake extremely rarely. So I think this is a conscious thing, and at many points early on in this opening, I could have made decisions that would maybe never lose the game, right?
Right, of course.
And that is obviously a lesson to be learned, but considering the circumstances, like, I don't think I need to even verbalize the mental pressure and everything that's going on. Like, maybe only I can understand this, or people who have been through similar things, but I assure you, playing chess, doing something, sitting there for 5 hours, trying to keep a clear head, trying to compete. Even this is my first super tournament of my life, so this is extremely difficult. But you know, I love chess and I'm just enjoying playing, but I wouldn't be lying if I'm just really hoping for this to, I really just, I can't play chess anymore. This is to play chess under these conditions is absolutely ridiculous.
Gotta say, it's not bad to not be able to play chess and still make a draw against MVL with the black pieces.
Yeah, but of course, MVL is also having a difficult tournament, so maybe he wasn't as, like, I think MVL having a good tournament would have played e4 and then things would have been much more combative. But in this case, based on the opening and based on the tournament situation, I think that it's a fine result, and I think I played pretty well. I don't think I made significant mistakes, and I didn't get into time pressure for no reason like I have in every game.
Hans, we have a question from the audience. At least that's what our producers have been telling us. Let's see, there on the screen. For Hans, given the last couple of years of travel isolation and now this drama, do you have a support network to lean on?
What do you mean by a support network?
I didn't write this question.
Like support, I think that the wording is just, maybe a group of people that would be supporting. Well, you know,
people that you can go to.
Well, I live a pretty isolated life. To be honest, and that's by choice. So I will say that I have received an insane amount of messages. I think every single person that I've ever met or even played in chess has sent me a message. And honestly, all positive. Maybe 1 out of 100 are negative. So at the early moments, when people were sending these positive messages after my first interview, this was obviously really, it was nice to see. And some articles were written, and obviously that was supportive, but in terms of speaking to people, that's just my personal life, so I don't really care to elaborate on that. But I have a very small, I like to play chess, and I like to do all things chess, and I have people that there's certainly people that I trust, that's true, and people that I've talked to, but yeah, you could say yes. I wouldn't say group or network, but I would say group of people. But you know, this situation has certainly showed the true colors of many people.
Well, Hans, thank you for joining us. I know that you have 2 more games and that you want to finish your first super tournament on a high note, so we'll let you rest.
Thank you.
Yeah, two quick questions for you, Hans. First of all, how did you do in those blitz matches that you mentioned with MVL when you guys were combating?
Yeah, so I'll tell. So initially, I'll give context first. I was going from Armenia to Germany for the Bundesliga, and I got a few days to burn. So I was like, why not go to Paris? And they arranged the match, and it was a 2-set match. We played, I believe, 3+1 to 6, I believe, and then we played 3+0 to 6 as well. He absolutely dominated me in the first portion. I think it was a huge score, maybe 6-1. But the second portion I won. Then we played a 4-game tiebreaker match. That went 2-2. And then in the Armageddon, he beat me. But he was dead lost, and even he will admit that. But it was a casual match. There was actually it was at this chess bar, and there's huge crowds as well. After every game, they were clapping. So it was quite a unique format. But I definitely think if you ask MVL, and there's a video of this. There's a full video of this, me playing Blitz against the world Blitz champion and almost beating him in a long match. So if you guys want to see my Blitz skills, I'm sure you can find that video against as I repeat, the world Blitz champion.
Yasser, you had a second question?
Yeah. Do you have a coach? Do you have somebody you work with? Do you have a coach?
I don't. Yes, but I would not like to reveal the.
That's Good enough for us.
That's good enough. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it good?
I have coach, advisor, the term mentor. You know, it's I have people helping me. I decided after 4 years
we're
of no
not really
coach,
after
maybe I
names,
should get one. But actually, you know, I would actually like to first of all pay tribute to one of my first coaches, Yasser. You might know him, John Grief.
Yes.
And I was actually
love John Grief.
In light of this entire situation, I would actually like to actually speak about something, because now there's all the attention. I'd like to highlight someone very important. When I was 9 years old, I went to there was a coffee shop, I think it was the Blue Danube, and my dad would take me there, and these guys were like, average age would be 60, and I was 9 years old. And I'd go there and I'd play blitz against them just every Sunday, and then it became multiple times a week, and I'd just play so much blitz against these guys. And one of the people there knew John Grief and wanted to get me a coach, and my family couldn't afford working with him, so this guy sponsored the lessons, and I was actually the last person to work with him before he passed away, and he had no family, and I was one of the only people to see him before he passed away. And you know, a lot of my inspiration and my chess passion came from him. He was the U.S. champion, I think in 1971. He's played some beautiful games. He beat Miguel Najdorf. But it was a really sad story because he never had any money. He couldn't make a career from chess, and as Yasser probably knows, back then becoming a professional chess was very difficult. So I just like to shine some light on his amazing impact on my career and his legacy, because I don't want that to be forgotten, and I hope that people remember him to be a great chess player. And he was a chess purist, absolutely. You know, he had health problems, and I'd go over for lessons, and he could barely walk, but he was picking me up chocolate chip cookies and lemonade, and he really loved chess, and I just like to honor him, because, and all of this, and all this drama and everything, if everyone's going to listen to me, then I'm going to at least talk about something that's important to me.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you so much for that, Hans, because indeed, I knew John Grief very well, as you said, a former U.S. champion, and I remember we drove down from Edmonton to Seattle, and we did it in one go. We had one album, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. We had this tape deck, and we played it over and over and over and over again for 7.5 hours. Hans, good luck in the remaining games. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hans.
Absolutely. Yeah, John Grief. That's really nice to get a shout out. Yeah, he's good people too. We have what? Oh, I'm on the wrong. I went to the wrong game. We have one game remaining.
Yeah, absolutely.
Peter.
And very interestingly,
after Queen C5, we haven't seen him.
Queen B2 has been played, yeah. And,
okay. That took some time, though.
That definitely took some time, and it's an interesting decision because we kind of assumed forcing the king to G8 by giving a check from E4 and then giving back the check from C2 and so on would be quite useful. But instead, Linier, after some thought, goes Queen B2 here. Stopping Rook H8 more than anything else, I feel, is the reasoning here, because Rook H8 H1 is maybe the one actual idea Black has in these positions, at least so far. Still an unusual decision. I would have expected you still play Queen E4, Queen C2, Queen H7, and then you think. But yeah, Linier has gone in a different direction here.
But something I really like about the move Queen B2 is if it is a prelude to F4 and Bishop F3.
In some kind of ideal scenarios, yes, you very much like to do that.
Especially then I could go like Knight E3 and F5. I feel like I could get something, some action going on for the white side here going on. What did you think of the interview? Very nice one, I think.
Yeah, I thought you know, the feeling of gratitude to your coaches is something that is extremely familiar to me. I was very lucky with coaches in my life. My childhood coach sort of introduced me to. I mean, my parents introduced me to the game, but I probably didn't need too much encouragement to sort of fall in love with chess. I was absolutely obsessed with chess from the moment it was shown to me. But I think your very early coaches, the most important thing they can do is not to you know, let you get disillusioned with the game, not make it into some kind of a drill, not make you lose your fascination for the game as the game.
Right.
And judging by what we've heard, this is what also happened with Hansen. It's always very nice, I think, to see people pay tribute to their early influences, and yeah,
exactly.
I thought that was a very nicely expressed feeling.
I think this idea is very much the case, that we have this passion, and that these coaches don't destroy the passion by going, no, 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 but rather they go, oh, good idea, good idea.
It's not that important.
Just encourage.
Yeah, it's not that important which opening repertoire you end up on, at the age of 12, and this all can be repaired. But if somebody manages to kill off your love for the game by the time you're a teenager, something has gone badly wrong. And
true.
Yeah, it's always good to see when it doesn't happen.
I remember one coach of mine, I showed him a game I was very, very proud of, Jeffrey Parsons. He's like a 1900 player. And he applauded, very, 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 very good. And it was only about 3 years later that I realized, well, I have this very, very basic tactic of bishop e2 to b5, pinning the queen on c6 to the king. And he never pointed it out to me, because that kind of would have ruined what came afterwards. Yeah. But it was very nice. I don't know.
An interesting non-teachable moment.
Non-teachable moment. Alejandro, we have one game in progress, and we've just kind of been musing over this move, queen b2. I kind of like it.
It's a decent move. Everything is 0-0 because what's going to happen in the game? Black's trying to trade queens, White's trying not to trade queens, and the game is so wide open that you're never going to really force me to trade queens here with the white pieces. And if you ever go something like king c7 and I start getting my pieces out, there's no real safety for the king. Like if you could put it on a7 easily, I think that perhaps you can start thinking of something. But
we can play king b8 here, right? Because bishop a6, queen c1.
Ah, I missed that.
Dope.
Dope. Yeah, but apparently I have queen f6. Yeah, it's not so easy because you have a lot of pawns hanging. You never want to push this pawn. Because then once I get my bishop to e4, you are actually getting tied down in the light squares. You actually always want to play the move d5. But as long as I have a target on e6, I don't think that white's really going to be worse. Queen b2 on the board, 9 minutes for Lanier, 21 for Alireza. I think draw is just still a huge favorite here, guys.
It is, yeah. But it's interesting to see, and we've been talking about this already, that I think it's hard for me to imagine that Alireza actually believes that he is, significantly better.
Right.
And the temptation to just go king d7 back on move 36, and sign the score sheets.
Right.
He kind of survived a somewhat difficult examination in a line where I think his opponent was at least slightly better prepared. Everything, is generally making a draw with the black pieces against a strong player. His tournament situation is not really, panic stations. He, as we discussed at the very, very early point in the show, if everything, if every single game in this tournament ends in a draw from here on out, he ends up in second place in the GCT standings.
Right.
He does not actually catch up to Wesley. So for him, he probably wants to win a game at some point. Like obviously he wants to win a game at some point, but he probably needs to win a game at some point to overtake Wesley in the GCT standings. But black against Lanier in a line where Lanier starts thinking of move 27 is maybe not the most obvious point where you feel like this is my chance to win a game. Yeah, this is the one I target. Maybe not so much.
Maybe not.
But Alireza just I don't think this very much factors into his thinking process.
Right.
It's a position which we haven't played out to its conclusion yet. So we will play it out.
Now, why not?
And it's very admirable to see. Not something I, recognize very easily, but something that I very much enjoy now that I don't have to be, doing it myself.
Nothing like the courage and pushing the envelope. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to be back with the conclusion of this very exciting remaining game in round 7.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors,
where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
Round 7 of the Sinquefield Cup with only one game remaining, but it's actually warming up quite nicely with the way it's going. And the more they continue, the more I start to very much be in favor of the decision by Alireza to not repeat, because I think it will be a very intricate kind of a endgame with queens on. Yeah, the kind of a really strange material balance here. D5 played, and Lenier here making a move which I think was very heavily indicated by the move bishop e2 d3 on the previous move. I think bishop d3 was very much an indication that he wants to prepare the e2 square, for the king, so that you no longer really have to even worry about rook h8 h1, which is currently impossible. It's also a clever move specifically because we were discussing how after knight e3, if you play knight e3 instead of bishop d3,
just one move back. Yeah.
Yeah. Black can play king b8 here, because if we take on a6, queen c1 check forces the queen off the board, and then the bishop on a6 dies a horrible death.
Exactly.
Which is not the case after bishop d3, because after bishop d3, king b8, we can take on a6, and queen c1 is not a check, because we've left our knight on d1 purposefully still there in place, and that causes black a hugely important pawn on a6. This is unplayable.
Exactly.
Which is why Alireza played d6, d5 instead. But after d6, d5, I think maybe king e2, it's an understandable move. It's a move that Lenier was always intending to play.
Indeed.
But he had the option of playing maybe f3, f4, and trying to actually undouble the pawns, break the center for black with this idea of f4, f5, which you keep on mentioning. Like it was something you were pushing for. And I think it's a good idea here. But Lenier chooses against it.
King e2, not bad though. I mean,
of course
again,
not.
and after the move queen d6, which by the way is on the board, and obviously, like you say, you're prepping the. I think Alejandro was mentioning if you can hide your king on a7, maybe you get excited about your set of circumstances. But I don't know. It feels to me like white is the one who's improving his pieces. I like the king on e2. I think the knight is coming to e3, although I don't think that's the destination square.
Probably
Peter.
g4, e5 now.
Exactly.
I guess. Now with the way pieces are, after knight e3, king b8, you have to look at knight g4, knight e5 ideas.
Exactly.
I'm still not sure what it does on e5. There's really no targets for.
It's there. It's blockading. It's centralized. It's
all of those things.
Yeah,
all of those things are very, very nice, but.
Okay, but now that you've raised the issue of a good-looking knight versus an effective knight, where would the knight be that is most effective? d4 with a pawn on f4? What would be
It's unclear. Yeah, this is, I think, maybe the biggest issue white has in this position, is that arguably the best square for that knight is on e3. Just because, but that's a passive square. That's a square where you're very much. As long as it's on e3, your king on e2 will be entirely safe. It's a very, very good square in terms of like controlling the squares around your king, making sure that your centralized king is going to be left untouched by whatever trouble black can try to concoct. But in terms of placing it somewhere where it can create any pressure against the black setup, I struggle to name a square.
Let's ask Alejandro. I'm sure, Alejandro, the computer says it's about even, but what does it recommend as an ideal construction setup for Lenier?
No, it actually likes bringing the knight to e5, guys, and it's saying still about even, but starting to turn better for white. After the move knight e3, you guys were recommending king b8, which is absolutely fine, but all right, I put my knight on g4. You go assume king a7.
Right.
Knight e5, I continue tickling here. I don't know where you put this queen. Got to do something.
b6, say?
b6. I'll, of course, never trade queens. Just never do it.
Trade queens.
And it's still fine for black, but I'll cement my knight. I'll go f4. What I achieve, I'm not so clear, but on a humongously good day, I play f4, f5. I trade off these pawns. And then I can start thinking about trading the queens, because that's a completely different endgame.
Right. Yeah.
That's an endgame in which I have a passed pawn and I can target d5. And remember, now my knight's not on e1, it's on e5. It must be doing something. Is it close to equal? Probably very close to equal, even in this position, because even in later cases, black won't be forced to trade the queens themselves. I'm just saying that in this particular position, it's still advantageous for black, but once f4, f5 starts looming, you can start thinking that both sides are interested in the queen trade. And now after knight e3, it's Alireza to play. The engine's thinking white is a smidge better, 0.2. It's not very much, but they're starting to think that, well, the 2 pieces are 2 pieces.
Right. And is time a factor at all, Peter?
No, it's still move 40, so...
we just reached move 40.
Yeah.
Gosh, it feels like after interviewing all of these people, like we're late in the day of play. But no, it was a day of fantastic preparation.
Yeah,
Peter?
it's quite remarkable because, yeah, they blitzed out so much in this game. Like, it felt like they reached move 26 like 5 hours ago or something. Yeah.
Right?
But it's not like that. And it only just reached move 40 as we watch. So there's going to be in the beginning a somewhat leisurely second time control where, they reached 40 without any particular alarms. Position remains reasonably finely balanced, and yeah, the question then becomes, I think, potentially a very important question here in terms of how this game transpires from here, is. Which side will find it easier to play this position? Mm-hmm. In particular, if it is for some reason easier to play with black, Lanier could start burning time in the second time control, and that could lead into trouble because if Alireza succeeds in making Lanier interested enough,
right,
so that he starts feeling, okay, maybe I have a bite here, maybe there is something here that could on a good day give me winning chances,
right.
And then in the search of those winning chances, he leaves himself, 5 minutes for the rest of the game. Again, somebody as practically strong as Alireza is, and Alireza is a very, very strong practical player. We've seen it time and time again. And
he'll try to take advantage of that,
that could
time
be
differential.
That could be a very interesting second time trouble.
Whoa.
Okay,
we're not
I'm not
expecting that move.
Yeah.
E6, E5,
that is a very kind of an unusual decision. I guess his point is, currently we can only attack the pawn on d5 additionally with the queen, at the time being. We can play queen b3, right? To which I'm pretty sure he's intending to play rook d8.
Because something like, I mean, this would be a dream come true for white. If we could get knight c4 and bishop
b4,
bishop b4, knight c4 first. Sorry, I did it the wrong way. Yeah.
So,
e5.
Yeah, but this is an extremely committal move, which I did not expect at all. And now the question becomes, does white ever somehow have time to play, I don't know, bishop c2, b3? But we're also taking away the bishop away from the e4 square.
I know, we're so desperately interested in getting the pawn to d4. We don't like this move, Alejandro. Does it have an immediate refutation, or is it... We're doubtful about this move. Raises our heckles.
Nothing immediate as far as losing or losing advantage, but if you see the engine, it already says plus 0.8. No longer those 0, 0, 2 that it was considering with the knight blockading here. The problem is, as you guys have mentioned, that if I block the light squares, this bishop's going to become a monster. So we start thinking about how to do it. And there's a couple of ways to try to coax black into pushing his pawns a little bit further, right? Especially this move d5, d4, I actually want you to play it.
Right.
The first one is to first attack the rook here on c8.
Yeah.
Ask it where it's going to go. If you go to f8 or something like this, then I start attacking the d5 pawn, either with queen b3 or queen d2. And again, you don't want to play d4. If you put the rook on d8 first, maybe I can start playing the move knight g4. And again, you don't have d4. You have to start defending things with the rook. Now, you have this cool move queen d2, and sometimes you're going to be hinting at bishop e4. Like for example, if you go king b8, you can start hinting that bishop e4 just to remove the rook from the defense, rook d8, and then go back to c2. And now I have enough time to put my bishop on b3 and start harassing this pawn. Now, what is black's point? Because e4 never works, d4 is never desirable. You've kind of given yourself a free weakness. It looks very appealing visually to put both pawns on the fourth rank, control a lot of squares. But the more you analyze it, the more you realize these pawns don't want to move. You don't want to play e4 ever, right? It's not easy to prepare this at all. And even if you did, the knight on e3 is perfectly placed after a trade of pawns. d4 is never a move you want to play either. So just because this pawn on e5 has advanced, d5 is weaker, e5 itself is a target. You would like at some point for one to go in front of the other, but I just don't see how that's ever going to happen. So I don't like e5. I think it's visually attractive, but that's it. It's not a good strategical move.
And if I go with Peter's suggestion of right away, bishop c2 to b3.
Not a bad move. I was taking a look at it. You do kind of have to go king b8. You have to liberate this at some point. And the only problem is that after bishop b3...
Yeah, now d4, d3 starts coming in, yeah.
That's exactly. It's not about d4. It's d4 with the problem that d3 is coming very quickly. And after this, I think I can play d3 direct. No, d3 doesn't work directly because king d1, I'll ignore that. But queen d5 with the idea of e4 and d3, specifically in this position, also threatening rook takes c4, keeps the balance for black. Queen b3 already on the board. I expect rook d8 to be blitzed out.
Yeah, has to be blitzed out.
Has to be blitzed out.
You can never play any other move in that position.
Right.
The engines didn't like queen b3 as much as some of the alternatives I was suggesting, even though they were perhaps not the most natural moves. Queen b3 already puts the pressure on the d5 pawn. Maybe slightly better for white already. Maybe you can even start with the move bishop c2 in this position, trying to get the queen away somewhere, I'm not sure where, and then bishop
d3 maybe, yeah.
Maybe d3, right? Like, for example, let's go, I actually like that. Queen d3 in this position, queen c5, yeah.
Put the bishop.
And something like this, the engines don't think it's absolutely horrible for black.
But
I mean,
you know, those light squares, you know,
yeah.
Put the bishop on e4, and one day I'll find a really good square for the knight as well.
Yeah, this is one of those positions where the engine thinks it's equal because it's strong enough to prevent you from getting that bishop to e4.
Right.
But you also feel that if black slips slightly,
right,
and you are able to coordinate this with white properly, then the position is strategically hopeless.
Interesting. And I just wanted to say that we have a special. We've prepped this special. Anastasiya has been doing her best at rounding up the players and having interviews and keeping the social media. But she caught up with local international master Eric Rosen and had a nice interview. For your pleasure.
Here we are with Eric Rosen in St. Louis Chess Club. Eric, I know that you live very near to this place. Like, how happened that you're in St. Louis and live not so far away?
Yeah, I just live a few blocks away. I've been living here since 2019. I actually shared an apartment with Eric Hansen 2019 through basically 2021, and then eventually moved out and got my own place, and it's been nice, and having gatherings and playing some ping pong, and yeah, it's super nice to be so close to the chess club.
Yeah, exactly, because it's like now St. Louis is the capital of American chess, or maybe even world chess. I was wondering how many grandmasters visited your house these days.
Oh, I've lost count. I mean, within the last week, it's probably been between 5 and 10. Definitely some very strong players, some very strong bookhouse action. So it's been super fun to have so many strong players in town.
Yeah, exactly. And you were the one who had this big luck to play against the world champion Magnus Carlsen before the tournament has started. How was it to play against the world champion, even though it was in simultaneous exhibition?
Yeah, I was super grateful for it because I was not expecting to get a chance to play him, and now looking back on it, I'm one of the few people that got to play him this whole event. So yeah, it was kind of surreal because I played him online a few times before, but never like over the board. So it was a different experience. I felt a lot of pressure, but I really tried to give him a hard fight, and yeah, it was a good game. And I filmed the whole thing. I put it on YouTube, did some fun analysis. So I hope people can find that and watch it and enjoy it and learn a thing or two from it.
Yeah, that's for sure. And yes, as you mentioned, you were one of the luckiest people that you managed to play against him. And then what did you feel when you learned the news that actually Magnus withdrew from the tournament? Like, what was your first emotions?
Yeah, it was very shocking. Like, I didn't know what to think. But yeah, in times like this, when there's a lot of unknown information, like, you just have to listen to everyone and see what's going on and kind of be patient for more information to come out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, lots of information came out these days, but I don't think you have made any stream on this topic. And like, can you explain why?
Yeah, well, I was going, the day Magnus withdrew, I was going to post our game analysis recap to YouTube, but then he withdrew and I thought it was bad timing. So I did a very short, like 90-second video just to inform people I'm holding off on posting the recap. Here's what happened. Let's wait to hear more information. But yeah, it's one of these things which is like we're continually learning more things, and I think it's important to be patient and also be kind of compassionate and empathetic with everyone involved, and important to listen. And that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, but many streamers are making really hundreds of new followers, you know, using the stories, the drama which is happening right now. Like, don't you feel that maybe it's a good time, you know, to get more and more views and more followers, you know?
Yeah, for me, I try and keep my content more chess focused, and of course it's interesting, but I still want to provide like the more family-friendly educational content. So I've been doing some streams and some YouTube videos, but I don't want to make any like affirmative statements or anything before kind of we see the big picture. So.
Yeah, that's really nice of you. And I was wondering, I mean, today you came here to St. Louis Chess Club and you took some photos of the players. I know that you like photography, but actually, if you had a choice, like, what is the most favorite thing to do? Like, to be a streamer, to be a photographer, a player? Like, what do you enjoy the most?
I really like the balance. I mean, taking photos, it's certainly less stressful than actually playing chess, and to just watch the intensity of an event like this. The previous event I photographed was the World Championship in Dubai, which is also very, very interesting just to capture. But I like the balance. I like being able to capture the moment, but also do the streams and provide educational content, but also compete from time to time too. So it's nice to wear multiple hats.
Yeah, and okay, now we are on the 7th round of Sinquefield Cup. Like, what do you think about the event itself? I mean, now that Magnus is not playing, like, what do you think about the games, and any comments?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's been a lot of exciting chess. Of course, there's been some things distracting from the games themselves, but you know, a lot of like hard-fought battles and interesting opening preparation from a lot of players. So as a chess fan, it's the chess is certainly not disappointing.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Eric, for your time, and all the best in all your activities.
Thanks so much.
And we're back. Eric is always one of the more sort of positive people around the chess scene. Always very, very nice to talk to him, and does a lot of good things for our game.
And including the birthday party, I think his house was absolutely wall-to-wall grandmasters playing ping pong and bug house. I got in some bug house action. I was throwing some patties, but failing to jump on the bandwagon. How dare he? I mean, he's been quiet. He's certainly a very respected local. Eric, thank you so very much. Going to this position, the more I'm looking at it, you know, I'm feeling like I'd rather have linear. I'd rather be in linear shoes. I really like this move, bishop c2.
Yeah, it's very logical. This is what we've been describing.
Bishop b3. It's easy, and this is the strategic lemon. This is where it all goes wrong, when you suddenly get your bishop on the perfect diagonal.
This will not be played. I think he's already played king b8. And
has he?
I think something just got played very recently, or maybe I'm mistaken. I thought I saw something on the screen. But my point is, once you go e6, e5, your entire game now, as you can see, like black no longer really has any proactive ideas at all, because your entire game is tied to the protection of the pawn on d5.
And the pawns are really stuck. You don't want to be forced to play d4. And probably you're not really going to have the timing, or
it's extremely unlikely you ever manage to play e5 before.
Yeah.
So,
whereas conversely, from White's point of view, well, he's got a very clear plan.
He wants to attack it with everything, and once again, we're watching an endgame where basically 3 pieces play against 2.
Right.
It seems very simplistic, but when you're attacking a weakness, it actually counts, because you either will have to give it up or push it forward.
Right.
And if we are successfully provoking d5, d4 here, once again, mobility for black is gone entirely. Like this structure is sort of the final structure they will have in this game.
Right.
And then the question very much becomes exactly as you were describing. Does white have enough time to somehow reorient ourselves, get the bishop to e4, not the knight to e4?
Right.
Knight to e4 is extremely solid. But with the knight on e4, if you like, we continue here for 3 moves. I don't know, queen c5, knight g2, king a7, knight e4, queen wherever. I don't know, c7, b4. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The point about this is that the knight on e4 is extremely solid, but it's sort of wrongly placed in terms of putting any pressure on the e5 pawn.
Precisely. Pretty as a picture, as Walter
in a
Brown
way,
would call it.
it's in the way actually of our pressure against the e5 pawn.
Conversely, here on c4, we start thinking about ideas of actually,
like if I can play here queen, let's say, and the other way around. Let's say queen b3.
Yes.
Queen b3, king a7.
Yes.
Bishop b4, rook d7.
Yes.
Knight b2, rook e7, knight d3.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah.
This is this is the dream.
Yeah, this is where they should be.
This is
ideally.
the dream.
This is where they should be, and this position probably collapses. I don't really imagine this holds.
No.
So
this is the strategic loss that Alejandro was talking about. Yes. And it can happen very quickly.
Yeah,
Peter.
this is why I was so shocked by 65, because if we go back to that move 40, and we once again discuss the position, let's say, king b8, knight g4, I don't know, king a8 maybe, so that on a7 it doesn't come into checks.
Okay.
Knight e5 and then some move, I don't know, queen c5, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I've blundered 97. I've blundered 97.
sorry. Queen c7.
My larger point is I really don't quite understand how white is to make any progress. If you push f4, it's going to become a bit of a target. Maybe not much of a target, but a bit of a target. Your bishop on d3 is still entirely restricted by the pawns on d5 and d6, which work as a very, very useful kind of a wave breaker, which denies pretty much every single square to the bishop on d3. He might still eventually be okay in this game, but I think I would be extremely hard pressed to convince myself to play 65 in this position, because it just goes against my general feeling of not wanting to give white a clear-cut plan, not wanting to give them the bishop on d3 any targets.
And again, so we're looking at these positions after bishop c2 with an intensity suddenly on white's side, is if we can coax the d pawn to go to the d.
I don't think it's even in question. I think
it's going to happen.
Yeah, queen d3, bishop b3 is going to happen. I don't think there's any particularly useful way of stopping it. The question is whether this actually is enough after something like this, and then we put pieces on the c file like d4, knight c4, queen c5, and we claim that it will be difficult to reorient these pieces the way we would like it. Knight d2, knight e4 is obviously available on tap, but I don't think it's best. I would very much like to have the bishop there, but I can't really, for the life of me, currently figure out how to get there.
Well, knight b2. I like what
you're. It's
just
very slow.
Yeah,
knight b2 exists, but it's just very, very slow.
Alejandro, jump right in. We've warmed up to the task. We think that linear is for choice, but at the same time, there's a lot of work ahead of him.
Accurate as always. It's not easy. King b8, I think, still is the best move in this position. We were trying this move, queen d3, among others.
Yep.
Queen d3 in this position, you have queen c5. And now you want to play bishop b3.
Yep.
And the problem in this position is that you go d4 and knight c4. We went all the way here.
Right.
We got to king a7. And now the question is, how do you improve, right?
Knight b2.
We were trying knight b2, but thanks for letting my queen in. And now the position doesn't really collapse in the endgame. I was looking at this.
Yeah.
And I think that if at this point I have my bishop on e4, my knight on d3 already, then it would be fine. But it actually coaxes the bishop all the way to e4, the engine does, and it says b5, and you'll get enough counterplay like this. Knight d3, rook e8, and it looks dangerous, but at the end of the day, I do have a clear plan, king b6, a5, and continue to push the pawns. So it's still far from easy. I mean, if you put this into two engines, I still think that the draw is the most likely result. It's just that it's becoming unpleasant for black to make moves. For example, if you don't play the move king b8 in this position, then maybe you don't have that many good ideas.
Yeah, it's become very hard to nominate anything proactive. I think we're, for now, Alireza, at least for the next foreseeable future, Alireza will be playing kind of a waiting game, just burying the immediate threats, and hoping not to miss anything, hoping not to have to make too many concessions. The material is limited enough, and the black king on a7, I think, by this point is safe enough that you still assume that there should be enough counterplay, and black isn't really doing that poorly. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you always be quiet here.
Exactly. So, and by the way, we want to say to our audience, thank you so much for tuning in and joining us for our broadcast. Certainly we do this for you. And if you have any questions for our collective selves, you know how you know the drill, right?
At STL Chess Club on Twitter, or any of the live chats are always, we always welcome feedback, constructive and otherwise.
Maybe less constructive, even more enjoyable. Yeah, I was going to say, what did you think about this move, knight b2, queen c1? This very specific ending.
I'd be worried with black. I mean,
I would be too, but again, that was kind of funny.
It is so easy to imagine how this goes badly wrong.
Did, right? With b5?
Yeah, like b5, no, 93, rook e8. And you imagine white somehow managing to play f4, trading e5 for the f pawn, and then starting to push the second one.
Right?
I mean, it looks borderline lost, but obviously it's not that easy to organize, because f4 currently, ef4, the bishop will hang, and if we start with let's say, bishop c6 instead of f4,
right?
After, let's say, bishop c6, rook e7, you at least have to consider that f4 might run into e4, even though I'm not sure how good that is, because f4, e4, 95, yeah.
Yeah, that's the question.
Maybe we've lost, actually. So, yeah, and Alireza for now doesn't even play king b8. He finally produces a move, goes queen c5.
Queen c5.
It should be very similar anyway. I don't think it changes the character of the position a great deal.
We were playing it on the other move order, right? King b8, queen d3, well, queen c5 was the move.
Yeah, it's pretty much. It should pretty much be the same. Perhaps he is like queen c5 here. Doesn't it really indicate much, but preserves some options for black. But I really don't think the king stays in the center.
Right.
Like you can, like if you want to, like make a parody of this entire thing after queen d3, you can play, I don't know, king c6 and claim I am playing 3 against 3 in the protection of my d5 pawn. I do have an additional piece I can use.
Right. Everybody.
But like nobody ever does this. Like it's just, even if it doesn't lose immediately, I think your entire being will be, protesting against this treatment.
It was funny. I mean, this is a done deal and all of that good stuff. Bishop c2. A different thought had crossed my mind, and that was the idea of a2, a4. So the idea, what I have is, I want to stop you from playing b5 in those positions where...
I want to encourage b5.
I know, and I was thinking that I could play that for leaving the queen on b3 in order...
Tell me you don't actually think that, yes.
No, a4 was actually a very serious effort.
I really dislike this, sorry, because I think...
You want to encourage b5.
First of all that, and secondly, importantly, I think, I very much like the idea that my bishop has an anchor square on b3.
That is
I want my bishop on b3 to be on a protected
That is a good
square.
Point. I like protected pieces as well. And the whole point, what... Peter is saying is that on the b3 square, it's anchored firmly and protected firmly by the a2 pawn.
Currently, I don't know why I need this, but it just makes playing this position just so much more comfortable when you know that the likelihood of any tactical resources available to your opponent due to loose pieces dropping off, as Dr. Nunn would say. Like it's severely diminished by the fact that everything in my position is protected. And it's just such a natural instinct for me to always sort of gravitate to setups where
everything is protected.
Is the case,
You can't blunder.
It's just...
bishop on b3 anchored, knight on e3 nicely protected as well. Queen c5.
Queen c5, queen d3 already played, yeah.
Look any different? would appear that it's going to be transpositional.
Probably,
Unless,
yeah.
as you said, King C6.
No, King C6 not happening. I can imagine sort of Alireza taking the bull by the horns here and just pushing d4 unprovoked. But I think it's a mistake. I think you want to wait for bishop b3. I think you want the bishop as far away from the e4 square as possible.
Mhm.
So you want to wait until you're forced to play d5, d4, and you only play d5, d4 then.
It does occur that when you do it now, you're not actually...
Yeah, no threats, but like,
no
how do we
threats.
use it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we can...
I think we're probably back to some
Pretty much.
long maneuver. By the way, it's these positions where I, in particular, thought that Anatoly Karpov was without peer. He had this ability to reorganize, and he would do it over a lengthy kind of period maneuvering. He would know that his bishop belongs on e4, his knight belongs on d3, just as you had made the setup. And it was sort of like he'd find it inevitably. His pieces would find those squares, and he had this extraordinarily gifted style, highly technical style of getting his pieces to the ideal squares. They're not ideal yet, but he would get
Not
them
yet,
there.
no.
Yeah. And jump in, Alejandro. If you were to call this, you still think it's a draw?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's favorite, but it's just more difficult to play for black. Like, objectively, I do think it's a draw. I think that from a practical point of view, you lose it once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. You can imagine this going astray for black because and on the other hand, it's very, very difficult to imagine like a sequence of events which leads for this to become dangerous for white again.
Right.
Like you would need to blunder some very, very kind of non-obvious tactics. Like, I don't know, some kind of a scenario would be like I go rook h8 here and white just ignores it and goes d4, knight c4 here, for instance, and like rook h8, and we go for some reason knight d2,
right?
And black goes queen c1, knight e4, rook h1. But white just basically needs to be asleep. White needs to say, yeah, I'm not going to pay attention to anything that you're doing, and I will only wake up when it's like mate in 3. Why would that? And even here, maybe bishop d1 might hold. You know?
A fortuitous hold suddenly, yeah.
Like the position is so sturdy now that I really don't think I can imagine, anything that does not involve a blunder of a piece in one move that destabilizes it enough for black to have winning chances. Of course, it can happen over the course of a long game, and it probably will be a reasonably long game from here. But yeah, the e5 d4 setup, I'm surprised Alireza chose it.
Definitely. Also, just suggest that after your
queen
rook
d4
h8,
here, and you go back.
Yeah, you're just going
go back.
Yeah.
And then you lose it because f3, f4 happens after.
Exactly.
As I said, like this is just completely ridiculous. This never ever happens.
This is how things really go wrong in a hurry. And again, I'm forcibly reminded of the game that Alireza won against Shakhriyar, where he was just kind of worse, and then in the course of like 6 moves, boom, 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 everything just went wrong for Shak.
Well, it was a very different situation because there was, Shakhriyar was clearly much better. I think, he will be sort of ruining the day where he just did not. I think he had plenty of time, and he decided that expediency and time management concerns were more important than perhaps thinking through things cleanly. But still, it was a mess. It was a position with plenty of pieces on the board, with like active pieces for Alireza,
right?
And then yes, you can suddenly blunder into a very strong attack, as it indeed happened to Shah here. Like you're not blundering into anything here with white. It's just so solid. I don't think you can, at least not the way it looks right now.
Well, again, just your chess culture, anchored squares, put the bishop, no double attacks, no cheapos.
I want everything under control, yeah.
Exactly. Feels very, very solid.
Yeah, I feel like I'm particularly attracted to it right now because for whatever reason currently struggling to keep my eyes open. It's either the lights specifically today or something, but I do appear to like badly need to get my eyes closed. And with your eyes closed in this position, you much prefer that no pieces are hanging. Right? You know, even if you blunder something, it's probably not going to lead to you losing a full piece in one move.
Right.
So yeah, I'm very much in.
Periodically at many of the dinner conversations that I attend, the question of blindfold chess comes up.
It does, yeah.
Especially here we have Timur Gariev, who is trying to break the blindfold records if he hasn't already. What's your figure? Easy for you to do 4 games blindfold?
I tried. It's an interesting topic because for the longest time I wanted to actually try doing this live, and I got it at some point. I got an offer from I think a club in Denmark, if I remember correctly. They invited me to do a blindfold simul, and then it somehow fell through. I think through a fault of mine, not theirs. I think something did not quite work in terms of my schedule, and then I started streaming. And I figured that it's actually possible on Lichess to stream blindfold simul. Yeah, obviously, you know, the stream needs to trust you that you're not watching your own stream on the other screen. But you know, my viewers were naive enough to assume that. Yes.
Right?
And
what did you manage?
I did, I think, 8 games.
Whoa!
And then after I did 2 or 3 of those online, I was invited to give a simul at a private function in Moscow. I flew in, and on the way in, I thought, maybe I should suggest it to those guys that I can do it blindfold. So I arrived there, and they were not actually planning to do it as a blindfold simul. And I got there, and I said, if you're interested, we could try this blindfolded. And that was also, I think, 7 or 8 boards. I believe 8.
Okay.
And live, it is just so much easier than online, because for a live simul, I don't know how Timur does it, and for these really huge simuls, I'm guessing it works slightly differently. Maybe I don't know what the rules are in terms of you breaking the record. Maybe there are much stricter rules.
Right.
But for a small company like this, we kept the normal rules of them making moves one after the other.
Okay.
And then keeping 8 boards in your mind when you know that the order stays the same.
Right.
Really wasn't that much of a problem at all. Right. I did blunder 1 piece, but on that board I was winning so much that it didn't really impact anything whatsoever. But online, where the moves come randomly, like whoever makes a move appears on your screen, you have to do all kinds of weird mnemonics to kind of, you know, combine the username with the position in your mind.
Yeah.
And there I definitely blundered stuff, just lost positions altogether and had to be helped by chat occasionally. So it wasn't a very pure experiment. And I think I lost every single one I played.
Ooh.
But I mean, they were strong players. I never filter for strength for those things. So whoever like gets first to sit, they sit. And I think like I wouldn't lose them like 0-8 or anything. But I think I lost 2 out of 3, maybe 3 out of 3 that I did.
Right.
It's still very interesting to try.
Yeah.
Because it's something that you don't try very often, and it was a new challenge. I thought it would be interesting, but yeah, I don't know. In a live setting, with ordered moves coming in, I think I can do 10 without too much trouble. Above 10, I would need to do some training.
Right.
And then I think I'd still be okay up to a certain number. I don't know what the number is. What about you?
Not even close. Respects. Alejandro, as we prepare for break, just the question for you as a chess coach, how do you encourage, or do you encourage blindfold chess skills?
I think that everything I've read is that chess blindfold skills, specifically playing chess blindfolded against a number of people, is just an avenue to going crazy.
Madness.
Madness, indeed. It has no actual practical value. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much. I don't think that it adds too much. I can do some blindfold simultaneous without any preparation. I haven't done one in so long that I don't know if that's any longer true.
Right.
But I don't really encourage it. I actually have read a lot of articles that discourage it.
Interesting. I remember they called them seances, and Paul Morphy would have a seance in Paris, and he was celebrated because he could do, I guess, 10, maybe even sometimes more. Extraordinary. We're going to take a quick break. We have a fascinating position in front of us, very important for our Grand Chess Tour standings, as Ali Reza is taking some risk
Absolutely,
in this game with Lanier. We'll be back at the end of, in a short while.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at ascensioncharityclassic.com.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
Welcome back to the late night shift. So it's only 5 p.m. I can't really
I know, but it feels like a really heavy day, right?
Yeah. And the game is really heating up. And unfortunately for me, once again, every so often I will make a mistake of glancing at Alejandro's board. Because I am at least not switching the engine on my own board today.
But you've got great eyesight.
Yeah, but
there.
unfortunately, and it still is finely balanced. But it does feel that Alireza has done a good job of making this about as unbalanced as the position allows.
Definitely making it interesting for Lanier, but here we are in the round 7, and we do have 3 of the 4 games already decided, Peter.
There we have it. All 3 games so far today have ended in draws. The one at the top there was really kind of a non-game. Shahriar, I think, was very, very disappointed by his game yesterday, chose today to just make a brief memory check.
Shut it down,
and
so
shut it down against Jan. And then we had 2 very interesting games. Well, I think the Caruana Aronian game there was the more exciting of the 2. But there were definitely intricate moments in the MVL game against Hans Niemann. But so far 3 draws, and game 4 could also have ended in a repetition before the first time control.
True that.
But instead of that, Alireza chose to continue playing, chose to
push the action, if you will.
Every time this happens, you say he's playing for a win. But honestly, I don't feel like this is necessarily playing for a win. This is just playing.
Right. By the way, as we were on our break, we were considering this position, and we were asking.
King A7. Yeah, King A7 played.
King A7, Queen C4 was played.
Yeah, this was the choice by Lanier. Yeah.
We definitely had to ask ourselves the question, Peter. What would have happened if we played Queen E4? This is very challenging.
It is a challenging idea, and in my current somewhat adult state, I don't really trust my own answers very much. But my idea was, if Black plays D4, D3 check here, I wanted actually to provoke Black to even give a check from A5 by playing King D2.
Okay.
And now after Queen A5 check, King D1, the reason I'm doing this is if you play D2 here, your Queen currently is unconnected to the C1 square, meaning that you are not creating a threat of Queen C1 check, which you would be if I played King D1 first and then you play D3, D2. I mean, obviously I can parry the threat of Queen C1 check, but I would much rather not have to think about it altogether.
Exactly. So you want to induce the Queen to misplace itself on A5.
So my idea was King D2, Queen A5 is the only legal check Black can give, King D1. And now E5 is hanging, D2 is, I think, completely empty. I can take on E5 with the knight or the queen, whichever way I like, I think.
Absolutely.
Probably prefer the knight, maybe, but it's unclear. And then it becomes unbelievably concrete, because if the E5 pawn falls and Black doesn't get anything for it,
of course, that's
Black's position will entirely collapse.
Exactly.
And as we were very curious about this, and not really looking forward to being explained by Alejandro exactly why we're idiots, Lanier chose Queen C4, which is a kind of a more conservative play here. But I think it might be
somewhat similar.
Somewhat successful in perhaps forcing the queens off? I don't know.
Because now suddenly any queen trade and our king makes a beeline to the E4 square. But
-3, yeah. Okay. I think I even know why it's -3. I think I figured it out.
Ah, you have. Clear our cobwebs, Alejandro. Queen C4, good move.
It's okay. Everything's zeros. Everything in chess is zeros, so it's okay.
What?
Yeah, the problem with the move Queen E4, I think that's what you were looking at, right?
Yep.
King A7, Queen E4, D3 check, King here check.
Yep.
Oh, that's not a check.
I blundered Rook H8, didn't I?
Yes.
What I actually blundered was Rook D8 after Queen takes D3. Rook H8 I had seen.
But Queen takes D3 and the Rook goes back to D8.
This is the moment I saw the evaluation, I instantly recognized what I blundered, as is often the case. Yeah, like the moment you know that you have blundered.
The one piece that wasn't defended, Peter. I mean, the knight was defended, the bishop was defended. You managed to find a queen. But Queen C4 there for Alejandro.
Yeah, and now Queen A5 is the top engine move. You can also play D3. Just don't follow it up with Queen A5 in this position, because Queen C3 is pretty painful. Now E5 is actually hanging, and takes D2. You have knight D3 or Bishop D1. I think Bishop D1 is actually
Bishop D1 is probably stronger, yeah.
And you're going to start shedding material at some point. Knight F6, knight E4 will collect this pawn. E5 is hanging immediately. So Queen C4 can take. I mean, that's just pretty clear that this endgame is just busted. King D3, King E4, Bishop D3 is going to come very quickly. I don't think you can play this. I don't think anybody plays that. So Queen A5 is one way, because it does threaten in D3. I think queen e7 is not so bad either, but you start getting worried the bishop c2, bishop e4 comes. I think a human solution is to first play d3,
okay,
force the king to d2, and then play queen e7. At least you get your pawn to d3, the bishop doesn't reroute so easily to the e4 square, but it's still a game. We still have a lot of moves to consider here. Knight e3 is possible, queen e4 is possible. The engine's thinking it's only 0.2 advantage, nothing too serious just yet. But of course, if you'd rather pick a side, like the last hour, will you take white?
Yeah, the minor pieces are beginning to flex. I would put it that way. d3 check.
Yeah, but that's such a committal choice, though. King d1, king d2, and then a quiet-ish move, queen e7.
Yeah, that just feels so wrong, right? This is, again, I just feel like I'm getting my pawns into trouble.
I think there's just going to be counterplay here connected with
rook h8.
Yeah, the queen getting to like the c3 square, or well, like rook d4, queen e5, queen b4, or something like that, and then I will play.
Rook
and
b4.
queen b4 here.
Queen b4.
Yeah, and I want to play queen c3 and start giving checks. Positions like this, I think, is what because the king on a7 remains extremely safe, so black has some leeway.
Okay.
Yes, the pawn on e5 collapsed, but suddenly the king on d1 is not as safe as it used to be. We definitely have some counterplay against it. So, yeah, it could still turn into a mess, and particularly if Alireza chooses the move d4, d3 check, because if you don't play d4, d3 check, then white perhaps reestablishes control, plays bishop c2. The option never comes again.
Right.
Like if you want to do it, you probably want to do it now before something like this happens.
Yeah, put the bishop on.
Yeah, I will say though that if we talk about this, like no, keep that position on the board.
Okay, that's queen e7.
Queen e7, bishop c2. Yeah.
Yep.
In terms of these types of positions where the bishop gets to e4, we have somewhat misplaced our knight, right? We would really want it.
d3, please. Bring it back.
Like black goes something like rook d6, b6, and claims that. I mean, I've blundered queen c5 check, but just as a kind of a setup.
Right.
Bishop b4, rook b6, and yeah, if the knight is on a good square here, in particular if it's a good square d3,
right,
it feels borderline winning for white already. But the knight is sort of very far away from those squares, and black will develop some kind of counterplay there. Yeah, rook b2 check or something like this. So perhaps we could go like rook d7, c7, c5, put it on c5, and claim that now I've protected my entire structure, and your knight is just so far away from ideal squares it will take it maybe 4 moves to solve the.
The only reason I'd ever want the knight on g4 is if my king was in g2 and somehow I felt that it was necessary to plug up the g file. Queen c4 on the board. Alejandro, now or never, d4, d3 check. And the engine says...
Zeros. Yeah, queen a5 is also zeros.
Queen a5 is also
I was mentioning
I wonder why queen a5, bishop c2 is not great, because we know...
It's fine, but you got rook d5.
Rook d5, c5, so this actually, this setup is...
this is what you wanted, actually, with black.
c5 is a good square for the rook in pretty much every single situation. You can definitely relate to that, I think. Interestingly, Linear is back to being sort of in control on the clock, because Alireza is down to 9 minutes.
Well, it's because of an 8-minute thing right now by Alireza.
So it's 9 versus 19 in this very, very complicated position. And yeah, I wonder, and maybe he doesn't even wonder, but for me, I would at this point, if I had this position with black right now and 9 against 19 on the clock, at least part of my CPU would be occupied by the question, why didn't I play king d7 after queen c2 check?
Yeah,
I
wonder if for Alireza, who is a much younger, much more ambitious person than
maybe he wouldn't have those doubts.
Yeah, he probably doesn't spend a single moment's thought on this. But for me, I would be somewhat questioning my life decisions at this point.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the worst habits I have as a chess player. Is I definitely carry the baggage of an earlier experience where, like, I'm winning out of the opening and suddenly I've spoiled it. Now it's a draw and I have to reconcile and be objective. And yeah, I will eventually get to that moment where I am objective, but only after I pounded myself for being an idiot for 10 minutes first.
It's an unbelievably important skill, sort of playing what's in front of you, completely forgetting everything that went on before as much as possible. And completely forgetting it is difficult. And this is also why this is a very well-known phenomenon that if you miss something incredibly major, like you miss a win, it's extremely beneficial to not notice.
Exactly.
It's unbelievable how important it is to continue missing it until the game is over.
Exactly.
Because it spoils your mood so much if you realize that you had a tactic which would have decided the game on the spot, or perhaps saved the game on the spot.
Right.
And as we talk, d4, d3 is actually on the board. So we'll see. This is becoming sharp again.
With the queen on c5.
With the queen on c5.
Yes.
Right.
d3 check.
It is most natural, I think, to put the king on d2.
Yeah, I think so. Even though after queen e7, both the g5 square and the b4 square are checks now and wouldn't be checks on d1, so I don't know. Yeah, there's some argument for king d1 for sure.
I think that once the pawn is on d3, I don't really care about the e5 pawn that much, right?
Yeah, we are trying to just solve the immediate issues and then
we
pick up
solve the immediate issues.
D3,
We round up the d3 pawn eventually, and that's how we try to
absolutely
win.
Agree. Yeah.
So when you go d3, king d2, I think I play knight e3 against most anything, no?
Right.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think it's very logical. No, but this is becoming incredibly concrete now.
But this variation where I think we got here in a previous iteration.
I think bishop d1 maybe.
Bishop d1 makes sense, but
no, but this is bad.
Isn't this just terror? I mean, isn't it losing?
Could very well be, yeah.
I mean, could be losing, but I don't think you're going to make any progress with the knight on e3.
Yeah, I think bishop d1 is stronger. I think at least we're winning tempo by playing bishop d1.
Funnily enough, I was actually going to play bishop to d1 and then round up this guy.
By starting with bishop d1, we're also forcing black to spend the tempo defending the e5 pawn.
That's a tempo.
So we win, I think, 2 actually, because rook d5 is the only way to keep 2 alive at the time being. And we go knight e3 now, and we've basically won 2 tempi.
Exactly.
And now we can play your knight f1 next move and just pick up on d2. No, this is horrible. Like you occasionally will somehow save this, but obviously it's completely unplayable. Yeah, you never ever choose this over anything else. Like as long as you have any other choices, you're choosing anything else.
Agreed.
So queen e7, and you can play knight e3 as Alejandro is indicating, just trying to solidify, kind of make sure we don't blunder anything, put things in front of checks, and then pick up the pawn d3. Or there is this move queen e4, which I'm guessing wins some material straight away, but allows counterplay. And this is the kind of position I was referring to earlier, but with an extra tempo for black. Rook d4, queen e5, queen b4 check, king d1, king queen c3, which I think queen takes e5 might even be a mistake, and I don't think white is at all better anymore, because queen a1, queen b2 suddenly becomes a very, very serious problem. Also, g2, queen c1 check will be...
There are issues, aren't there?
Well, I mean, I have a draw here, right? You have queen c1, sorry. I'm absolutely blanking on easiest geometry. I just completely blanked on the fact that you have queen c1 here. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Okay. So...
It's not the end of the line. I mean, a5 at the end is just zeros.
What? What did you just say? A5 at the end of the line is just zeros?
Yeah, it's just zeros.
All the way to this moment, and you just go a5.
Yeah. And the threat is a4, and then if you take on a4, we'll play queen a1 check, and your queen c1 will lose the bishop on a4.
That is true.
And white just can't do anything, yeah? Amazing.
Queen e7 played?
Yeah, he's played queen e7 so far. Yeah, he's down to 7 minutes against 17 and a half. This is becoming very, very touch and go.
Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm still trying to get the zen of the position.
A4?
A4, and there's a...
queen c2, yeah.
Queen c2.
Queen c2 is a bit of a problem, though.
That is a big issue. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
A problem,
Maybe in this case I shouldn't be going after the e5 pawn, or if I'm going to take it with a knight.
Yeah, I think queen e3 is what I briefly glimpsed on Alejandro's screen.
Still more in keeping. Still zeros after queen e3. Wow. Okay, just a second. Is my queen getting offsides?
Yeah, let's look at knight e3. Yes, let's look at what happens if we try to do it kind of in a conceptual manner, like just keep everything under control. I think we don't have good squares, right? This doesn't look very
I mean, I've got everything.
No, bishop c4 takes d3 is currently the threat, or bishop d5 e4, but bishop c4 takes d3 is sort of the fastest way to the d3 square, right?
Let's do it.
Yeah, so how do we, as black, how do we do queen h4 maybe is a, no, queen h4, queen c5 check, but maybe it's still okay, because I have king a8, I don't think I'm worried too much about
queen h4.
Check, I go to a8.
a8.
Because if I get to the f2 pawn, I think my life, you know, acquires new meanings.
And what exactly would those new meanings be?
I prefer not to question, you know, those types of things. Yeah. Anyway.
Go with the flow. I don't know. Can I possibly?
Queen g5 check, I guess.
King
right?
d1.
King d1. And
I'm really feeling like I'm taking liberties, but I don't see the. I mean, I'm ready to chomp.
Yeah. I'm kind of stuck, right? Because you currently maybe don't really have a threat, or maybe you do.
Bishop d5 is
maybe d5. Maybe queen takes e5 is playable, because rook takes g4, you will have a check from e8.
Exactly.
But mainly I'm just struggling to make a move here with black. I would like to make a kind of a proactive move, and queen f4 is proactive, but it allows knight takes e5, because you no longer have to cover the g1 square.
You know, you're right, Peter. Seriously, I agree with you. I'm finding myself attracted to
yes, bishop d5 also very interesting.
The threats are beginning to be serious. I still don't understand the triple zeros, Alejandro. Help us out.
So you want to start with the move knight e3, right?
Yeah, we wanted to try just to keep everything as bunched up as possible and just go from there.
Rook d4 is inaccurate according to the engines.
Good.
You were trying which move, sorry?
Queen c3, yeah.
Queen c3, maybe queen c8 a little more active, but okay, queen c3. Yeah, you're going to have to start finding moves like king a8 here, just so that you can play all these attacking ideas without allowing a check.
Right.
But after knight e3, perhaps since the knight is not attacking e5, the engine kind of prefers to go queen f8, defend this guy this way, and try to force the queen to the king side. So like if you have queen e4, then you have rook d4, and the queen is on this side.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be able to have queen b4 check.
Yeah, we kind of intuited that somehow the queen was off sides on the king side. Yeah. But after your queen f8, we could just, can we play bishop to d1 and slowly play for the rounding up of the d pawn?
I don't think you get there. I mean, the queen comes to a3 now that the bishop is not defending this pawn. And again, nobody's attacking e5. Queen c5 is not a threat.
Dang.
Yeah, it's just that, you know, machines defend these types of positions so precisely that we're obviously kind of struggling to make headway against the engine here. But I don't think it's easy for black. I think queen f8 already, like queen f8, bishop d1, queen a3 gets played, but queen f8 is not going to be the most obvious move in the position. I think restricting yourself from playing rook d4 will be already a reasonably serious challenge.
This is based on white now playing the move knight e3, and I can very well understand that Lanier may find himself attracted to
queen
moves
c3 or queen e4, yeah, definitely.
Queen c3 or queen e4.
I think queen c3 to a lesser degree, because I think provoking black to play e5, e4 is maybe, I mean,
e5, e4.
I mean, it's a move.
Dang.
I mean, if I get to destroy the base for that knight on g4, some tactics might become available which weren't available earlier. I don't know if it's a good move, but it's definitely a move that you can consider, because f4, queen e4, like suddenly your pieces no longer have as much of a
grip
on the position as they used to. Yeah.
No denture grip.
Yeah.
Okay, and is time
two most important things in life, as we all know, are good dentistry and soft toilet paper.
Wow, very important. Time is a factor or not?
12 against 7. Obviously, to the end, there will not be any additional time.
Now they'll be playing on their 30-second increment. Yep.
But I mean, the short answer is yes.
Yeah.
This is a complicated position. There's plenty to calculate, and they are down to, I mean, single digits for Alireza, and we all know Lanier will finish this game on increment.
Yes.
Unless it ends like in the next 3 minutes, Lanier will be playing on increment at some point.
Exactly. I think there's no escaping that truth. Well, chime in here, Alejandro. After this move, Queen E7, how could Lanier put the most, what's the most testing line that the engine would like White to play?
Yeah, so you want me to like come up with moves out of thin air? You guys already analyzed everything.
No,
there's Queen E4, there's Queen C3, and there's Knight E3.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. There's no more. I mean, Knight E3 does look like one of those moves that seems very solid, especially with Knight D5 coming in many positions. The engines think that after Queen F8, maybe here, you can try Knight D5 immediately. And then you force Black to calculate whether this pawn is takeable or not. Knight E3 already, by the way, played. And the answer is yes, you can take it. Queen C5 check, King A8, and it might be a little scary when you see Knight B6 check.
Right.
And you realize...
I would actually be a lot more scared by Knight C7, Knight A6, to which you have to play, I think, you can take.
Well, the Queen's on F3. So you can just go...
No, but like there's Rook D7 and I'm not winning that position, yeah? Queen B6?
Queen B6, King C8,
this
Bishop
position
E6.
you mean?
Yeah, I got to Rook D7 and I thought I was winning, but I'm not, yeah. It's amazing.
You're not on material, right? Because the Queen is covering C6.
This is what I thought was very dangerous.
All right, boom. Knight E3, Rook D4 was played. Queen F8 was not. We saw Queen C3 and we saw Queen C8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and still Queen C8, I think, is the better try, just so that you put immediate threats on the king in case the queen leaves. But Queen C3 might still be okay. Rook D4 is definitely the second choice of the engine. We thought Queen F8 was a difficult move to find.
Wow. All right, thank you for that, Alejandro. Rook D4, I must say that's...
Yeah, you just make this move automatically.
Yeah,
this is why I was saying...
natural.
Sorry, this is why I was saying the Queen F8 is like unlikely, honestly unlikely to happen, because your hand just plays Rook D4 here.
Right. Dr. Strangelove, the hand.
It just plays Rook D4.
Now this is the... I mean, as desirable as this might appear, you do have this check and Queen C3, and that's the counterplay, Peter, that you've been suggesting.
This needs to be controlled, which is why either Queen C3 or perhaps Queen C8 with the idea of coming back to C3 if Queen before check happens, because we arguably won a tempo, not lost a tempo, by offering the Queen trade, which I don't think Black can accept.
Now this would be definitely winning a tempo. Queen F8.
Queen F8, Bishop D5. I mean, we've definitely achieved something here.
Okay.
Yeah, so like we're actually slowly getting to exactly the setup that might win us the game, the bishop coming to E4, and then we start slowly picking these things apart because we've probably by that point liquidated most of the counterplay.
Okay.
But I think Queen C8 is a difficult move. I still feel that you are naturally drawn to Queen C3 because the idea of
stay close to the king,
close to the king, controlling the dark squares, you know, quote unquote controlling the dark squares. I think it seems more natural to play this way, but obviously engines know best.
Rook D4, Queen C3, and again, we're just eyeballing just incremental improvements, but suddenly they could be winning. Rook D4.
Yeah, Queen C3 on the board. Queen C3 on the board. Very, very understandable.
And now, well, you gotta make a move, and this is the difficulty of Black's position.
Exactly.
And finding out something useful to do. Can't trade the queens. Can't allow too many hops to happen. And at some point, it's not exactly Zugzwang, but it is Zugzwang-ish.
Is this the position where you're supposed to play King A8?
Yes.
King B8. So the engine, I remember you were saying the engine was playing King A8. Is King B8 much worse?
Not much worse. But it allows a couple of ideas.
Including Bishop D5?
Bishop D5, Queen H4, I guess. This is sort of the point of the previous play, yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to now control Queen H4 somehow. Or at least attempt to.
Or you can encourage it.
Yeah.
Play Knight D5.
Exactly, yeah. Like I saw there that Knight D5 is one of the top candidates. I guess with the idea of Queen G5 check F4. And then we have Queen C7 check coming in, so we have a kind of a safety valve there of Queen C7.
Knight D5, Queen G, and
F4. If you play like Queen G1 here, I have a perpetual on tap, and then I can think.
No question about the perpetual.
So we go Queen C7, I guess King A7, and then we look for something that is stronger than the perpetual. I don't know if it exists, because Queen takes F2 does appear to be quite a strong threat. But maybe we can actually kind of. No, what I wanted to suggest loses. Hang on, Queen B6? He's going queen a5, which is a very clever move. Yeah, trying to control queen h4.
I think the weirdest part in that position that you have right now on the board is that after queen c5 check...
And f takes c, yeah?
Queen f2 is not that big.
Exactly, this is what I was going to suggest. Queen c5, king b8, fe. And if you take on f2, I go king c3. And weirdly, there is no follow-up.
Kind of jaw opening.
Well, the rook is hanging, and d2 is, I mean, we control the d1 square.
Yes,
so we very happily chomp on d4 and say thank you.
See a little nervousness, maybe a rocking going on with Alireza?
I should be nervous, right? We've said for so long this is harder to play for black. Every time that we analyze these positions, white can do whatever.
Right.
And it almost feels that if it's not better, it's at least okay.
Yeah.
But so often with black, you find even this variation that you guys just went through, it just lost, right?
Right.
Like queen g5 just lost. If we go back to the position before queen a5, knight d5, queen g5 already loses. Even though it's like, let's say, a very natural looking.
Yeah.
move.
So you're supposed to play to a kind of some kind of a conservative square like d6 or.
Yeah. Exactly.
After knight d5.
Just not queen g5 check at all. Just play
Right.
queen d6, keep things under control. You still have to calculate f4 even here, right?
Yes. Even here, you have to calculate f4.
Yeah,
Wow.
like f3, f4 here is playable because the pawn ending will be very easily winning if you take on d5. Because I have queen takes e5 check.
Exactly.
And that just leads us with a very, very easily winning pawn ending. But rook d5, of course, is not forced. I don't know what is better, but I do know rook d5 is not forced.
Queen a5. Oh, sorry. Oops, sorry. Rook d4. I'm going to just refresh my board in a moment. And
king b8, queen a5.
King b8, queen a5 on the board.
No, it's tricky because like bishop d5, e4 is now very much
what we always wanted to do.
Yeah, the problem with bishop d5 is that for that one small moment, queen h4 becomes available again.
Because there's no
because
pawn
e5 is no longer hanging. So I don't know if bishop d5 is actually a threat right this moment, but yeah, bishop c4 takes d3 definitely is, yeah.
Looks very reasonable. I'm warming up to this move. I like this move a lot. It kind of freezes the queen to the pawn on e5, and okay, I've got a very clear and compelling idea. I want to take this pawn.
Yeah. I think what we need to take a look is, what I was about to ask Alejandro, and then I saw Alejandro asking himself, sort of. Actually trying to force bishop d5 to happen, like if I play queen f6 here.
Queen f6, attacking the pawn.
Yeah,
on f3.
I mean, we're not actually attacking. My problem with this move is that we're creating zero threats.
Right.
Perhaps e5, e4 in some positions, but that's maybe the best of it. But if bishop d5 does come in,
okay,
this is the position I want to
ask,
put on the board and discuss. Queen h4 here.
Queen h4 here.
Yeah, and like what is this? f2 is hanging. Knight d1 doesn't look right. King e1 definitely doesn't look right.
No, white's already lost.
Oh, we've actually lost this, yeah.
Yeah.
How have we managed to lose this?
Well, I mean, f2 is unprotectable.
Right.
So. Yeah, this is quite remarkable still, because like I don't... okay, I understand now, I think. I was going to say I can still play knight g4 and keep things under wraps, but after knight g4 in this position, I think queen g5 check, queen g1 probably wins or something. So yeah, it remains a very, very complicated position, but I think you just don't play bishop d5. You realize that your opponent is trying to pretty much kind of cajole you into playing bishop d5 there, and you think, yeah,
right.
Well, how about no?
How about avoiding walking into the trap?
Yeah, so bishop c4, for instance, yeah, and I guess black goes like, I don't know, king a8 here to step out of the check, to be able to play bishop d3, queen takes f3. And then the game continues.
But now
bishop d5. Now bishop d5.
And there is no, there's no escaping queen takes a6, queen h4 check would be a failure.
So I've already blundered like 25 mates in the past 3 minutes, and I haven't really been playing a game today. We've had a reasonably relaxed round. So how difficult it must be for the players we're watching is hard to overstate.
For sure. And speaking of that, in the interview with Hans, I think he made a really, really good point. Hard to play chess with this whole hurricane surrounding him. I mean, to stay focused.
Absolutely. I mean, it applies to him more than anybody else in this tournament.
Right.
You could maybe even make an argument that it only really applies to him and nobody else in this tournament. Everybody else, it obviously affects everybody, but not directly. Like everybody else just has to think about it every now and again. But for him,
it's a constant.
It's been his entire life for the last 3 days or 4. So
exactly.
It's clearly not much fun for him.
Queen f6, Alejandro. How is our evaluation going here?
0.3 for white.
0.3 only?
Only with the best move, and the best move won't be played, so we can start looking at the second alternatives.
Okay, I don't like those arrows on your screen. Yeah, okay. I mean,
A4?
Or A3, apparently. It's like this.
A3?
This seems to be suggesting this is a position of mutual zugzwang, which is like bizarre. Like, why? Like, how can this be a position of mutual zugzwang?
Okay, I can't take on f3 because of the e5 pawn, but the idea that I can play the move a3, it makes loosens the anchor.
No.
No.
just no.
Yeah, just no.
And the fact that
chess culture.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, doesn't really understand basic concepts such as all pieces must be protected at all times because otherwise you will blunder them in time trouble.
Correct.
Doesn't seem to grasp those very, very simple ideas. This is very intricate, and absolutely no surprise that no move has been forthcoming just yet.
And once again, linear down to
6.5, I guess, by this point against 3.5.
Okay.
No, this is becoming very, very exciting. Yeah. This is definitely a round saver from our point of view because, interesting as those theoretical battles were, they kind of fizzled.
Yeah, they were extraordinary.
Mm-hmm. And this is a very, very unusual position.
It didn't surprise me, by the way, when Levon and Fabi came in and discussed their game and their preparation, that both were very familiar, especially Fabi, as he said he had this ending numerous times. But what for me was amazing was Nepo coming in and just having an awareness of this game. Oh yes, this is the, the knight g4 English attack, Najdorf, and king c2 is a move, but king b2 is the theoretical moves at Nepo. Just their knowledge, wow.
Yeah, these days the absolute top players have an absolute breadth of very solid knowledge in a lot of areas. Pretty much nobody at the very top is like a single serve specialist, right? Pretty much everybody goes both e4 and d4, depending on mood and opponent and the weather.
Yeah.
So yeah, people just know a great deal about opening theory in particular, and Jan just casually knowing everything about every single game in the round was not a shock, honestly. It's still very impressive to watch people just kind of stumble into the studio and just provide lectures on all three positions.
Remarkable, at least I found it remarkable. Alejandro, again, you work with the St. Louis University chess team. You've won the Pan-Pacific World Championship, Pan-American,
we'll call it that,
yeah. Are you teaching your players that they have to be ambidextrous, know how to play e4, d4, knight f3, know everything?
Well, I had a student come as a freshman, very ambitious, and this person said, "Oh, I'm a d4 player, but I'm absolutely ready to start learning e4. I want to graduate college knowing both." And I was like, hold on.
Chill.
Chill for a second. Yeah, finals hit this time. You have midterms here.
Right.
You have this extracurriculars. How about we just fix one of your d4 for now? Call it a day. I mean, it's hard to maintain a dual opening repertoire when you are doing something else in your life, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like these players that are absolutely 100% focused on chess. Then it's a different business.
Right. Even for Fabi, how does he maintain his extraordinary awareness, if you will, of all of these developments that are constantly occurring? I mean,
Because when he sits down and watches a movie, he's still space barring.
Is he really?
Yes, actually he is.
Space bars. Oh my.
No, but joking aside, the work ethic of the top players of today is really to be envied, and these guys are not slackers.
No, I mean, again, they do have the tools, the databases, the engines that do help them considerably. Yeah. I mean, I would have liked to have had those types of tools when I was studying, but, you know, I mean, we had encyclopedias of chess.
Yeah, it was obviously very, very different. And also, you have to say on that question that our viewers asked, and we kind of relate to Hans, the question of the support network.
Yeah.
It may have been phrased slightly awkwardly,
yeah.
and Hans perhaps did not answer it as naturally as it was intended. Yeah, but that's exactly what for him. It's good that he has people to talk to, people to trust. But for the top players, I think pretty much every single top player in the world right now has a very well-established group of people who will space bar when you're sleeping and just generally give you good advice, give you ideas to play in games, and it is invaluable to have that system in place.
Whoa.
95 played.
And that's a draw for, I guess?
95.
Yeah, I guess that's just a draw for, right? Because queen takes f3, we will have to give this perpetual.
Yeah. I don't
queen
see
takes
an option.
f3 threatens.
Yeah, there's a little bit too many threats to ignore.
Yeah.
I don't think we can ignore all of that. So we go queen c7, king a7, and we give the queen d8, and we give the perpetual. I don't think there's much else, but it's obviously very safe for white as well.
You were mentioning that was with the rook on d8, some knight c7 check and knight takes a6.
Yeah,
that was with the rook on d8.
Yeah, and also the king has to start on a different square for that, because the way the pieces are here, you can't really... well,
no draw.
No draw for you.
No draw, says Alireza, goes queen d6.
Wow.
Very curious. Are you running any risks playing like this?
No.
Still no, yeah?
Still no. Everything under control.
Wow.
Yeah, this young man is not very interested in ending games when there's still a game to be played. This is the second time where, generally, I don't think it looks like black is better here.
Right.
So he is just saying, let's continue playing. I feel like, if we continue playing, I'm the one with the edge.
It feels
unrelated to the objective evaluation, right?
Exactly. It feels I mean, when I think about players who were always spoiling for, and there we have 93, who were always spoiling for a fight. Alexander Morozevich is one of those names that comes to mind of a person who's always provoking and continuing and forcing. He seemed to me to be quite the fighter.
Absolutely, yeah. He, I've had also sort of non-eventful games against him. I think it very much depended on how he felt on the day. But when he was in fine fettle, so to speak, there were very, very few people in world chess when he was in his prime who were as combative and as his entire repertoire. It's not just his sort of general attitude, but also his entire repertoire was built to get difficult, complicated positions, not necessarily positions that anybody but him would enjoy.
Right.
But positions which would challenge his opponent to find difficult decisions. And yeah, I've had many a battle against Alexander, and it was a kind of a really weirdly streaky affair, because I would win. I think I started by losing a bunch, and then there was a period when I was beating him in pretty much every single game we were playing, and then I think it went back again, and I started losing and lost a number in a row, and then our path kind of diverged, and we kind of stopped playing very often. But I think I ended up being in the minus, maybe in a small minus, but in the minus in classical. I wonder if that's true.
Who do you have in mind, Alejandro, as a player that you found to always be spoiling for a fight? I mean,
Hikaru never gave a draw.
Right.
Didn't matter if he was better, if he was worse. Didn't matter.
Let's play.
Yeah, let's play. I remember he actually he was slightly worse against me, one of the U.S. championships.
Right.
And he kept trying, until at some point it did kind of start becoming dangerous, and the game ended in a draw.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't wrong. Yeah, apparently it's and I mean for two players we've never really played in junior events. We started playing when we were both somewhat established as reasonably strong grandmasters.
Right.
Classical score, that's 26 games,
Not bad.
14 of them decisive, 8-6 in his favor.
Wow.
That's about 50%.
Right.
That's about 50% decisive. So
Yeah.
and
You guys were really clobbering one another.
Yeah. There was and there was a lot of streakiness there. Yeah.
Right.
It went.
Right.
It went very, very streaky.
We've been seeing a repetition of these last.
I mean, I can't imagine
moves?
somebody thinking 2 minutes in this position, letting the
he'll
clock go to
come on,
1 second
come on.
and then playing something else.
Like if he doesn't go 95 here, it really is just stunning. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
A little bit faster.
Here we go.
As well, knight to d5.
Yeah.
And does that? I'm just looking how many times. Could the move queen d6 claim, Peter? Or
No,
not yet. No.
Came
not
from
yet.
e7, right?
Aha, came from e7.
Yeah, 2 minutes for Alireza against 49 seconds for Linier, as we see on our screen here.
Have you ever done that? Deliberately played really slowly in order to encourage your opponent to continue the game? You're kind of hoping he's going to make.
I think I've had it done against me, but I don't think I've ever done this myself. I used to be a huge, I had a very, very big time management issue when I was a kid. Like I was in constant time troubles, and then it somehow resolved itself sort of on its own. I grew out of it.
Well done.
Without ever really doing anything conscious about it. I just
Right.
stopped having horrible time troubles. And now I'm back to having some issues with time management as I grow older. But no, I mean, as a tactic it exists, but it always felt to me that it's much likelier to be counterproductive.
Right.
The thing people sometimes do, like specifically to play slower to encourage somebody to play in an equal position, is I think something that is almost never seen. What people do occasionally try is in a very, very poor position to also leave yourself like a minute, because it's unlikely to get worse,
Right.
and it might provoke your opponent to stop thinking.
Exactly.
And this maybe I have tried once or twice in my life, but even those examples I don't immediately remember like specific games. It's somewhat legitimate because, you know, if you can, let's say, you have 15 minutes in a very poor position, you spend, I don't know, 12 of them or 13 of them,
Right.
trying to figure out as precisely as possible what will be the follow-up from here. And then you have this very clear mental image in your head as to what you will be replying to the most obvious tries. And you also are sort of, you know, leaving yourself open, like you're removing the guard, yeah? And
exactly.
You're leaving the guard down and saying, yeah, please go in for the kill, and maybe this provokes your opponent into mistakes. Okay, 95 now definitely is a claim.
I was about to say, isn't 95 definitively
it is.
I mean, Queen F6 already could have been a claim. So there...
yes.
Yes.
I see Queen F6, Queen F6, Queen F6. He didn't claim.
Yeah, he didn't claim, and I mean, once again, time to actually kind of stop the clock.
Yeah, 30
I think,
seconds.
I think it is perhaps time to stop the clock here on, yeah.
And there it is.
Yeah.
All right, that's a draw then, again, between Linier Dominguez and Alireza Firouzja. All he does is to stop the clock, tell the arbiter what he's going to play, and that is it.
Yeah,
what a long fought
very
game.
interesting, and I think actually very well played game. There will have been inaccuracies in it, but I don't recall a single actually very poor decision.
I think actually, the decision to play E5 was
arguably maybe
really
the worst.
double-edged. I mean, that was opening up a kind of a Pandora's box. But then after that, he played very well.
Yeah, I really do think that in terms of like general quality, this was a very, very well played game.
A well played round, honestly.
Yeah,
a lot of fury. A lot of precise games.
Well played round, but because the preparation was just so unbelievable. I mean, crazy. good preparation.
Yes. Today was, there was the one sort of somewhat non-theoretical game between MVL and Hans in which MVL basically had an advantage for about one ply.
Right.
If he plays 95 against 94, and specifically if he finds that idea of rook g3 there that the engine shows, and they did not find in the post-mortem, I think Hans told us that they discussed it after the game and they did not spot that rook d3 even existed, which I think is kind of natural actually. It's not an easy move to see from a distance. That one wasn't very heavily theoretical, but everything else today was a fight between people who know their stuff really, really well.
This is the one moment, I just have it on my screen, where you were expecting the move knight d5.
I wasn't. Alejandro explained it to me. I really wasn't.
Nice. Maybe that was the moment where MVL could try to squeeze a smidge. Alejandro, I think we're just not going to take any interviews after this game. I think we're going to close the broadcast. And in so doing, by all means, give us the closing thoughts of a very eventful round 7.
I like theoretical duels. I don't like when we have this many in one round and we're left with one interesting one. I did like this game a lot. I thought there was a lot of content. I liked how Alireza kept playing on and kept playing on, even though at some position it might have made his situation dangerous. But that's the spirit you want to see from a 19-year-old kid, right? It doesn't matter what position it is and who he is facing. He wants to win the Grand Chess Tour.
Right.
And that means scoring some important points.
Exactly.
But for closing remarks, I'm going to go with Anastasiya.
Absolutely. How are you, Anastasiya?
Yeah, here we are, for closing remarks. And first of all, I wanted to show you the short video which I just took with Hans Niemann leaving the studio some time ago. And so his fans met him next to the chess club. Took some photos with him, and he was sharing some thoughts, telling them that people started to recognize him in St. Louis. He became a star clearly here. And also, he was chatting with them. He signed some autographs as well. And after that, I just wanted to draw your attention that a couple of hours ago, 13th world champion Garry Kasparov published other tweets in his Twitter account, actually asking for more clear statement from Chess.com, and also saying that actually it's not good, all this drama is not good for sponsors, even though it's still good for media and for social media, actually. So I hope we will see Garry Kasparov very soon in St. Louis, and he will give his other thoughts. And I also wanted to show you this tweet from Chess by Numbers, which shows actually the race of rating of different chess players. And for example, you can see here the numbers that Anish Giri made something in 24 months. This race in 24 months. So he is a leader of this race, and he was not. I don't know if he was happy about it, so you can understand that all these statistics is not so important, let's say, but you can still see it here that Hans did it in 42 months. So he jumped from, let's say, this rating 458 to 2,660. And then one tweet from Mr. Doji, who is following closely the whole drama, and one of his followers compared cheating in a way to for waiting the green light, and then nobody was coming, so decided to cross the road. So it was just a funny tweet, especially for Peter Svidler. And the last one, I wanted just to show it to Alejandro, just to cheer him up. The whole world is discussing his great skills. He's a great interviewer and a commentator. And I think it's nice to see this tweet also in social media. If you would like to see more information, of course, you can go to St. Louis Chess Club and Grand Chess Tour Twitter and Instagram accounts, as well as Facebook. And you can also find lots of materials on YouTube channel and Twitch channels. So please follow us and stay informed.
Stay connected.
So back to you.
Cool, calm, and connected.
Oh, yeah, we endorse that tweet. Excellent tweet, no notes.
Oh, wonderful. I think we have our standings after the... Oh, we're going to wait for the standings, but we know who's run first. Wesley So.
Yeah, Wesley continues leading. Yeah, with four draws in this round, we can actually give the standings.
Exactly.
The standings are Wesley is on 4.5 out of 7, which is +2, the only person on +2. Alireza and Jan Nepomniachtchi continue to be the only two people on +1. And then the same four people, which are, I believe, Lenier, Fabi, Hans, and Levon, are on 50%. And the same two people are on -2. It's just that everybody moved up half a point, apart from Wesley, who was getting a bye today.
Well done, Peter. I'm so glad I've got this man next to me. This is wonderful. Well, thank you so very much, everyone, for joining us and sharing your day. Tell everybody where you're hanging out. Join our social media, and we'll see you all tomorrow for round 8.
Only 2 rounds to go. Everything is still very much up in the air, so yeah, do join in.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.